I Know You Saw Her by Girdharry. Narrated by Sophie Roberts. Chapter 1. Fiona, 2024. I'm not free yet. That would be too easy. "Tell us what you found," a woman shouts. Her eyes bulge as she thrusts forward a microphone. Her colleagues jostle for front position like a pack of starving animals. "What can you tell us?" a man yells. "What happened in there?" There's an explosion of bright lights as members of the press take pictures and yell questions at the same time. I flinch and shield my face. By my side, the police officer raises his hand. "Everyone stay behind the cordon," he shouts. He's a detective, Detective Chief Inspector Tom Delaney. Delaney is cool and calm. I saw it when we were inside. He's not like the younger officer who hyperventilated at the gruesome evidence. The police car is parked not far away. Delaney's hand is on my shoulder as we walk towards it. He has a firm grip. Is it protective and supportive? Or is it just in case I'm not as innocent as I look? On my other side is Ruby Silver, criminal profiler. She's a sharp one, observing details and saying little. I'll have to be careful with her. I stumble, and Delaney steadies me. A few steps later, and I duck my head and slide into the back seat. Silver slams the door, then goes around the other side and gets in beside me. "You're safe now," she says. "You can relax." I don't think so. I wrap my arms across my chest. It doesn't do much to stop the shaking. I'd like not to cry, except I can't help myself. Delaney's gaze is on me in the rearview mirror. Then we're bumping our way across moorland towards the main road. I glance behind to the little cottage. "What about the..." My voice cracks. "Body?" Silver lays a blanket over my legs. We'll know more once the specialists have been in. It's clear they haven't finished with me yet. How could they, after what they discovered? So far, I've been asked easy questions, but I know it won't stay that way for long. Chapter 2. Fiona, 2024. 3 months earlier. "To close it, you have to give a sharp pull," Mrs. Meacham says as she tugs at the door handle. Either she's frail or her front door needs maintenance. Mrs. Meacham's house looks like it's falling apart. It's windy outside and autumn leaves have blown in. I try not to think about the one Amy pressed and sent to me. "From my new life," she'd said. Perhaps it even came from the same tree. The lump in my throat is hard to force down. "Leave your suitcase. Let's go to the parlour and we can have a chat, dearie," Mrs. Meacham says. I follow my new landlady along the hallway. Parlour and dearie. Is Mrs. Meacham living in another century? The state of the house says she is. Creaks, drafts, and yellowing net curtains. It's no surprise the room I'm taking has been long-term vacant. The agent warned me of problems with the heating. She'd been astonished I was interested. But then she didn't know my reasons. "How was your journey, Miss Hunt?" "It was fine, and please call me Fiona." "Fiona it is, then." Mrs. Meacham drags her feet as if she's permanently worn out. I was told her son is 27, so she can't be that old. When we get to the parlour, which is in fact the lounge, she sits across from me in a chair with threadbare arms. I'd started to relax, but that goes out the window when her gaze fixes on me. It's dark and too watchful. Luckily, I'm not easily shaken. I let her somewhat creepy stare wash over me. "The agency said you're a student," she says. "That's right. I'm studying business management. It'll be my first year." There's a bit of a funny smell. Is it the worn-out furniture, the carpet, or maybe my new landlady? It makes me feel like flinging open the window. Of course I don't. "How exciting. I suppose it's your first time away from home." I nod enthusiastically. I'm looking forward to being independent. At 20 years old, it's not the first time I've had to look after myself, but there's no need for her to know that. Of course you are. I've had plenty of students stay here over the years. You young people are always so impatient. Yes, like Amy was. My big sister, 5 years older than me, couldn't wait to be free of our boring village. Going away to university had been all she talked about. A big city with opportunities. The room is a monotone of colours, long since faded to brown. There's only one touch of life. The bookcase at the back wall is crammed with photographs. Mrs. Meacham sits still, her hands clasped in her lap. It's as if time is of no importance to her. I clear my throat. So many freckles, she says eventually. You're very pretty. A hot flush races up my neck. When I was younger, people often commented on my red hair and freckles, which is why for a long time I loathed them. I'd wanted to be dark-haired and green-eyed, like my older sister. Now my looks are to my advantage, because no one will ever guess my real identity. My name change cements it. Thank you, I mutter. My attention lands on the photographs. The nearest is of 2 children clinging to a woman's legs. I'm guessing the woman could be Mrs. Meacham. What a nice picture, I say. There's an awkward silence. I smile politely, wondering if she heard me or if she simply doesn't want to talk about the photographs. Then, from overhead, there's a sudden thump. I jump. That's my son, Keith. He won't bother you. I already know about Keith. Keith suffered brain damage at birth and doesn't speak. The agency told me he lives on the 2nd floor of the house, and during the day he attends a centre for adults with special needs. The tenants before Amy told the agency Keith ignored them. The Meachams haven't had anyone living here since my sister. It's not surprising given this lodging is so basic. It's actually cheaper than a halls of residence. You probably won't see him much. He's shy, Mrs. Meacham says. There's no Mr. Meacham. Mrs. Meacham lives on the ground floor. My room and private bathroom are on the 3rd and top floor. This lounge I don't get use of, nor the garden at the back of the house, but the 3 of us will be sharing the kitchen. My knees aren't so good these days, so I don't like going upstairs more than I have to. I've put out sheets and towels for you. I'll let you get settled in. Thank you. On my way out, a picture on the bookcase grabs my eye. Who is this? I point and my finger trembles. Mrs. Meacham levers herself out of the armchair. Come down to the kitchen whenever you're ready, she says. Is she hard of hearing? I don't think so, and it would be difficult not to notice my outstretched hand. The little girl in the picture is about 3 years old. I rub my arms to get rid of the goosebumps, because she has dark hair and green eyes, and looks just like my sister. Chapter 3. Amy's hair swings across her shoulder as she throws herself onto the bed. I can't stand it, not for 1 second longer, she says. I share a room with my sister. My bed is by the door and hers is under the window. I glance up from my book. Stomach pressed to the bed, her face is cupped in her hands and she's flicking her feet up and down. Amy flumps onto her side. People are so dull here, and nothing ever happens. It's her lifelong moan. It's nice living on a farm, but the lack of excitement is a killer. No, I say. This morning, Mr. Moore's cat got stuck up the tree again. I'm seriously telling you, a crowd gathered to watch. We know it. Mr. Moore's cat is the most exciting thing for miles. It's the only thing we agree on. We both laugh hard enough it hurts, and for a moment I forget. Then, in a horrible rush of reality, I remember. Amy's got a place at university. She's escaping. A few more weeks left, she says with a sigh. Then I'm out of here. I'll miss you. I'm not convinced. I've always been the annoying little sister, telling on her, reading her secret diary, whining and spoiling things for her when she got to do the things I wasn't allowed to. Bothering my big sister is one of my pastimes. I mean, there isn't much else to do around here. Reaching under my pillow, I pull out a small package. I really hope she likes it. I made you something. Keeping it casual, I toss it over. I wouldn't want her to think I actually cared or anything stupid like that. Amy rips off the tissue paper. She holds the strand of silver to the light. It's a thin silver bracelet with beads of different shades. Each bead is separated from its neighbour by a silver heart, and I've added 2 charms. Jewellery making is my thing. She bounces over. Put it on for me. It fits her perfectly. We have a pond in our village, which is why I chose the duck charm. Amy and I have spent a lot of time sitting by that duck pond. The other charm is a 4-leaf clover. Amy once found one in the field alongside our house. She pressed it, and I'm sure she still has it somewhere squirreled away with her collection of pressed flowers. She jiggles it on her wrist. It's adorable. The memory fades, leaving me adrift in a sea of regrets. I'm thankful I gave her my gift before things fell apart between us, but if I'd known what I know now, I'd have told her straight out how much I love her. I'm sitting on the bed. This room at Mrs. Meacham's was my sister's, with its double bed, wardrobe and chest of drawers. My feet are cold on bare floorboards. Who is the little girl in the picture? The resemblance is uncanny. The police didn't tell my parents everything, and a child who looked like Amy is something they definitely never mentioned. A tight band squeezes my chest. I wish I could smell Amy's perfume or hear the sound of her voice. My sister wrote letters telling us about new friends. Mum was ill, and she read Amy's letters over and over, especially after chemo treatments, when she felt so sick. That's why Amy wrote more than phoning home. Her new life sounded wonderful. She loved the city. She loved university. She said studying psychology really suited her, and she'd taken up rowing, and she liked going out with her friends on the river. I'd imagined her fingers trailing in the water as she laughed with people who were much more interesting than us, than me. Then, one foggy day, she disappeared. Members of the public recalled seeing her crossing town in a blue woolly hat and patchwork jacket. And then, poof, she was never seen again. My mother and father never recovered, and neither did I. I crossed to the window. I'm at the rear of the house, looking down on the garden. The sun is setting over the rooftops, glancing off slate and tile. I can't actually see neighbours because the garden is lined by trees. Why didn't Mrs. Meacham answer my question? I want to find out everything about the girl. My first step will be to go back into that lounge as soon as possible. I'm resting my head against the pane when 3 floors below, someone comes out of the back door to the kitchen. This must be Keith. His shirt and jogging trousers are stretched over a powerful frame. After the disappearances, the police called Keith a person of interest. His mother was one too. This house was searched, but they found nothing incriminating. Keith heads towards a shed at the far end of the garden, and I study him every step of the way. His gait is lumbering. His muscles are so big his hands hang slightly away from his body. Just before the shed he stops, like he's forgotten something. Then he turns and looks straight up at my window. I take a step back. Keith's mouth is set in a hard line and his face is angry. First, how did he know I was watching? And second, why is he annoyed? I brush my hair off my face and give a wave. Keith stares for longer than I'm comfortable with. I know he doesn't like strangers, but does he actually resent them? I'd like to shout, "Hello!" but when I push at the sash it doesn't open. Keith clenches his fists and throws one last hostile glare in my direction. Then he unlocks the shed and disappears inside. I let out a breath I didn't realise I was holding. I give the sash another good shove and it moves a few centimetres, then gets stuck because it's at an angle. Great. A window that doesn't work. At least it's enough to let fresh air in. I was hoping to start off on friendly terms. Still, there's plenty of time for me to play the happy-go-lucky tenant. I don't want Keith to be ruffled by me. At least, not yet. Chapter 4. The following morning when I come downstairs, Mrs. Meacham and her son are in the kitchen. "Good morning, Fiona," Mrs. Meacham says. She's cheerier today. I give her a bouncy hello. Keith ignores me. He's hunched over the counter. His mother sits at the table with a cup of tea in her hand. Last night I crept downstairs. The door to the lounge was closed and there was a light shining from the crack underneath. I heard Keith walking around upstairs, so I guessed it was Mrs. Meacham in there. Though I waited in the kitchen for hours, hoping to sneak into the lounge, that light never went off. In the end, I went to bed. I pour some cereal. I haven't had time to do a proper food shop. All I have is a couple of cans, a loaf of bread, some milk, and half a box of cereal. I've been living frugally since my parents died, so I'm used to making do. My mum was battling cancer when Amy disappeared. She was always hoping for good news, and it was the hope that kept her going. But then, day after day and week after week, we had none, and weeks stretched to months. Soon after the first anniversary, she passed away. After that, my father faded. I think he gave up. He died in his sleep almost 1 year after my mother. "I'm sorry I didn't show you how things work last night," Mrs. Meacham says. "I read for a while and then had an early night." Okay, so who was in the lounge? Or did she sleep there because I didn't see anyone come out? "Don't worry about that," I say. Oven, microwave, an empty shelf for me in the fridge, and the same in the cupboard. I'd pretty much worked the kitchen out for myself. It's definitely seen better days. The paintwork, which probably used to be cream or white, is now a dull grey, especially in the areas with lots of use, like above the oven and over the counter. The fridge is old, and the floor, that has cracked tiles. Well, let's just say any food that lands there might need to be incinerated for public safety. As I shake the milk carton, it doesn't feel cool. I make a mental note to buy long life. "I'm glad you're making yourself at home. Though you do understand, Keith and I have our little habits which I'd like you to respect." Of course. She launches into an explanation of the oven, microwave and fridge rules. Then she tells me I'm not to touch the toaster because that belongs to Keith. Shame, because I used it last night. Still, who's to know? She's allocated me cutlery and crockery, and Mrs. Meacham has helpfully put my set out on the table. I touch the plate gingerly. It's chipped, and the bowl, which I presume is clean, looks like it sat in the garden for the last few years. If I'd poured my cereal into that, I'm not sure I'd have been able to stomach it. "Right," I say. "Of course, you didn't know, so don't worry, it doesn't matter you've used one of our bowls this morning." Keith gives me a side glance, and it's not pleasant. I wonder if he's noticed my crumbs around his toaster. "And this is very special and not to be touched." It's a teapot with a pretty rosebud design. There is a set of matching cups and saucers, one of which contains Mrs. Meacham's morning tea. "It was a gift from my late husband. As you can imagine, it's precious." "Got it," I say. I'll avoid going anywhere near it, though I can't say the same about the toaster. As for the plates and cutlery, I'm going to invest in new for myself. Keith goes to sit with his mother. I keep a smile on my face and beam at Mrs. Meacham as I walk towards the table. There are 2 benches on either side, rather than chairs. Where to sit? Next to Mrs. Meacham and her teapot, or beside Keith? Unfortunately, I have a bit of a history of accidents with china items. so I think it wise if I don't get too close to the tea set. I plump for Keith, but as I slide in, he emits a low growl. I've heard that exact sound at home. It's the warning our dogs make. I freeze. "It's going to take us a while to get acquainted," Mrs. Meacham says. "Why don't you come next to me? Keith and I like our morning rituals, don't we, Keith? A cup of tea for me, and to get me going, and 2 pieces of toast with jam for Keith, with an egg and some bacon." That's nice. "Your first day today, dearie. Are you all set?" I chat about my timetable and about what we'll be covering this term. It's a one-way conversation, although Mrs. Meacham perks up enough to tell me she goes into town a couple of times a week to help at a charity bookstore. We fall silent, and Keith munches his way through his toast when there's a ring at the door. "Oh, that's my nephew," Mrs. Meacham says. "He drives Keith to the day centre." Her nephew? Food gets stuck in my throat, because Amy wasn't the only person who disappeared 5 years ago. This is somebody I want to meet. It seems the nephew has a key, since neither Keith nor Mrs. Meacham move. Moments later, the nephew enters the kitchen, and my mug doesn't make it to my mouth. With a chiselled chin and tousled hair, he's drop-dead gorgeous. "This is Fiona, our new lodger," Mrs. Meacham says. "Fiona, meet my nephew Harry." I shake Harry's hand, and his eyes are dancing and warm. I don't know what I expected from the son of the other person who went missing, but it wasn't this. He's a few years older than me, maybe mid-20s, and he's wearing a shirt and jeans. I find it hard to believe such an attractive, relaxed person is related to the Meachams. Harry casually helps himself to a slice of bread and jam. "You all right there, Keith, my man?" Harry asks. Keith makes eye contact with his cousin, and I catch a glimpse of another side to Keith. His smile at Harry is sweet and childlike. That's when I notice Mrs. Meacham observing me. Like yesterday, her watchfulness takes me by surprise. "Fiona's not from around here," Mrs. Meacham says. "Maybe you could give her a tour of the city." A hot flush strikes my cheeks. "Thank you, but I've got a really busy week. Loads of freshers' activities, meeting the tutors and getting oriented to all the lectures and everything. I don't think I'll have free time." Harry shrugs. "Let me know. I'm sure we can fit in something." Before Harry and Keith leave, Harry and I swap numbers, and when we do, there's a smile playing at the corner of Mrs. Meacham's mouth. Like the cat that got the cream. And I wonder why. Chapter 5. Sitting on the top deck of a bus, I'm on my way to the university. I scan the passengers. Part of me has never stopped searching. I check busy pavements and people coming out of shops. I comb social media and newspapers. It's a habit I can't let go of. I've often believed I've glimpsed Amy, maybe turning a corner or getting into a car. I've accosted complete strangers because from behind they had the same hair or the same swing in their step as her. Those women have always been understanding. I suppose it's because they see the disappointment on my face. That's what's been hardest, having my hopes dashed. Hope she's alive. Mum was the same. Neither of us could accept Amy was gone. Maybe it's stupid, but I still believe that one day I'll find my way to her. It's my stop. Of course, I'm not actually a student. Amy was the clever one, not me. I'm just pretending. I'm here to meet Sarah, Amy's best friend. I join the stream of students who've come to start their first week and walk with them through the university entrance. "Hi, Fiona. You're looking good," Sarah says. "You too. Nice to see you." She has a soft voice and she smells nice as she pulls me into a hug. Sarah started here at the same time Amy did. Sarah's not a student anymore. She's employed by the university and she looks polished in her silky blouse and tailored trousers. A passing student gives her an admiring glance. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, I'm sure she gets plenty of male attention. "I was so happy to get your call. she says. "I'm sorry I haven't been in touch. Please don't apologise. I think about your sister every day." She wrings her hands, and I give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sarah was the one who reported Amy missing. Dad said she tortured herself for not doing it sooner. It was only discovered later that Harry's father went missing the same day as Amy. Like Amy, he disappeared without a trace. It was intense when the search and the investigation were at full speed. Then, after several days of press coverage and the police making no progress, we realised everything had led to a dead end. The way Sarah kept in contact with Mum and Dad really touched me. I mean, she was only 19 herself. Throughout the first year, Sarah phoned them often, and after she remembered important dates, like Amy's first day at uni and Amy's birthday. Sarah came to Mum's funeral and then to Dad's. "I never thanked you for keeping in contact with Mum and Dad like you did. It was really precious to them, but I don't expect you to do the same for me." "I know. You've been so brave." She takes my hands and scans me from head to foot. "I'd forgotten how different you are to dear Amy." That's another thing I've always liked about Sarah. She never shied away from using my sister's name. Many people couldn't face saying it. That happens, you know, when people believe someone is dead. Sarah flicks her hair and a couple of male students practically drool. "Let's go to a coffee shop. It'd be nicer than staying on campus," she says. "Can we first visit the library?" "Why? There's nothing to see there," she says. The library is where Sarah works. She's now second in charge. I shrug. You know, just curious. Sarah nods, realising what it is I want. Amy studied there a lot, and she told us she had a favourite seat overlooking the inner courtyard. It doesn't matter to Sarah I'm here 5 years later. There's no judgment or morbid curiosity about my request. I'm grateful for that. The psychology section hasn't changed. Even the desks haven't moved, so I can take you to where she liked to sit. She always spent much more time there than me. Sarah shows me where her office is, and then we head to the 4th floor. I'm surprised it's so busy. When we reach Amy's spot, it's occupied by a curly-haired guy. He's got earbuds in and his attention is glued to his laptop. I skirt behind his chair. He doesn't seem to mind, though I'm definitely encroaching on his space. Down below, the courtyard Amy described in her letters is full of students hanging out, chatting, staring at their phones, snacking. "Looking for someone?" the curly-haired guy asks. He's taken out his headphones. "Yeah, my sister." "Right." He drawls it out like it's his opening line for a pickup. Sarah takes my elbow and guides me away. "Come on. Do you fancy cake? I know a great place." After Amy disappeared, the not knowing almost killed me. As far as we knew, Amy had little connection to the second missing person. I dropped out of school, and I'm not proud of how I fell in with a bad crew. Anyway, that's behind me now. At Penelope's Parlour, which Sarah tells me is the best coffee house in the city, the waiter who comes to our table gets my immediate attention. With a tight t-shirt and a cheeky grin, he's definitely my type. If I'm honest, I've been on my own for far too long, and sometimes it gets to me. I just haven't been able to invest in a proper relationship. Not until I know the truth. When I give my order, his eyes crinkle as he smiles at me, but the look he throws Sarah's way is downright seductive. Lucky her. Once we've ordered, Sarah gives herself an insulin shot. I'd forgotten she was a diabetic. She chats to me about her new apartment and her boyfriend, and I zone out a bit and enjoy the most scrumptious cheesecake I've ever tasted. By the time it's all gone, I'm wondering when she's going to ask the difficult questions, or whether she will. She's on her second cup of coffee by the time she plucks up courage. "What made you visit?" she asks. "I mean, is it really good for you coming here?" I've always had the feeling I wanted to live close by. Not knowing if I could face it was the only thing that stopped me. Clunk. She puts down her cup, spilling dark liquid into the saucer. Live close by? What do you mean? I've moved here. I'm looking for a job in the city. Her eyes widen. That doesn't sound like a good idea. You've got to move on in life. Wouldn't it be better to make a fresh start, somewhere new? I can't. She sighs. Oh, Fiona. Coming to the city seems like something I have to do. Probably I'm stirring things up for her too, which I'm sorry for. Dad said it ate at her inside, how she'd not noticed sooner that Amy was gone. She blamed herself. Has she ever totally recovered? Probably not. Where are you staying? She finally asks. I lie and tell her I'm renting in another neighbourhood far from the Meachams. There's no need for me to make Sarah pass out with worry, is there? One thing, though. I've changed my name. I'm Fiona Hunt now. Please don't tell a soul who I am. She seems bemused. Leaning across the table, I take her hand and squeeze it. I couldn't stand the media finding out, or anyone who remembers Amy. Promise me, Sarah. Nobody must know who I am. Dad said she was emotionally fragile, and I feel a bit guilty putting on the pressure. She bites her lip. Okay. Thank you, I say. It will be our little secret. Chapter 6. I've struggled back with 2 big shopping bags, and I'm pretty pleased with myself. It's nice to have fresh fruit. I munch into an apple and arrange my new crockery on the counter by the fridge. I pack my shelf with pasta sauces and rice. I've also risked buying cheese and chicken. I hope they don't spoil in the not very efficient fridge. I plan to use the chicken tonight, so that should work out. Cooked leftovers won't go off so easily. I'm used to managing on a budget. After Amy, the farm started slipping into debt. Then my mum died and my dad lost the plot. When Dad passed, I inherited the farm. I did a deal with the banks, and once they'd taken their share, there wasn't much left. I keep half the money for Amy. I've always managed to find odd jobs, and that's how I scrape by. It's late afternoon, and the house is quiet. Keith must still be at the day centre. What about Mrs. Meacham? I throw my apple core in the bin and tiptoe along the hallway. Mrs. Meacham's rooms are nearer to the kitchen than to the lounge. There's no radio or television sounds. Several doors are closed on the ground floor, including the pale blue one to the lounge. Mrs. Meacham, are you there? I wait, then call a second time. Nothing. I tap softly on the pale blue wood. The handle is worn. Easing the door open, I slip inside. There's no ticking clock and no sounds filter from the street. Although everything is old in here, there's no dust. The bookcase doesn't have a speck on it, and neither do the pictures. Now I see there's a progression to the photographs. The children start out as babies, and they end up as young children. I'm guessing the boy is Keith. He's got the same stocky frame as the Keith I know. Keith isn't smiling in any, but the little girl is. Even in the baby pictures, she looks bright and happy. The older she gets, the more she resembles Amy. It's not only her hair and eyes. Amy was vibrant too, full of laughter. So is the girl Keith's sister? I've picked up a photograph of her on her own when there's a warning creak from the direction of the door. Shit. I leap and take cover behind the sofa. It's a 3-seater, so unless whoever it is makes a tour of the room, they won't know I'm here. I hope I lined the photograph up neatly like it was. The sofa has short feet. Peering underneath, I see Mrs. Meacham's shoes. Dust goes up my nose. I hold my breath, forcing back a sneeze. It's a lovely day, Mary Beth, Mrs. Meacham says. The sofa creaks as she sits down. Then there's a clink of a cup and saucer. Okay, so she's having a cup of tea. Who is she talking to? There's only us two here. I'm uncomfortable, but don't want to move in case the floor gives me away. Sipping and swallowing sounds tell me Mrs. Meacham is working her way through her drink. It's slow progress, and I wonder how long I've got to crouch here. She chuckles. There are piles of leaves everywhere. I know how you love to play in them. Children play in leaves, and from her tone of voice, it's like Mrs. Meacham is talking to an imaginary child. More dust threatens to bring on a sneeze, and I've got pins and needles in my foot. Closing my eyes, I try to relax. I've got something special to tell you. You'll never guess, she says. Silence. You won't be alone much longer, because I've found a new girl. What the hell? Her name's Fiona. My eyes spring open. Mrs. Meacham puts down her cup. She's your new playmate. I'll bring her to you soon, my darling. Chapter 7. Although Mrs. Meacham doesn't say anything more to the imaginary child she's calling Mary Beth, it takes ages for her to finish her tea. Once she finally leaves, I stretch my legs and massage out the numb parts. Who is Mary Beth? And what Mrs. Meacham said about me being Mary Beth's new playmate is downright bizarre. I sneak to the kitchen. That's where I am when Keith comes home, cooking a huge pot of pasta and sauce which will last me days. Keith lumbers into the kitchen and makes himself toast. I'm glad I wiped away the crumbs from the slice I just ate. He's got a laptop with him. Taking his plate to the table, he opens up his computer. I've seen him using it to communicate with his mother. Maybe I can persuade him to communicate with me. Hi, Keith. Did you have a nice day at the centre? He ignores me and slathers jam onto his toast. It was a fun day at university, I say. I'm not used to being around so many people, though everyone is really nice. His eyes stay fixed on the screen. If you don't mind me asking, I was wondering about the photographs in the lounge. Keith's shoulders tense. He stops tapping at his keyboard. I'm not being nosy, but your mum took me there yesterday. Is that you and your sister in the pictures? Keith's hands curl into fists on the table. Is it you and your sister? Is her name Mary Beth? Keith jumps to his feet and hurls his plate. Crash. Bits of china fly everywhere. He didn't aim it at me. Even so, I shield my face and cower, my heart beating fast. Keith is frozen in place, glaring at the damage, and I'm about to apologise for my questions when Mrs. Meacham rushes in. What's going on? Keith's fists are still clenched, and he's breathing heavily. I felt threatened when Keith jumped up, but he didn't turn his anger towards me. Still, I can't help but be concerned for his mother, who seems incredibly frail as she hurries to his side. A swing of one huge arm of his, and she'd be on the floor. I think I might have said something wrong. I didn't mean to. It's not you, dearie. Keith gets tired and hungry at the end of the day. He needs his quiet time when he gets home. It's noisy on the bus and he gets wound up. She strokes her son's arm. Let's clear up this mess and get you something to eat. Keith nods and he goes to the cupboard and brings out cleaning supplies. His bad mood has evaporated as quickly as it came. I'll let you clean up. How about cottage pie? She turns her attention to me. Are you all right? You seem shaken. I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry. I should have been here when Keith arrived. He's not usually irritable. She lifts the lid of the freezer. Why did you throw that plate, dear? Keith doesn't glance up. I know it's wrong of me not to tell Mrs. Meacham I was asking about the pictures, and that's why Keith got upset. But I'm here for Amy, not for them. That smells lovely, Fiona, she says. What are you making?" "Chicken Alfredo. I'm doing a batch." "Lovely. Me and Keith don't do home cooking anymore, and we rely a lot on ready-made meals. They're so convenient." Their chest freezer sits in the corner. Rooting around inside, Mrs. Meacham pulls out some dinners. She pops one of them into the microwave. "Keith has a proper lunch at the centre. A couple of these do the trick in the evening." My preparations have got to where the sauce needs my attention, and I concentrate on stirring. Meanwhile, Keith has been pretty efficient at sweeping up the mess. He washes his hands and then puts more bread on to toast. Once the Alfredo is ready, I pull it off the heat and go to get my plate. There's a ping from the microwave. "Dinner's ready, dear," Mrs. Meacham says. As Keith joins his mother at the table, I'm back at the stove, heaping up my plate. I slide onto the bench next to Mrs. Meacham. The tension of earlier has disappeared, and Keith tucks into his dinner. I'm really hungry too. Taking a huge forkful, I push it into my mouth, and almost gag. Keith stops munching and stares at me. My food is full of chili. It burns my mouth. But I didn't put any chili in. Someone must have added it to the pan. Pepper sauce or dried chili, I don't know which and I don't care. It must have been Keith. He must have passed by the stove, and he was clever about it too, because he tampered with it in the few moments I took to fetch my plate. My eyes water as I force myself to swallow. Keith's expression is unreadable. I fetch a glass of milk to soothe my poor mouth. Mrs. Meacham is daintily prodding at her ready meal, oblivious to what's happened. Why don't I yell and accuse Keith and make a performance of scraping the whole lot into the bin? Because he wants a reaction. He wants me to be angry. So I won't be. I'll carry on as if nothing happened. Never in a million years would I let on how upset I am that I've wasted so much money, that I'll probably have to live on bread and baked potatoes for the rest of the week. I don't know what Keith's game is, but it will take much more than that to get the better of me. Chapter 8. I slept badly last night. It was being in Amy's old room. Maybe my tough skin isn't as thick as I thought it was. I get dressed and go downstairs. Mrs. Meacham is at the table, drinking her morning cup of tea. "Hello," I say. "Good morning, Fiona. I hope you slept well." "Like a baby." Keith comes into the room. He heads straight to his toaster and slots in a couple of slices. As I pour milk onto my cereal, I realise Keith might have tampered with my other foodstuffs too, so I'm cautious taking the first mouthful. Luckily, it's normal. Keith seems at ease. I don't get any acknowledgement, but there's no animosity directed my way. I have a small pang of conscience. Is it possible I've misjudged him? Maybe he put chili in my pasta by accident. I mean, I'm presuming foul play, but maybe he likes cooking and he added ingredients to the pan without realising it would be a disaster. There's a slim chance that's what's happened. Very slim. It would be nice to have a radio in here. A television would be even better, though I'm guessing that's not possible. Mrs. Meacham lives on the minimum if the house is anything to go by. Just as Keith is finishing his second slice and I'm making myself coffee, there's a ring at the door. A few minutes later, Harry strolls in with a big smile. I've told myself to stay detached, but today he looks even more handsome. He's wearing a shirt and nice trousers. I didn't have him down as a businessman. I give myself a stern reminder that I absolutely must not fall for anyone from this family. "Morning, Auntie Edith," Harry says. "Hello, Keith. Hi, Fiona. How's everyone doing?" As Harry's gaze turns on me, blood rushes to my head. His eyes twinkle, and for a moment it's as if it's just the two of us. Then reality slams in. Get a grip. You're here for a reason. Stay focused. Keith has grabbed Harry's arm, and he's demanding his cousin's attention. "What is it?" Harry asks with a smile. "Have you got something to tell me?" Keith's laptop is on the table, and he types out a message. His fingers move quickly. Okay, so he's adept. Harry reads and then laughs. "Oh yes, I'd think that too," he says. I like Harry's voice. He doesn't let on what Keith wrote, and my curiosity is totally piqued, but of course it's a private conversation. "Come on then, Keith, let's get moving," Harry says. "And Fiona, remember I'm free for a tour. I know the good places, and the ones to avoid." "Thanks for the offer." Again. I raise an ironic eyebrow. Harry grins, and he's about to carry on the chat when Keith stands between us. It's not very subtle. Is Keith jealous? "Yeah, mate, you're right," Harry says. "We need to hit the road." Once they're gone, I sip my drink. I'm pining for a piece of toast, and knowing it's off limits makes me want it even more. Mrs. Meacham digs a packet of biscuits out of the top cupboard, and the sleeve of her cardigan slips. I gawk. There's a bruise on her forearm, purple and massive. I'm sure it wasn't there yesterday. How did she get it? I'm about to ask what on earth happened when Mrs. Meacham tugs down her sleeve. Her hand clamps to cover the bruise, and she's uncomfortable. I've seen it. Why? Something tells me it's better not to ask. Chapter 9. The rental agency might be a good place for gathering information about the Meacham family. I find it on the main street between a bank and a jewellery store. I've added a warm jumper over my dress because there's a definite autumn crispness to the day despite the sunshine. The agency windows are full of announcements for upmarket properties. Mrs. Meacham's is so run down, it's surprising that hers is on their books. The door swings closed behind me, and the staff team, who are smartly dressed and huddled around the coffee machine, swivel in my direction. It's a woman who breaks away. "Hello, I'm Jamila. Can I help you?" Jamila's chic in her blouse and skirt. I tell her I'm the new tenant at Mrs. Meacham's, and the house is more run down than I'd thought it would be. She takes me to a desk in the open plan area, and she's soon tapping at her keyboard. "I'm sorry. We can look at other properties if you like, and if you feel you want to make a complaint, I see that one's overseen by Mr. Cartwright. He owns the agency. Would you like me to contact him?" "No, that's all right. To be honest, I can't afford much better, though I was wondering, do you know much about previous tenants? I don't think Mrs. Meacham and her son are used to having others around. Am I the first?" When we selected the room, Dad and I were informed about the Meachams, but Jamila doesn't know that. She reads from her screen and tells me Mrs. Meacham is a widow and her son attends a day centre. I nod politely. Then she says they haven't had a tenant for the last 5 years. She adds the previous tenants were male, except the last one. So apart from my sister, I'm the only female who's lived there. "Can I get you a tea or coffee?" Jamila asks. "No, thanks, I'm fine." I wait while Jamila reads again, and then there's a pause before she gives me an awkward smile. She must have been reading how 2 local people went missing, one of them being the last tenant. She doesn't relay that to me. I guess a police investigation would be bad for business, wouldn't it? She fingers her earrings. "If you'd like me to find you somewhere else, I've a couple of really nice vacancies." "It's okay. I took it because it's cheap. I just didn't expect it to be so Spartan." "I understand." There's a slight crease between her eyebrows, as if she's concerned about me. I suppose it's because of the history. "If you change your mind, give me a ring. New rooms come up all the time." She glances towards the entrance and brightens up. "Here's Mr. Cartwright now. Why don't you have a chat with him?" I swivel in my chair. Mr. Cartwright is shaking hands with the other agents. He turns in my direction and smiles. It can't be. It's Harry. You are not seriously telling me Harry runs this agency? Harry looks great. He's added a jacket, but it's not just his appearance that's got to me. It's his smooth manner. Even though I tell myself not to, it's difficult not to drool. When Harry comes over, I play it cool. No need for him to know how hot and flustered I am. "Good morning, Harry," Jamila says. "Hi, Jamila. How are you today? I see you're looking after my aunt's tenant. Everything okay?" Sort of, I say. Hi, Fiona. You look surprised. Of course I am. I'd no idea you managed this place. Harry laughs. He's enjoying this. Fiona was explaining she was a bit disappointed about the state of the house, Jamila says. I'll take care of this, Harry says. He gives Jamila a charming smile, and she giggles as she leaves. I'm not the only one to find Harry distracting. So, this is your agency. He laughs again. Don't you see me as the type? Not exactly. And you're a bit young. He puts a hand on his chest. Ouch. I shrug and remind myself again he's a prime suspect. Harry's charm offensive won't work on me. Why don't we go for a coffee, he says, and you can fill me in on your concerns. A few minutes later, we're sitting in a coffee bar and I'm sipping a hot chocolate. Harry has a donut and coffee. I tell him not to worry, that I had a wobbly moment and I understand it's a fair rent. I'm really sorry the house isn't up to standard. I've tried to get Aunt to upgrade. She's low on cash, but that's not the whole story. She doesn't like to change things. Softly, softly. Don't be too eager. He gives me another smile. Harry is going to be a real asset to me, and it will be easier than I thought to get close because he's such a flirt. I suppose a lot of people get like that. I stir my hot chocolate. Or is there more to it? The house is huge. The costs are high as well. Utilities and council tax. The best thing would be to turn it into independent flats. She'd make a fortune. She's renting to get income, but it's a fraction of what that place is worth. I sip from my mug. And what about you? How did you get to be running an estate agent's? My parents owned it. Then Dad went missing. I guess you should know the whole story. There was a young woman named Amy who was Aunt's tenant. Amy and Dad went missing on the same day. He wipes his hand across his brow. Nobody knows what happened to them. Wow, they just disappeared. Yes. When was this? 5 years ago. And no word from either of them since? Nothing. The police didn't discover any bodies or any evidence. That's horrible. It must be hard for you. Sure, and for my mum. We were desperate for him to be found. Of course. There was so much gossip and speculation. As you can imagine, most people assumed there was a connection between them. A connection? You know, sex and dirt. Either an affair or an abduction. Doesn't sound like you thought that. No way. They hardly knew each other. It turned our world upside down. It changed me and it changed my mum. Afterwards, she set off to travel the world. She was going to sell the agency, then I decided to give it a go, and Mum turned the business over to me. To be honest, I wasn't really doing much. That's some story. I know. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you'd have heard about it sooner or later. Mrs. Meacham hasn't mentioned it. It must have been terrible. It was. To be honest, it still is. I give him a sympathetic look. How did you manage? I had to keep going for Mum's sake. You just have to drag yourself through it day by day. It's the not knowing which is the worst. Tell me about it. But you stepped up. Good for you. Thanks. As for Aunt's place, as I was saying, she lives in the past. The disappearances weren't the only tragedy she's had to cope with. It's a good job she's got Keith to keep her going. I spoon some froth into my mouth. What do you mean? Without Keith, she might not have pulled through after the death of her daughter. Her daughter? Is that the little girl in the lounge photographs? Yes. Mary Beth was Keith's younger sister. She died when she was 3. A car ploughed into Aunt, Keith and Mary Beth. Keith and Auntie got away with scratches, and Mary Beth was killed on the spot. That's horrible. I know. I'm a bit younger than Keith, so I don't really remember. Poor Mrs. Meacham. She's never recovered. That's what I mean by her living in the past. She's kept Mary Beth's room exactly the same as the day of the accident. She doesn't want to make changes in the house, even when it's falling apart. And she still talks to Mary Beth as if she's alive. That's very sad. I know. And then the disappearances. It's been hard. Aunt's only interest outside the house is volunteering at the charity shop, so I was pleased when she decided to take another tenant. He grins. And even more happy it turned out to be you. I take a deep breath. I know I'm blushing, but it doesn't matter. It will help with my cover. Thanks, and maybe I'll take you up on that offer of getting to know the city, if you've got time. Absolutely. How are you fixed later? I'm tied up today, but how about tomorrow afternoon? Sure thing. Aunt will be pleased too. I raise an inquiring eyebrow. Harry shrugs. She wants you to be happy. When something has gone wrong before, it's difficult to not dread bad things happening again. I rub my arms. I hope not. I didn't mean it like that. Of course nothing is going to happen to you. I just mean she's a bit nervous. Is that why you've been coming around? No, I'm always there a lot. Keith needs to build his own life. That's why I spend time, to encourage him to be more adventurous. Though I give Harry plenty of encouraging nods, he doesn't say more. No matter. This is a good start. I finish my hot chocolate. The mystery of the girl in the pictures has been solved, and so has Mrs. Meacham's chat with an imaginary child. Although it doesn't explain why she said I'm going to be her daughter's new playmate. Like I said, I'm sorry the house is so run down. It's embarrassing. I haven't got the funds for anything better, so don't worry about it. Harry ruffles his hair. Aunt's lucky having someone as nice as you. I twist my lips sardonically, and Harry stares at my mouth. When he lightly touches my hand, it's clear I appeal to him. There's only one problem. His touch sends tingles of excitement up my arm, even though I don't want it to. Chapter 10. I spend the rest of the day at the university library. Mary Beth occupies my thoughts. There's the uncanny resemblance between her and Amy, and Mrs. Meacham talks to her as if she's alive. I can't decide if it's spooky, or if maybe this is an early sign of dementia. Or is it grief, and talking to Mary Beth comforts her? Let's face it, I've often talked to Amy. Okay, so I do that in my head, but why shouldn't Mrs. Meacham do it out loud? She had no idea I was hiding behind the sofa. Although, why would she tell Mary Beth I'm going to be her new playmate? That's bizarre. And yes, that is spooky. Harry told me about Mary Beth's bedroom. I think it's time to check out the rest of the house. It's quiet when I get back. Keith isn't home yet, and I call Mrs. Meacham's name a few times, but there's no reply. Is she out? Is she having a nap? I'll have to take the gamble. I start my explorations on my own landing. Apart from my bedroom and bathroom, there are 3 more rooms on my hallway. The first is crammed and dirty, cardboard boxes looking like they've been there since the last century, battered suitcases, one on top of another, cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. The other 2 doors are on the opposite side of the house to mine. The first is a huge bedroom that looks onto the street. There's nothing much here, an old bed with a bare mattress, a wardrobe and a dresser covered in dust, wallpaper from yesteryear. The next room is similar. I see what Harry meant when he said this place could be turned into independent flats. Next is Keith's floor. If I'm caught, coming up with an explanation will be tricky, but that's not going to stop me. I creep down the stairs. There are 4 doors, like upstairs, and one of them is cracked open. Wiping the sweat off my hands, I peer inside. It's definitely Keith's room, and it's cluttered. One wall is lined floor to ceiling with shelving, groaning with books, and so many clothes are scattered everywhere that it's difficult to see the actual floor. Snooping isn't in my nature, even though that's what I'm here for. I pull out a drawer in Keith's bedside cabinet. Papers, photographs and odds and ends. I give a quick poke inside and take out the top piece of paper. It's a letter, curled at the corners. Reading it makes me feel like a pervert. That's the problem when you don't know who's innocent and who's faking it. Some chili isn't enough to make Keith a suspect. Time will tell, and I'll come back if I have to. This is just the first reconnaissance. I slam the drawer closed. Checking out the room next door, I find a massive train track. This must be Keith's, and I can easily imagine him sending around the engines and carriages. On the far side of the room, there's an easel with a canvas angled away from me. It looks like a very professional setup, with pallets and paint stored on shelving. I tiptoe across the train track. Light from the window falls onto the canvas. I stifle a shriek, and there's a crunching sound because I've stepped on something, but I don't care. I'm staring at an amazing painting. This is worth the risk. I want to cry and laugh at the same time. It's my sister. It's not finished, but Amy is sitting by a lake, gazing across the water. She has a faraway expression, and I don't know how Keith could have captured her so well. It's beautiful, and it takes my breath away. Then I'm angry. What is Keith doing painting my sister? The other thing that unsettles me is that he started this recently. Why would he be doing this now? That's when I discover what I stepped on. It was a train carriage. Some of its wheels are broken off. Damn, it might give me away, but there's not much I can do to cover it up. I tread carefully back to the hall. There are still no sounds in the house. The rest of the rooms on Keith's floor turn out to be the same as upstairs, full of junk. I tiptoe down to the first floor. Amy's painting is playing on my mind, but I push myself to carry on. The first door I try is the one below Keith's bedroom and below mine. The handle is as worn as the one on the lounge door, and it might be a clue. It turns soundlessly. The curtains are drawn, making the room dim, but there's no mistaking how it's been lovingly decorated for a little girl. I can't help feeling sad. There's a rocking horse by the window, and the walls have a fairy fresco. The bed is neatly made, with a teddy bear propped against the pillow. He's saggy, as if he's old and worn out. He must have been sitting here a long time, waiting for a little girl who's never coming home. There's no dust and no cobwebs. I suppose poor Mrs. Meacham comes regularly to clean and to dwell. With care, I tour the room. It's like a shrine. There's a little carpet with a flower design, a wardrobe of children's clothes, and a child-sized brush and comb arranged on top of a dresser. The dresser is edged with a seashell design. As I run my hand along, I notice a compartment cleverly hidden. It's a tiny drawer lined with velvet. Hooking in a finger, I pull it out. My heart beats fast. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I'm not thinking straight since Keith's painting. I blink hard. My fingers tremble as I take out each piece. A gold bracelet, so tiny it must be for a baby's christening. A necklace with an opal teardrop, a gold chain, which leaves only one item. It's the one my eyes first fell on. A tiny silver duck. What the hell is my sister's duck doing in Mary Beth's drawer? Chapter 11. Amy has a secretive smile. I know I should be glad she has an exciting evening planned, but all I feel is envious. Does that make me a horrible person? I think it does. I mean, she's leaving in less than a week. Why can't I be happy for her? She spent half the afternoon curling her hair. It frames her face and makes her even more pretty. Now she's in front of the mirror in our room, putting on makeup. I'm lying on my bed, watching her out of the corner of my eye. The curls look nice, I say. Thanks. I've been making a huge effort to be nice. It's because I feel guilty. It won't make any difference. When Amy and Mum find out what I've done, I'll get the worst telling off of my life. Maybe I should go downstairs. That way I'll miss the crunch moment. But I don't care. She's going to a party with her boyfriend Luke. Luke has a part-time job, and the place where he works invited him and a +1 to their summer bash. It's going to be a grand affair in a private garden with a live band. I was so jealous, it made me feel sick. Luke is gorgeous and a really nice guy. They started dating this year. That's not fair either. He's the most admired boy in school, and who does he pick to go out with? My sister. I wish I didn't have these bad thoughts. To be honest, I'd hate to have a younger sibling like me. She's moved on to applying her lipstick. Don't worry, you'll get to do cool stuff soon, she says. Why does she always have to be so nice? I want to run away from my impending doom, but my legs are paralysed. I think it's terror. I turn the pages of the book as if I'm reading it, my hands slick with sweat. Time ticks by as she puts on the finishing touches. Then she stands and heads to the wardrobe. My heart beats so hard it bangs against my ribs. Amy, listen. As she turns towards me, my throat goes dry. I can't get the words out. What? She says. Her hand reaches out and opens the wardrobe door. I didn't mean to. It comes out as a croak. Didn't mean to what? The dress she and Mum bought for this evening hangs at the front. It's made of lovely silky fabric. Amy laughs in delight, caressing it as she takes it out. I want to gag. She hasn't noticed yet. It was an accident. She didn't hear me, probably because it came out as a whimper. Amy holds the dress against her and looks in the mirror. Then she freezes. It feels like all the blood drains from my body as Amy's mouth opens into a big round O. She screams. I'm sorry I wanted it to be mine. I'm sorry for trying it on and going outside and climbing the fence. I only wanted to twirl in the meadow. I didn't know it would get snagged on the railing and rip all the way up. I bury my face in my hands as my sister screams and screams and my mother comes pounding up the stairs. When she left, Amy hadn't forgiven me for the dress and we were barely talking. Or perhaps I hadn't forgiven myself, and that's why I ghosted Amy, just so she didn't do it to me. I had to learn about her new life from Mum. I never forgave myself for not chatting with her. Perhaps if I had, things would have been different. You know what? Dad told me afterwards Amy did forgive me, but by then it was too late. I'm on the bed at Mrs. Meacham's, with my arms wrapped around my knees. I didn't want to put back the duck I discovered in Mary Beth's drawer, but I made myself do it. It's an important clue, because Amy's bracelet was not among the items returned to us by the police. A while later, I realise I'm really hungry. Being here is going to take all I've got. If I don't look after myself, I'll never make it. I go downstairs. It's late. I heard Mrs. Meacham and Keith come back earlier, so I suppose they've already eaten. Now's my chance to get in a sneaky use of Keith's toaster. I know I shouldn't, but I can't resist. I munch my way through a few slices with peanut butter, then clear away the evidence. Keith and Mrs. Meacham are both early-to-bed types, so I'm careful not to be noisy as I make my way back to my room. Yawning, I pull on my pyjamas and go to brush my teeth. As I pull the light cord in the bathroom, I recoil, my shoulder slamming into the wall. Get out. It's scrawled on my mirror. The writing is childish, and as I wipe my finger through it, I see it's been done in red lipstick. I curl my fists. It must have been Keith. I mean, it's hardly likely to be my landlady. How dare he? But Keith has misjudged me, because this only makes me more determined. The duck and the message confirm there's something here to find out. Chapter 12. I meet Sarah for lunch in a lovely place with a view over the park. It's not the park with the lake where they thought Amy might have gone for a run the day she went missing. That's on the other side of town. Sarah would never be so insensitive to take me somewhere significant without asking first. In lime green trousers and a sleek jacket, Sarah is once again stunning. I give her a light kiss on the cheek. We've a window seat, which is nice. "How are you settling in?" she asks. "Not bad. I can see why people like the city." She sent me several texts inquiring how things are going. I'm sure she's invited me here to check I'm okay, though she shouldn't be concerned. I can take care of myself. There's a group of women jogging by, and my eyes trail them. Sarah's do too. One theory about Amy was that she'd been snatched during a run. My sister was a regular runner. At home, she was used to going on her own. Unfortunately, she kept the same habit in the city. Hundreds of people were questioned along the route the police thought Amy might have taken. Another of the police's theories was she got lost on the moors. One witness, a bus driver, said he'd dropped a young woman there, although he wasn't 100% sure it was Amy. The moorlands lie to the north of the city. Apparently it's easy to become disoriented when it's foggy. Though why would she go up there when she didn't know the area? Or perhaps she had been taken there by some pervert. I've walked the route from the Meachams to Amy's Park many times, first with my father and then on my own. The park is lovely and has a bunch of tracks, but it's always busy with walkers and cyclists. It doesn't make sense no one saw what happened. "You're distracted today," Sarah says, her voice soft. "Maybe I'm a little tired, that's all. It's nice to see you. You too." We chat about the menu and then Sarah talks about her work. But I'm not the only one thinking about Amy, I'm sure of it. She's on my mind as I eat my scrambled egg and veggie sausages. She's in the air when Sarah tells me a funny story about her colleagues. We manage to hold out through the main course. Then Sarah chooses a chocolate mousse. It's Amy's favourite dessert. "That looks divine," I say. "It is. Your sister's fave." Sarah offers me some. "Go on, take half. It's boring being a diabetic. I always have to be careful." "Are you sure?" She nods. "Certain. I know my limits. Enjoy it." I scrape a portion onto my plate. "Thanks." "Did your father tell you I saw a counsellor?" Sarah says. "Yeah, so did we. It didn't help." "Mine did a bit." She talked a lot about closure and about how it's difficult to get there because no one knows what happened. No body, no trace, no news. Amy was a missing person, then missing, presumed dead. Sarah sighs. "They searched everywhere. Our fellow students were grilled. Everyone was a suspect. I know it's heartbreaking, and I really feel for you and your family." There's a lump in my throat and I swallow it down. "And the other man going missing, that really clouded things. It was a mess. I only pulled through thanks to my boyfriend," Sarah says. "I'm glad you had someone there for you. I don't know what I'd have done without him. He's been a rock. We're still together. If anything, the tragedy pulled us closer." "He must be a special guy." "He is." Imagine finding someone who understood the pain and was willing to stick around. Though it's not surprising, given how attractive Sarah is. The last 5 years, I've had a few one-night stands, but there's been no one important in my life. I sometimes wonder what it would be like having somebody to kiss and to rely on. Lucky her. After Sarah and I part ways, instead of cozying up with a caring partner, I head over to the cathedral. The trees are a burst of autumn colour as I wait in the grounds for Harry. Chapter 13. I don't have long to wait. "Hey, Fiona." I squint into the sunlight. "Of all the places in all the world," Harry says. I laugh. This is where we agreed to meet, and if you're quoting Casablanca, I think he was talking about gin joints. Whatever, Nice to see you. You mean nicer than at the breakfast table? Seeing Harry in the mornings is becoming a significant moment in my day. He cracks jokes with Keith and has a warm and easy way about him. I'd be lying if I said there was no attraction between us. As far as I see it, that makes my job of getting closer to him easier. I just have to be deadly careful not to let down my guard. Yeah, he says, bending to peck me on the cheek. Much nicer. I blush and hope he doesn't notice, because I definitely don't want to be acting like some kind of overexcited schoolgirl. Harry falls into step beside me. An afternoon free so early in the term? I thought you'd be hard at it with lectures and stuff. I've given myself time off. Glad to see you're not taking student life too seriously. Definitely not. I'm exploring. Me too. I wrinkle my nose. You're not needed at the agency today. I passed by earlier. The place runs itself. They contact me if they need me. Lucky for some. I'm pretty occupied with my cottage. It's right on the edge of the moors. The view is fantastic and I love it there. But it needs maintenance. What kind of maintenance? The garden wall has collapsed, and I'm rebuilding it myself using old dry stone techniques. It's a big project. Being a farmer's daughter, I know about dry stone walling. You must like a challenge. Harry laughs, like this is the best thing ever. I guess. So, where shall we start? Bars? Restaurants? Clubs? What's your thing? How about you take me to your favourite hangouts? For the next couple of hours, he gives me a tour of the city in his car. He takes me past plenty of nice-looking bars and restaurants. He's a night owl and he knows a lot of clubs. He gives me the rundown of the type of music and clientele each attracts. Included on his list is Phoenix, the nightclub Amy liked going to. Phoenix used to be an old warehouse. Inside, it's meant to have a fabulous balcony where professional dancers gyrate on pedestals. The pit of my stomach goes cold as we drive in front of its blackened windows. Isn't Phoenix more of a student hangout? I ask. Sort of, but I love the vibe. Plenty of easy girlfriends too. He gives me a sideways glance. Not at all. I'm not that type of guy. Really? Don't take this wrong, but I looked up the missing persons case involving your dad. There was plenty of information online. Harry pulls up at the traffic lights. He stopped smiling. I hope you don't mind. Course not. Who wouldn't want to know more when you're stepping into Amy's shoes? Sorry, that came out wrong. I mean, living with Aunt. We turned down a one-way street. So, what's the story with your dad? There isn't one. He was an ordinary guy. He and Mum were devoted. They liked an easygoing lifestyle and going to see live music with plenty of good food and, yeah, alcohol too, but not to excess. They were more into each other than into having loads of friends. They liked travelling. Their favourite place was Thailand, and they were planning to sell up and move there. It was half a dream and half a plan. I don't know if they'd have made it. There were never any affairs, and Mum swore to me that she would have told me if there had been. Sounds like he was a regular dad and husband. He was. And then one day, poof, it all changed. Mum's convinced Dad was abducted and that Amy was too. Wouldn't the police have uncovered something? If it happened on the moors, maybe not. There are no dash cams and no houses. Except yours. The cottage was a peat cutter's lodge. There are a handful of them on the moors, but houses are rare. There's no planning permission. So not many suspects. Not many. The travellers were one possibility. There were about 50 caravans on the edge of town at the time. Some travellers were wanted for drug-related crimes, but the police didn't uncover any evidence linking them to the disappearances. I know about the travellers. My father went to see them. He said they weren't nice people, but he also said they have their own code and their own justice, and they told him attacking teenage girls would not be tolerated. So what possible reason would they have to harm Amy? The police found no forensic evidence at their camp. Did your father know the girl? We turn back towards the cathedral and Harry falls quiet for a while. He clears his throat. Auntie had a spell of illness and my parents were keeping an eye on her, so my dad met Amy at aunt's once or twice. But there was nothing between them. My father was twice Amy's age. He wasn't that sort of person. We pull in to park. Harry's breathing is more shallow and rapid than it was earlier. It must be the emotion of going over it again, even though he's doing his best to play it down. I didn't mean to upset you, I say. It's okay. Is there anywhere else you'd like to see? If I'm going to make progress, I need to shake Harry up. Any nice parks? I heard there's one with a lake. He hesitates. I like that one too, except... Except what? Oh, nothing. It's not far. Tell you what, let's leave the car and walk. Sounds good. We trudge side by side for a while before Harry speaks again. I often sit beside the lake with a coffee. I like quiet spots too. It's rural where I come from, lots of fields and woods. Where's that then? I lie and fall back on my cover story, giving the name of the place where my uncle lives, which is 500 miles from my village. But better than a park is a long walk on the moors, Harry says. That's the absolute best. We're soon arrived and strolling a grassy path. Harry tells me it leads to the lake and he falls quiet again. Up ahead, the water is silvery and calm. An elderly couple is feeding the ducks, and that's when I realise it's the same lake as in Keith's painting. We make our way to a bench and take a seat. It's a tranquil spot. You like it here then? I ask. No guilty memories, no pangs of conscience, no dark history of attacking women. Yeah, it's sort of peaceful. So, Fiona, is there somebody special in your life? It's a sudden change of tack, though the personal question doesn't surprise me because I don't have him as someone content to skirt the issues. He's definitely been flirting with me, and he's the type to enjoy charming women. From what I've experienced, he's pretty good at it, though I'm not naive enough to imagine he's seriously interested in someone like me. Sure, there's a spark between us, and I'm pretty sure he feels it too, but this is just a game to him. To me too, but for different reasons. Now there's a question, I say, arching an eyebrow. And you're not going to answer? I shrug. There's no one special at the moment. Then those guys at the university are missing out. Let me remind you, I haven't been there long. True, there's plenty of time for adventures. I hadn't imagined getting involved with him. It would be like playing with fire, but it would also be a very good strategy. He's giving me the cheekiest grin ever. I play it cool, stuffing my hands in my pockets, and the little skip of pleasure I feel inside, I even deny to myself. Chapter 14. The house always smells musty. Today, as I fight to close the front door, there's a distinctive odour. Gas. Shit, has my landlady been overcome? Is she lying somewhere unconscious? As I sprint along the hallway, the smell gets stronger. Mrs. Meacham is nowhere in sight. The stink in the kitchen is overpowering, and a hissing noise comes from the stove. I fight my way to it. All 4 hobs aren't lit, but they're turned on. What the hell? I cough my way to the door to the garden, holding my breath as I struggle with the lock. With this much gas, it would only take one tiny spark, and then... Don't think about it. I stumble onto the lawn and suck in deep lungfuls. It takes a few minutes to stop coughing. Probably that was stupid of me. I should have called the gas service, not take risks. I go back inside and call my landlady's name, and that's when I spot china fragments under the table. I recognise the design. It's Mrs. Meacham's precious teapot, smashed to pieces. Where is the old lady, and where's Keith? Mrs. Meacham, I shout, are you there? What if the gas got into her room? I'm about to march out to search the ground floor when she potters in. She's got a strange expression. Her eyes are shining and her mouth is stretched into a fixed smile as if she's delirious or over-happy, which is not at all her usual sad demeanour. When I got back, I found the hobs on. I could smell gas. There's nothing to worry about, dear. What? It's dangerous. There could have been an explosion. It occurs to me it was probably her who left them on. Did she get distracted or forget she'd done it? Perhaps it was Mary Beth. I must tell her again not to play with the knobs. Mary Beth is dead. I'm at a bit of a loss on how to handle this. Then Mrs. Meacham starts humming a tune, which sounds suspiciously like a children's nursery rhyme. Do you mean your daughter? I say cautiously. She gives me a sickly smile, as if I'm a child too, and I'm reminded of what I overheard in the lounge when she told Mary Beth she'd be getting a new playmate, which was me. You haven't met Mary Beth yet, but you will. Right. Why don't we have a nice cup of tea and wait for her? She'll be home soon. I've never actually met someone who is confused. Of course, I've heard about Alzheimer's disease and such like. Is this dementia? The best thing would probably be to call Harry. He'll know what to do. Good idea. Why don't you take a seat and let me deal with it? I say. I reach out a hand to guide her to the bench, and that's when she glances down. Oh dear. Mrs. Meacham clamps a hand over her mouth, and the slightly delirious expression vanishes. It's like a magic trick, as if someone snapped their fingers and the normal Mrs. Meacham came back. What have you done, Fiona? I came home, and the gas was on, and the teapot was already broken. Now, young lady, I don't expect you to make up ridiculous stories. I'm not. You should have the backbone to own up to your mistakes. I opt for accepting the blame, because it's in my best interests to not rile her. She's shaking with anger, and as I stare down at the remains of her husband's gift, I can understand why. Except I'm not guilty. As far as I'm aware, Keith is still out, so he's not the culprit this time. Did Mrs. Meacham turn the gas on? What about her acting again as if Mary Beth is alive? What's going on here? Chapter 15. When Harry strolls into the coffee bar, it lifts my spirits. Since the teapot incident, it's been hard going at the house. I've not managed to melt the frosty atmosphere between me and Mrs. Meacham. I'm doing my best to carry on as usual, but breakfast this morning was strained to say the least. Despite my efforts to ask her about the most popular mysteries and romance books, which is a topic she likes to chat about after her time at the bookstore. Harry's wearing jeans and a blue shirt, close-fitted and unbuttoned to show a peak of chest. I pull my eyes away. Thanks for coming, I say. My pleasure. I'm glad you texted. He orders a coffee while I spoon whipped cream from my hot chocolate into my mouth. Are you skipping class again today? He asks mischievously. Actually, I've plenty of free study time in my schedule. Only a third of my week is actual lectures and tutorials. There's a suggestive edge to his laugh. Free study. I like the sound of that. Today isn't for getting closer to him because I've some serious issues to discuss. Like, should your aunt really be living on her own? And is she completely doolally? From what I've seen, Harry cares for both of them, especially for Keith. I suppose it's due to Harry and Keith being so close in age. If I had a disabled cousin, I'd feel protective too. I toy with my spoon. There's something I wanted to get your view on. It's about your aunt. What's on your mind? Don't tell me you want to move out. Of course not. I'm joking. Hey, cheer up. Whatever it is, it can't be that bad. I'm not sure about that. Yesterday, someone turned on all the gas rings and didn't light them. When I got home, the place stank. They must have been on for a while. It was really dangerous. Harry frowns. What time was this? Around 5. Keith wasn't back, which means it must have been Mrs. Meacham. Aunt Edith? Are you sure? Yes. Maybe she took a phone call and forgot. Did you ask her about it? Of course, and she didn't remember. Actually, she denied it. Harry shakes his head. That old stove should have been replaced ages ago. It's got no safety features. With a new model, she wouldn't have been able to do that. There's more. Mrs. Meacham seemed not herself. She told me Mary Beth might have done it. Harry's eyes almost drop out of his head. What? I don't know how to describe it, but she was acting strange, smiling in a weird way, like she was lost in the past. That doesn't make any sense. I know. I mean, have you ever noticed her being confused before? If I hadn't come home, the whole place could have gone boom. Harry rubs his forehead. She told me you broke the teapot. She's upset about that. I groan inwardly. Mrs. Meacham is convinced I'm guilty. That wasn't me. It was already broken. Okay, Harry says. I wait while he stirs his coffee. She didn't mention the gas. Are you certain it was 4 rings? When you cook, you only use 1 or maybe 2, which she could have turned on and then forgot to light, but all of them. I'd thought of that myself and I don't have an answer. I'm positive. At first I thought it could be a leak, but gas was hissing out of the hobs. This isn't good. It was kind of odd how she snapped out of her daze and came back to the present. 1 second she was talking about her daughter, and the next she was herself again. I've no idea how dementia works, but is it possible she's ill? I don't know. I wish Mum was around. She'd know what to do. Maybe I should contact her. Harry looks crestfallen. I reach across the table and take his hand. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. You've helped already by stopping the place blowing up with Aunt Edith inside. Is this what happens when you get old? I honestly didn't have any clue there were problems. Harry sighs. Keith hasn't mentioned anything to me, although he might not have noticed. I nod sympathetically. I don't want to take advantage, but if you could keep an eye on things, just until I get hold of Mum. Of course. You think she'll come back? I'd really like to meet your mother and find out what she has to say about the past. She won't want to. There are too many bad memories for her. I understand. It must have been hard for her, for both of you, when your dad went missing. You can't imagine. I thought I was going mad. Mum couldn't handle it, that's why she left. I make sure my voice is gentle. Did she have any theories about what happened? That's the worst thing. Like I told you, we had no clue. The press was convinced we were lying and covering up, but we weren't. And you're absolutely certain there was nothing between your father and the missing girl? I know what you're thinking. An affair. That's the only thing which seems obvious, right? That's what everyone thought. But there's no way. Maybe you're blinded because he was your dad. Absolutely not. The media tried to dig up dirt too. They were rabid. They tore at our family like vultures. They were convinced he'd got infatuated. But they didn't find anything. Harry's holding onto my hand, and I can feel him reliving the horror. He's gone hot and sweaty. My theories don't stretch to an affair because that's not who my sister was. But an abduction? Oh yes, that's definitely possible. The cottage on the moors where Harry lives is where Harry and his parents lived 5 years ago. The police searched every inch of it. They brought in specialised equipment to scan underground because the parents had building work going on. It takes a while for Harry to calm down, and we sip our drinks in silence. When it's time to say goodbye, I stand and put on my jacket. Harry stands too, and he slips his arm around my waist and pulls me closer. I don't resist. It feels snug, and his arm is strong. Thanks, Fiona, for listening, and for looking out for Aunt. And I know it's deliberate on his part when he gives me a kiss that just touches the corner of my mouth. Chapter 16. The next few days pass without incidents. Harry has got into a routine of coming earlier than usual in the mornings. Now he has his whole breakfast with us. I suppose it's in case Mrs. Meacham has another moment. But she hasn't. In fact, she's been so normal, Harry must think I made it up or imagined it. Even though I'm certain Mrs. Meacham hasn't forgotten about the teapot, she's been mature enough to move on. If anything, she's a bit more cheery than before. I've caught her humming nursery rhymes as she potters in the kitchen, which only adds to my concerns about her mental state. I've got to say, it's really nice having more of Harry at breakfast. He always makes sure I'm included. Today, he made us all scrambled eggs. When he and Keith head off to the day centre, they haven't been gone long when Mrs. Meacham lets out a screech. My mug almost slips from my hand. Keith's forgotten his belt bag! There it is, lying on the bench. Keith's absent-mindedness surprises me. He has routines he follows religiously with no deviation. For instance, his breakfast. When he comes into the kitchen, he goes straight to the toaster. He puts in 2 slices of bread and he waits by the counter until they are done. Then he gets his plate from the table and puts the slices on it and takes them back to the table. Always the same, with the same plodding rhythm. I've wondered why he doesn't simply get his plate while the toast is doing its stuff. Most people would. The same with the butter and jam, which his mother arranges with the butter on the left side of Keith and the jam on the right, always in the same place every day. Keith takes 1 scrape of butter per toast, and he takes his time smoothing it out to his satisfaction. Then he takes 1 spoonful of jam. Never more, never less. Everything he does is slow and deliberate. Keith wears his belt bag down to breakfast, and it stays strapped on. He brings his laptop with him and his rucksack, which is already prepared, I presume, with his things for the day, and he puts them beside him at the table. But he never takes off his belt bag. We both stare at it. He'll be lost without it, she says. Shall I ring Harry and see if he can come back to pick it up? Yes, please, dearie. Keith will panic once he realises he left it behind. That bad? I call Harry, but it goes straight to voicemail. He's not picking up. Mrs. Meacham is walking to and fro in front of the window. She's muttering and getting herself worked up into a state. Don't worry. I can take it to him if you like. Would you really? That's kind. It's my day off from the bookstore, and I'd really like to put my feet up. No problem. How far away is the day centre? It's a bus ride, but not in your direction. Oh dear, at this time of the day it's going to be busy. It'll make you late for your lectures. I don't start until later. Why don't you give me the address? It's a way for me to make it up for her for the teapot, even though it wasn't actually my fault. Her hands shake as she writes the address on a scrap of paper. It reminds me how frail she is. Even though I wouldn't do it for Keith, I'm glad I've a chance to help her out. Keith's place is called the Wickham Centre. It's light and airy, and it's made an effort to avoid the feeling of being an institution. After I've spoken to the receptionist, I wait at the entrance, and I'm soon met by a vivacious young woman in an orange top and red trousers. They're shades I usually avoid, but on her they look great. "Hi, I'm Yvonne. You're here to see Keith," she says. I don't need to see him. He left this behind, and I told his mother I'd drop it off. When I dangle the belt bag, Yvonne widens her eyes. That's not like Keith. He must have been really distracted this morning. I nod, wondering when I can get away. How nice of you. So you must be the new tenant. Keith can't stop talking about you. I can imagine the nasty stories he's told. Even more reason to get out of here quickly. That's right. Could you give it to him, please? Yvonne is smiling like I'm her new best buddy. Keith would never forgive me if I let you go without him seeing you. It's so sweet how much he likes you. Is she kidding me? I'm so surprised I snort with laughter. Yvonne must have got her facts twisted. Keith hates me. He wants me out. Keith's in art class. They'll be taking a break soon. He'll be so happy if you join us for snacks. I think you've got me mixed up with someone else. Yvonne shakes her head so vigorously that her earrings jangle. Of course not. He's told us all about you, Amy. Chapter 17. Poor Yvonne. She thought I was hyperventilating. Perhaps I was. Anyway, it took me a while to recover from that sucker punch. Yvonne got me a glass of water and sat with me, encouraging me to sip it. I can vouch for her being a comforting presence. She must be very good at her job. After, I simply could not face Keith, so I made my excuses and got the hell out of there. Part of me wanted to confront him and demand why he'd told people I had the same name as a woman who disappeared 5 years ago. Yvonne knew all about my sister, and she was bemused when I told her Keith had lied. And why is he telling them he likes me when he hates my guts? It's a relief to have time already arranged with Sarah. She's invited me to her home. Though I'm tempted to confide in her about Keith, I don't. That would mean admitting I'd lied about where I'm living. I'd feel bad telling Sarah I'd deceived her. Her apartment is in a new gated complex. There's a communal green space in the centre, planted with shrubs and flowers. I walk past a shared gym with windows along the side. I didn't realise librarians earned enough to live in places like this. Or perhaps Sarah's family helped her out. To be honest, I don't know much about her, other than she was Amy's best friend. The elevator ride is smooth and fast. Sarah's wearing a pale blue dress which suits her beautifully. Wow, such a great location. Thanks. I was super lucky to get it. Before the building was finished, the person who'd put their name down for this apartment pulled out. I heard about it and got my application in at the right moment. The developers were desperate to get everything wrapped up. My feet sink into the soft cream carpet of the lounge as I turn in circles, admiring the decor. This is lovely. The lounge is open plan, onto a diner and kitchen, which are all chrome and glass and muted lighting. Will I ever own a home as lovely as this? I doubt it. I know you said not to bother with food, but I threw something together anyway, Sarah says. You shouldn't have. Don't be silly, it's my pleasure. Sarah has made a lovely lunch. My mouth waters at the sight. Looks to me like she made a lot of effort. I feel guilty because I can't invite her back to my place, can I? I can barely stretch to buying her a coffee and cake. Before we eat, there's something I want to show you, she says. I don't have many pictures, but perhaps you'd like to take a look? My heart beats hard. I can't help it. Whenever I think of Amy, it makes me feel all kinds of things at the same time. Sarah opens her laptop. Take your time while I get the rest of the lunch ready. My knees are shaky. I feel them give way as I take a seat at the table. Sarah is smiling her encouragement, but she's not putting on pressure. Bracing myself, I tap to open the album. I take a breath and swipe to the first shot. Here she is, my sister, who never knew how much I love her, how I regret not telling her, and wasting so much time on the hating. We didn't have the chance to get to the bit where we were simply glad to be sisters. Amy is happy and carefree. I can see it in her eyes. A bunch of pictures were taken at the campus. This man, who went missing at the same time, I say, what do you know about him? Sarah cuts fresh bread and brings it over. You've got to leave the past in the past. I can't. She shakes her head. I never met him. He came to Amy's lodgings a few times. Why would he do that? Amy's landlady was his sister-in-law. Do you know what Amy thought of him? What did she say? Nothing much. She mentioned it in passing, like you'd mention the postman calling. He was no one important. You didn't have any suspicions about him? None. That's the crazy thing. Amy hardly knew him. But he'd seen her. Yes, but if there had been a creepy vibe, she'd have told me. What about the travellers? Me and Amy didn't even know they were there. They camp on the other side of town to the university. I can't see how Amy would have had any contact. They came under a lot of suspicion, though. People said the travellers knew routes across the moors, which they used for drug smuggling, and maybe Amy saw something she shouldn't have. Do you think there could be something in that? Honestly, no. One thing for sure, Amy would have told me if she had any worries about a stalker or somebody following her. Perhaps. I've read a lot about perverts. You might say reading about them has become a hobby of mine. They're often people you would least expect, the ones who blend into the background. The missing man was also the father of a friend of yours, wasn't he? Harry. Sarah is carrying a bowl of salad and it slips. She manages to keep hold of it. Oops! Yes, Harry, Amy and I were friends. He wasn't a student, but we met him at the Phoenix. If you look in the photos, there are a few of Harry at the end. I move slowly through the shots. A set is taken on a night out, with Amy and Sarah dressed up and queuing outside the Phoenix. Then I come to ones taken outdoors. It looks like it was cold. There was a freezing wind. It was silly, really, going on a picnic. It was my fault, because I organised it, and I didn't want to change because of bad weather. You went to the moors? Uh-huh. To an old ruin. I used to go on picnics there when I was small. I'd forgotten you grew up around here. Do you like the moors? I used to, before. We both fall silent. Harry is younger than he is now. Amy's face is half hidden in her scarf. She looks tired. Despite the weather and her walking gear, Sarah manages to look as stunning as she usually does. Thanks for sharing. Would you send me copies? Of course. I wish I had more. She shrugs. Shall we eat? We pile our plates, or at least I do, and we munch our way through, chatting about Sarah's work. The dishes have a Greek theme: hummus, tzatziki, and an aubergine dip, all of which Sarah made herself. She's even thrown together a dessert. After, we flump onto the cream sofa. I am so full. Thank you, that was delicious. I think I ate at least twice as much as you. She laughs. Maybe. Small portions regularly work best for me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I didn't know you liked cooking. I didn't used to. It's difficult to enjoy food when I'm always monitoring my blood sugar. Anyway, I got into cooking for my boyfriend. He loves a homemade meal, and we really enjoy our cosy evenings in with a bottle of wine. I bet they do. What's he like? I flap my hand in apology, realising I might have overstepped a line, because, after all, she's not actually my big sister, though she's acting like she is. I mean, if you don't mind me asking. Of course I don't. Fiona, you mean a lot to me. I want us to be friends. She wraps her arms across her chest. Getting to know you makes Amy seem closer. And suddenly we're right back in the past. Her words bring tears to my eyes. I nod, not trusting my own voice. Sarah passes me a box of tissues. She's sitting at the other end of the sofa, and she shuffles close so she can put an arm around my shoulders. He's the one for me. and he's helped me move on in my life. I'd like you to meet him someday when you're ready. I know it might not be easy for you and me to be friends because of difficult memories, but I think it could be good for both of us. I sniff and blow my nose. I'd like that too. And one day, you'll meet someone special. I know you will. As I rest my head back, an image of Harry springs to mind. I try to push it away, but it sticks around. No, he is definitely not special to me. He's a target. But Harry's mix of dashing and funny and caring for his family is getting to me, even though I know it shouldn't. Chapter 18. I decide to walk home from Sarah's. It takes me over an hour, and the first part is pleasant as I go through the town centre. Then it starts raining. My umbrella protects me from the worst of it, but by the time I get back, I'm cold and my jeans are wet through. Night has fallen and the house is in darkness. Since the gas incident, my stomach clenches each time I come through the front door. I can't help it. Shaking out my umbrella, I prop it in the hallway. Time for a hot drink, and if I'm lucky, a nice piece of toast. Since the revelation at the day centre, any twinges of guilt I feel about using Keith's precious toaster have gone out the window. Light bounces off the tiles as I turn on the kitchen light. Someone has left the garden door open and rain slicks the floor. I'm about to shut it when something white outside catches my attention. It's like a sheet blowing in the wind. You know that thing they say, when people describe how their unconscious knows something is wrong before their mind catches up? I just know something is not right. As I hurry outside, rain splatters my arms. The white shape isn't laundry. It's my landlady. She's standing in the garden, hair plastered to her head and her dress soaked through. How long has she been out here? "Mrs. Meacham, come inside." She ignores me. I squelch across the lawn and take her arm. She's freezing cold. If she doesn't get warmed up soon, this woman risks going down with pneumonia. When she turns towards me, her face is pale and her eyes are distant. "Come inside. You're freezing to death out here." She fights to free her arm from my grip. "Who are you? Get away from me." "I'm Fiona. I'm your tenant." Is this another episode? I try to think. I read a bit online about dealing with confused people. I need to be calm and friendly, so that way she's more likely to cooperate. Apparently it's your tone which makes a difference. "I'm a friend. Please come out of the rain. It's nice and warm inside." "What about Mary Beth?" I lick the water off my lips. She'll be fine." Mrs. Meacham shakes her head and looks feverishly around the garden. Is she searching for her daughter? I'm not sure I can handle this. Should I call the police or Harry? My fingers close around the phone in my pocket. "Mary Beth's late. I'm waiting for her to come back with Amy." An icy frisson runs up my spine. What is this mad old woman talking about? "What do you mean?" "Mary Beth went out with her friend, Amy, and I'm waiting for them to come back." My heart thumps crazily. "You're waiting for Amy?" "Yes, they went out together." It takes a lot of self-control to stop me from grabbing her shoulders and shaking her to get the truth out, if there's any in there. Rain splatters my eyes and I blink it away. "Where did they go?" I know this is most likely a nonsense, mad ramble, yet I can't help feeling a spark of excitement. Somewhere in that confused mind of hers, does she know something vital? Might she know what happened? Her house was searched, her son was taken into custody. She denied any knowledge of Amy's whereabouts to the police, and here she is, acting crazy. But what if she knows? "Where did Amy go?" I ask. Mrs. Meacham stares at me blankly, and then her gaze snaps to something behind me. I yelp as a hand lands solidly on my shoulder. It's Keith. He pushes me to the side and I stumble. It took no effort on his part. He could easily have put me on the ground. Mrs. Meacham flinches as Keith grabs her. He drags her inside and I trot after them. "You're too rough. You're hurting her." As soon as they're in the kitchen, Keith lets go of his mother. She rubs the place where he gripped her. Is she going to have another massive bruise? Is that how she gets them? Keith locks the garden door. "Mrs. Meacham, are you okay?" When she turns to me, she's focused. I immediately know she's back in the present. "Fiona, dear, I'm fine. The rain caught me by surprise." "You should get warmed up," I say. "Shall I make some hot chocolate?" "What a lovely idea. Looks to me as if you and Keith could do with some of the same. Go on, Keith. Get changed into dry clothes." Keith is his usual plodding self. He dutifully leaves to do as his mother suggests. It's difficult to get it straight in my mind. My shoulder hurts where Keith pushed me. His grip on his mother was violent, but I can't work out if he was simply concerned. Or is it possible he's terrorising his own mother? I lean against the kitchen counter. The moment to find out more about Mary Beth and Amy has passed. Does Mrs. Meacham know where Amy went? Was she about to tell me when Keith stopped her? Chapter 19. Harry hasn't been able to get hold of his mother. He found out from a friend that she's trekking in the Himalayas and out of contact, which means we're on our own. Mrs. Meacham doesn't remember the episode in the rain. As for Keith, when Harry asked him about it, Keith denied it had ever happened. Luckily for me, Harry believes what I told him, or I think he does. The only part I didn't tell Harry was how rough Keith was with Mrs. Meacham, and I didn't mention the bruising I saw before either. It doesn't mean I'm not being vigilant, though. In fact, I'm keeping a close eye on Keith and how he treats his mother, and I'll be speaking to the authorities if I need to. There's a slight breeze today in the park. It skims across the lake and brings with it the scent of damp leaves. Harry is making me self-conscious about what I'm wearing. A dress with a frilly skirt matched with my high boots. We're throwing pebbles across the lake to make them do little hops. I'm pretty good at it, having had so much practice with our village pond. Harry is hopeless. He laughs every time his sink without a trace, doing no hops at all, while mine get to 7. Before long, we're both almost hysterical. I don't know why. Maybe we need to let off steam after all the difficult discussions about his family. Each time I stoop, my dress flicks up at the back, and I feel his glance of appreciation. Harry's attention is going to my head. He suddenly takes my hand and drags me away. We run, laughing our heads off at goodness knows what, and I'm giddy with attraction and excitement. Why shouldn't I enjoy it? Nobody said investigating was meant to be miserable. "Shall we go somewhere warmer?" he says, "and cosier?" The invitation is dangerous, but I don't care. As I tilt my face to his, he pulls me close. It's a passionate kiss. I wrap my arms around his neck, and he leans in. When I come up for air, I feel the biggest wave of happiness I've felt for a long time. It blindsides me. Harry was supposed to be a pretend romance, not a true one. "Where did you have in mind?" I ask. "How about my place?" My elation takes a nosedive. I've avoided the moorland since I came here. I don't even like seeing it in the distance. That green-purple smudge on the horizon gives me a horrible feeling, as if I'm about to have a panic attack. I think of it as a phobia, though. Of course, my real aversion is to finding out what might be up there. Hidden, discarded, buried. "Hey, what's wrong?" He lifts my chin with his finger. "Nothing. I'm not messing around with you, and I don't want you to think I am. I really like you." "I like you too." I pull away. But haven't you got a partner? I don't get involved with men who are taken. He pushes his hair back. I swear I've no one special in my life. You're not seeing anyone? Honest, I'm not. How about you? I'm single, and I have been for a while. He puts his hands on my waist. So, there's nothing to stop us. I kiss him again, and this time it's more lingering. I'd like to, but not near the moors, I say breathlessly. And not at my lodgings either. Have I put you off going to the cottage? Listen, I know a nice place in town. I'm looking after an apartment for a friend. We can go there. Your friend won't mind? Of course not. He's in Ireland on a new job, and he's an architect, so his place is plush. Harry holds out his hand. I take it, and he pulls me close as we walk through the trees. Harry was right. His friend's apartment is luxurious. Not that I noticed for several hours, because Harry and I were so wrapped up in each other. The physical side was red hot between us. Talk about an afternoon of passion. I've never experienced anything like it. I know it's wrong, but Harry makes me feel as free as a bird. Chapter 20. I'm watching out for Mrs. Meacham, in case Keith's behaviour towards her might be abusive. She can be odd, sure, but she's also vulnerable and might be in need of protection. I hang around to chat about my day at university, and I tell her snippets I've read on social media. I think she's starting to like our conversations. She never has much to say, but I'm definitely learning about people's book browsing habits and their favourite reads. They don't have anyone to help with cleaning or shopping. I'm not sure who does these things, because I've not seen Keith applying himself. This last week, I've offered to pitch in. Harry is doing more too. At the weekend, he drove me to the supermarket and we did an enormous shop. It's crazy, but we couldn't resist stopping by his friend's apartment afterwards for a passionate afternoon before coming home. Since then, we meet there every day and we text each other all the time. I've even spent a couple of nights there with Harry, and it's been wonderful. I'm trying my best to keep a detached, investigative mindset, though I know part of me is diving in deep with him. This afternoon, when I get back, I decide to make a cake. I ask Mrs. Meacham for a recipe, and she finds one she used to make for her family, a Victoria sponge cake. Mrs. Meacham sits at the table, giving me tips as I go along. It's nice how our relationship has thawed. I think she trusts me more. "That's right," she says. "Now you break the butter into pieces and mix it with the sugar." I'm more used to whipping ingredients with an electric mixer. "Keith enjoys a slice of Victoria sponge cake. I made it all the time when he was younger." Keith is still a mystery to me. Part of me doesn't want to think badly of him, and another part tells me to be realistic. At least I haven't noticed any new bruises on Mrs. Meacham, and when I scrutinise their behaviour, all I see is a devoted mother looking after her son. But then a lot can be hidden behind closed doors, can't it? Does Keith know how to make it himself? They do cooking classes at the Wickham Centre. Sometimes he brings home dishes and puddings. Their aim is to give people skills for living. When I dropped off his bag, I thought it seemed like a nice place. It is. Keith's happy there. It's thanks to them he's more self-sufficient. Once I've passed on, he should be able to look after himself. I wouldn't exactly describe Keith as self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. Would he really be able to cope without his mother? I've seen how he taps out messages on his laptop. Did he learn how to do that at his day centre too? I'm about to add in the flour and eggs, but she indicates with her hand for me to continue with more blending first. I get back to it, though my arm is starting to ache. Not there, but at the centre he went to as a child. Once they realised Keith would never speak, they taught him to read and write. He has a good IQ, and he communicates well. Most people underestimate him. I don't think Keith and I have hit it off. Please don't take it personally. It takes a long time for my son to feel comfortable. But meeting new people is part of life, isn't it? He has to learn to adapt. You can add the rest now, dear. Once I've blended everything together, the mixture drops from the spoon like it's supposed to, and Mrs. Meacham is satisfied. I spoon it into 2 round cake tins and pop them in the oven. Leave it for 25 minutes before you check, Mrs. Meacham says. If you peek sooner, they'll go flat. Right. I'm going for a little lie down before supper. Call me if you need me. I'm halfway through the washing up when the front door slams. Keith is home. His footsteps plod across the kitchen floor and he sniffs the air. It's a Victoria sponge, I say. It'll be out in a few minutes. If I was expecting Keith to be happy, I was mistaken. He grabs his laptop and furiously taps, then holds the screen for me to read. It's the first time he's communicated with me, and I'm wondering what to expect. Taking my time, I dry my hands on a tea towel. I can see what you're doing, playing up to my mother. His wording is sophisticated and to the point. As Mrs. Meacham said many people do, I'd fallen into the trap of underestimating her son. I'm not playing up to anyone. Though I am. I want to find out if his mother is keeping secrets about my sister. So he's not actually wrong. Yes, you are. Food shopping, making cakes. It won't work. The timer on my phone pings, telling me to take the cake out. The last thing I want is a confrontation with Keith. The cake's ready. Do you want to help me? We could do the filling together. His face is blank, yet I get the feeling he's full of emotion. Possibly anger? I didn't mean to patronize him by suggesting he could help me with the cake. Did it come across that way? I'm about to move towards the oven when he thrusts the screen at me again. This time, my breath catches in my throat. I know who you are. Chapter 21. I take a few moments to recover. Think about it. He can't possibly know your true identity. I look nothing like my sister. I have nothing in my possession or on my phone that would give me away. And my name is different because I changed it to my mother's family name. As they say, the best form of defense is attack. Why did you tell Yvonne my name is Amy? I didn't. That's not what Yvonne told me. She thought it was a strange coincidence I had the same name as the young woman who was living here who went missing. Keith is breathing heavily. He looks upset. He shakes his head and slams his laptop shut. Did you mess up Amy's food like you did mine? Emotion has got the better of me and I've raised my voice. What about the nasty message? That's a really good one, by the way. Did you do that to her too? I can tell I'm getting to him. What's wrong? Don't you want to talk about it? Keith is clutching his laptop to his chest. Come on, Keith. Don't hold back. You don't like me, do you? Did you not like Amy either? What's going on? I can smell the cake in my room. Mrs. Meacham hurries to the oven where the Victoria sponge is merrily burning to a crisp. I don't think she overheard, but how could I stoop so low as to shout at Keith? It makes me no better than some kind of school bully. I'm sorry, I say, and Mrs. Meacham assumes I'm talking to her. No harm done. It's a bit dark on top, but it'll still taste nice, she says. Keith knows I'm talking to him, but he avoids eye contact. Have I gone too far laying into him when what he did was pretty much harmless? I feel bad as he shuffles out of the room. Chapter 22. The morning after our argument, Keith didn't get out of bed. He stays there all day, and the same the next day, and the next. I'm convinced I'm to blame. Do I feel guilty? Hell yes. Mrs. Meacham tells me it's a burnout. She explains that when her son is like this, he needs total rest. Apparently this happens from time to time when things get overwhelming. She contacts Keith's doctor, who visits and spends time in Keith's bedroom. Then the doctor has a long talk with Mrs. Meacham. Afterwards, Mrs. Meacham reassures me Keith will come out of his down spell when he's ready. Of course, she doesn't know I screamed at him in his own home, does she? That I bullied him about the tricks he's been playing on me and accused him of setting up Amy in the same way. Is it me who's tipped him over an edge? My conscience is struggling with what I've done. To make it worse, Mrs. Meacham goes up to the second floor several times a day with a tray. I hear her on the stairs. She takes it painstakingly slowly and rests at each landing to catch her breath. She's turned down my offer to do it for her. The only person she'll accept to step in is Harry. He's been calling by more often, and he's given his aunt instructions to phone him any time if she needs him. Although we both know Mrs. Meacham has her pride, and she doesn't like asking for help. We're now on day 4 of Keith not leaving his bedroom. Mrs. Meacham is resting in her room, and Harry has just been up to Keith. When Harry comes into the kitchen, carrying the food tray his aunt took up last night, it's clear nothing has been touched. Is Keith starving himself? When is this going to end? Harry clears the contents of the plate into the bin. Don't worry, Keith will come out of it soon, he says. It doesn't sound convincing. I'm not only worried about Keith, I'm worried about his mother, I whisper. Auntie's tougher than she looks, Harry says. I get the impression Harry is in denial about his aunt. I guess he wishes things were not as bad as I believe they are. Harry still hasn't heard from his mother, so it's only Harry and I who know of the confused episodes. It feels like a lot of responsibility, and now we've got Keith shutting himself away. At least I've got Harry to rely on. He clears his throat. I'm sorry, but I've got some bad news. My stomach clenches. What now? What kind of bad news? I've got to go away for a couple of days. Oh no. When? Tomorrow. It's for work. I groan. And leave me here on my own? You're not responsible for my family. I feel I am. And I'm definitely the backup if something goes wrong. Nothing is going to go wrong. Keith's been like this before. He'll come out of it in his own time. So you keep telling me, but this is not a good situation. We just need to be patient. Keith gets emotionally overloaded. He's resetting his system. I make a skeptical noise. When did it happen last? Harry shuffles his feet. He's stalling. I cross my arms and wait. The last time was what I told you about, a few years ago when Amy and my dad went missing. Keith took to bed afterwards. Why did it happen then? Was Keith close to your dad? Not really. If you ask me, he was more upset about Amy. Why? What was his relationship with her? He liked her. Don't get me wrong, it was innocent. He liked her like a sister. And she looked like his sister too. Taking to bed is something Keith does when things are hard for him, and he definitely took that hard. Like all of us, Keith was grilled by the police without mercy. Afterwards, he didn't come out of his room for several weeks. Then one day he came downstairs and acted like nothing ever happened. Does he talk about these episodes once they're over? No, and the doctor said it's best to avoid doing that. And now you're going away in the middle of one and leaving me alone. This is different. There's been nothing to trigger it as far as I know. Except me shouting at Keith. Harry puts his arms around me.
I don't think it'll go on very long, and I don't have a choice. Like I said, it's a work thing.
Believe me, if I could get out of it, I would. I snuggle up to Harry and breathe in his scent. Relying on him has broken down the barriers I've tried to build. Really? I say. I thought about sending one of my employees, but I've been working on bringing in a huge deal. I'm the only one who can handle it. If it fell through, I'd be gutted. Okay, I get it. You're the one who's got to go. Thanks for being understanding. On one condition. He plants a kiss on my lips. Anything. First, we spend tonight together. I think I can manage that, he says with a grin. And then, you make it up to me when you get back. That's 2 conditions. And, I say, he holds up 3 fingers in front of me. And while you're away, you persuade your aunt to let me take the tray up to Keith's room. She won't like that, and I'm not sure Keith will either. She'll have to put up with it. He can't expect his mother to be running up and down those stairs for him. Harry nods. I'll do my best. On all 3 of them. Chapter 23. The next morning, I knock loudly on Keith's door. There's no response, and I call out to let him know I'm coming in. Yesterday, Harry told Keith I'll be the one bringing his food and drinks. Apparently, even that bombshell didn't get much of a response. The room is stuffy. I'd love to pull the curtains and fling open a window, but that's not my call. Keith has his back to me, with the duvet pulled to his ears. I put the tray on his bedside table. I've been told not to linger and not to question him about staying in bed. I'm sorry we argued. I didn't mean anything by it. Can we have a truce? His laptop is on the floor by the bed. It would be good to get a response from him, even an angry one. But Keith doesn't move, and I patter out, closing the door behind me. Today, I'm going to the moors. I have to confront my phobia because visiting Harry's cottage is vital for my mission. I need to check it out, spend time there and root around and try to trip Harry up. What I'm expecting to discover I don't know, or perhaps I dread to know. The edge of the moors is half an hour from the city. It's a vast space of open heath and peaty bogs stretching into the next county. There are designated footpaths along miles and miles of uncharted moorland. Walkers who stray off track risk sinking into a bog, many of which are treacherously deep. The other trap for the unwary is sudden fog. A sunny day can change with no notice, and it's easy to get lost. A dread surges in my guts every time I catch sight of the moors on the horizon. My fear has been weighing on me since I arrived,
And I know exactly what it is.
a terror of Amy being buried in some bleak and bottomless peat bog. But I need to go to Harry's. He talks about it often, and he's shown me photos of the garden wall he's rebuilding. I can't go there if I'm terrified, can I? For my first attempt, I've chosen a walk to a lookout point. It's a route from one of the car parks, and I can take a bus from the city. The lookout is recommended for debut trekkers. I've even bought proper walking shoes and a warm, waterproof jacket. It looks like I'm the only one heading out there. The bus driver gives me a cheery wave as he drops me off. When he reminds me there's no mobile signal, my stomach clenches. It's bright and sunny, but also cold, and I pull on a woolly hat and gloves. Soon I'm surrounded by purple heather. I suppose it could be pretty, in a bleak kind of way, if it wasn't potentially the resting place of my sister. It's an easy path to follow, and I trudge up a hill, my hands clenched in my pockets. When Amy went missing, hundreds of volunteers, many of them students, searched this area. My father took part too, and he told me about it. But they didn't find anything. Not one scrap of clothing. No sign or clue. Nothing. Harry's father was last seen at Harry's cottage, so the moors were an obvious area to search for them both. By the time the lookout point comes into sight, I feel I've been trudging for hours, and my stomach has tied itself into knots, although when I check the time, I've only been walking for a short while. It's not strenuous, but my chest is tight and it's difficult to get air in. I'm puffing and sweating. I know this feeling. It's the beginning of a panic attack, like I used to get after Amy's disappearance, each time I realised and knew she was gone. I might pass out. The thought makes the panic worse. It might have been stupid to come here on my own. Staggering and gasping, I get there eventually. It's a block of stone with a brass plaque on top showing a relief of the horizon. Points are named on the skyline. I sink to the ground, resting my back against the freezing cold stone. Dad hefts Amy's suitcase into the back of the car, where it lands with a thud. "What on earth have you got in there?" Dad says. He rubs his back and makes out like this is the heaviest thing he's ever lifted. Amy's wearing the emerald top she got for her birthday. She looks great. "Come on, love," Dad says. "We don't want to miss your train." I'm lingering with Mum in the doorway. Mum hasn't got much strength today. The cancer is taking its toll. I've been dreading this moment. Amy told me she feels bad leaving when Mum's ill. Of course, Mum told her not to be silly. She wants Amy to strike out and live life to the full. I hug my sister and try not to cry. She's really going away. I can hardly believe it. "Enjoy all those parties and late nights," I say. It's pretty much the longest sentence we've exchanged since the dress incident. She whispers in my ear, "It'll be your turn soon." I smell her hair and her perfume, and then she's gone. Mum and I are smiling and waving as if our hearts weren't breaking. As the car drives away, a huge wave of emptiness washes over me. She was going to fly. She was meant to have boyfriends. I imagined her drinking cocktails and hanging out with weird, bohemian, arty friends. I laughed at the stories Amy told Mum in her letters about the lecturers and their quirks, and how she tried out for the rowing, and how happy she was to get into the team, and how she went out with her new friend Sarah to find the best nightclub in the city. I imagined her dancing until the early hours of the morning. I thought of her going wild and her hair flying free as she laughed. I didn't imagine her sinking in a peat bog and suffocating, or being assaulted and beaten up by a psycho and ending up dead. Amy, where are you? "Are you all right?" A voice brings me back to the present. A woman stands over me. She's dressed in hiking gear and there are mud stains on the bottom of her trousers. She seems terribly concerned. My face is wet and I put up my hand to find out why. It's tears. I try to speak and instead sob. The woman fishes in her pocket for a tissue. She hands it to me and then glances behind her. A man stands close by and he looks as worried as she does. How long have I been here? I didn't hear or see them arriving. She crouches beside me. "Do you need help?" I shake my head. Every inch of me feels cold. "I'm fine," I croak. Of course, neither of them is convinced about that. The woman doesn't budge. Then they hang around and eventually persuade me to go with them to their car. On the way, they hover on either side of me. I suppose it's in case I collapse. The sun has got low in the sky, which means I've been at the lookout for several hours. That was dangerous and silly of me. If they hadn't come along, might I have been stuck up there the whole night? I end up accepting a lift to my doorstep. I mean, they look nice and very normal, so why shouldn't I trust them? Although, if I'm honest, since Amy disappeared, I've never really trusted anyone. Chapter 24. I wave goodbye to my good Samaritans. They were kind, offering me hot tea from their thermos and chatting with me on the way home to lift my spirits.
I feel a little better.
The house is quiet as I pull off my walking shoes. I'm guessing Mrs. Meacham is taking a rest. She's doing a lot of that these days. Perhaps I'll treat myself to a hot bath. That sounds like a great idea. Have I overcome my fear of the moors? Of course not, but I'm proud of myself for making a start at it. I walk towards the stairs and wonder if I remembered to buy bubble bath when a glint of silver catches my eye. Something is lodged by the skirting board. It's a teaspoon. Then I notice a slipper. As I go farther along the hallway, I discover a tray and smashed crockery. And then there are 2 feet, one with a slipper on and one with a slipper off. I gasp and flip the light switch. Mrs. Meacham is in a heap at the bottom of the stairs. Her eyes are closed and her legs are at a funny angle. I go cold. Oh my God, is she dead? Get a grip. Call for help. I fumble for my phone and contact the emergency services. Then, under their supervision, I feel for her pulse. Her heart is still going and she's breathing. I try to stay calm and tell myself it's going to be all right. While I wait for the paramedics, I hold Mrs. Meacham's hand. She's unresponsive, and this looks very bad. She must have slipped on the stairs. It seems to take ages for help to arrive, and I've plenty of time to fret and to ponder. I took up a tray earlier with enough on it for breakfast and lunch. Why didn't she wait for me to come home to take up Keith's supper? I told her I'd do it. And what about Keith? Her fall must have made a hell of a noise. Why didn't Keith realise? The ambulance crew checks her over. They say there's a possibility she has a fractured pelvis and they want to immobilise her before they get her on a stretcher. While they're doing that, another paramedic goes with me to Keith's room. I've contacted Harry, but he's not answering. I let the paramedic open Keith's door. It's cowardly, I know, but I don't want to be the one to break the bad news. To my surprise, Keith isn't bundled in his duvet with his back to the world. No, we walk in to find him sitting in the middle of the floor. It looks like he's mending one of the carriages from his train set. I feel a lurch of shame as I realise it's probably the one I stepped on when I snooped in his room. The curtains are open and the room smells fresh. Keith is fully dressed and he looks like he's showered. He uses his laptop to converse with the paramedic. When he understands his mother has had an accident, Keith is very upset. He holds onto the paramedic's hand as if he doesn't want to let go. The paramedic explains Mrs. Meacham has to go to hospital and he takes Keith downstairs to see her. I follow, and at the bottom of the stairs, the paramedic takes me aside. You said you're not family. No, I'm their tenant. Is there someone else we can contact? Do you know if Mrs. Meacham has relatives we should inform? I've phoned her nephew, Harry. He's out of town at the moment. He visits Keith and his mother most days. I'm a little concerned about the son. I'll contact his day centre, and they'll liaise with social services. Meanwhile, are you planning to stay in the house? This is my home, so yes, I'm staying. But I'm not cut out to look after Keith, if that's what you mean. I hardly know him. He doesn't even like me. Keith Meacham is listed as a vulnerable adult capable of living alone. What he needs is someone responsible to keep an eye on things, especially at the moment when he's distressed. All you need to do is alert the authorities if you've any concerns. It's a huge ask. I want to say no, but how can I? Okay, only until Harry gets back. Keith doesn't want to go in the ambulance with his mother. His eyes are big and scared, and he shies away from seeing his mum on the stretcher. I feel bad for him, despite our differences. Keith shuffles back to his room, and I watch as the ambulance drives away. Then I clear up the mess in the hallway. Still no reply from Harry. Why hasn't he called? And that's when I notice a ball of black and red fluff. There's a fistful of it close to where Mrs. Meacham fell, and I recognise the colours and the material. It's from Keith's dressing gown, as if someone had yanked out a handful. I hold it to the light. Wait a minute. I was presuming Mrs. Meacham slipped when she was on her way to Keith's room. But why would a chunk like that get ripped out? My heart thumps as the answer comes to me in a flash. What if she pulled it out with her hand? Because Keith wasn't in his room when she fell. He was at the top of the stairs. Keith is strong. If she slipped, he could have caught her. And he could just as easily have pushed her, deliberately. He could have pushed his own mother down the stairs, and she reached out to try to save herself and grabbed instead at a chunk of his clothing. Keith was dressed when we knocked on his door. Is it because he was trying to cover it up? It's a horrible thought, one which isn't good for Mrs. Meacham, and definitely isn't good for me, given I'm alone in the house with Keith. Chapter 25. Harry doesn't phone, and he doesn't text. I've checked my mobile about 1,000,000 times before he finally contacts me. I've been trying to get hold of you for hours. Where have you been? I'm sorry. I've been tied up in meetings. There's been an accident. I know. I read your messages and I've spoken to the hospital. They've done the x-rays and Aunt is conscious. How is she? It's not as bad as they thought. There's nothing broken, but they discovered her blood cell count is low. They're going to keep her in for a couple of days. I take a seat at the kitchen bench and put my head in my hands. Some of the tension drains out of me. I was in the middle of wondering how I was going to deal with Keith. Now I won't need to. It's a relief to hear Harry's voice. When will you be back? It doesn't sound like he's driving, but I'm hoping he's already on his way. I know he took his car, although I'm not sure where his important business was taking place. From the way he talked about it, I assumed it was out of town, but I don't have details. I have a couple of things to wrap up. I can't sort them until first thing tomorrow. I should be back by lunchtime. Lunchtime tomorrow? Is he kidding? I was imagining him home within the hour. Oh. I wish I could come sooner, I really do. Can you handle things? He's not giving me any choice, is he? Sure. You're an absolute gem. I knew I could rely on you. How's Keith taking it? Badly. He's frightened. Or was he? For all I know, he studies acting at his day centre. Maybe he's a pro. I'll text him in a minute. I wanted to check you're okay first. Why wouldn't I be? Unless Harry knows something about Keith I don't. I hesitate. Should I tell Harry outright it might not have been an accident? All I've got to base it on is a ball of fluff. Would I risk sounding unhinged? Keith needs you here. And so do I. I know. I've no idea what I should be doing. I mean, it's not like Keith and I have hit it off. Has he ever been on his own? Aunt and my mum used to go away for weekends. Keith can handle himself. In normal circumstances, maybe, but what about when he's upset? Don't worry. I'll talk to him and reassure him. Okay. Can you let me know how it goes? I feel strange being in the house on my own. You're not on your own. Keith's there. Exactly. Well, you know what I mean. You don't have to do anything, not even make supper. Keith can cook for himself. I'm not sure this is exactly the right moment to give Keith an independence immersion, but I don't bother saying it. Harry is clearly not going to budge on his plans. I ignore Harry's advice and cook up some macaroni cheese. Mrs. Meacham has made it a couple of times, and I'm sure it's one of Keith's favourites. At least I'll have done my best to get on the right side of Keith, even if he's got it in for me. The scent of it soon wafts around the kitchen. Maybe it draws Keith in, because it's not long before he wanders down. He takes a place at the bench, opens up his laptop, and starts typing. Harry called. Mum is sleeping. The doctors are looking after her. That's good. Would you like some supper? He nods, and I take a plate and dollop out a huge portion. As I push it across the table, I can't help noticing his massive hands. They could easily wring my neck. and those thick arms of his are capable of lifting me off the floor and flinging me across the room with ease. I pick up my pasta and take a few deep breaths. "Thank you." The words on his screen take me by surprise. "What for?" "For looking after Mum." "You're welcome." "You didn't hear anything when she fell then?" Sometimes my mouth just keeps going when it shouldn't. "I must have been in the shower." His eyes are downcast and they're glistening. "I should have gone downstairs sooner, but I was feeling like I was back to normal and I wanted to play." Though I scrutinise him, I've got to say he looks like there's not a deceitful bone in his body. Have I totally got it wrong? "It's not your fault." "Yes, it is. If I hadn't been staying in bed, Mum wouldn't be doing the stairs." He sniffs, and despite the fact that he's an adult, for a moment he's a forlorn little boy. I can't help feeling sorry for him. "She didn't blame you, and you shouldn't either. Tell you what, how about we get a dessert from the freezer? Do you want to pick one out?" "You do it." "Okay." I choose a strawberry cheesecake, which I know is one of his favourites, and we eat in silence. That night, I can't get to sleep. Part of me is listening for Keith's footsteps on the stairs as I imagine him coming to harm me. I've my hand resting on my phone in case, and the lampstand close by as a solid weapon. But thinking the worst of Keith doesn't fit with how he was at supper. It's impossible to work out the truth. Did Keith push his mother, or is he genuinely remorseful that he didn't hear her fall and is now blaming himself? Chapter 26. The next morning, when Keith doesn't come down to breakfast, a warning goes off in my head. He's always on time to the table, because otherwise he'll be late to the day centre. Harry isn't taking him today, but he sent me a message saying the centre's bus is going to pick Keith up. So where is Keith? I imagine all sorts of bad things that might have happened to him, all of which I will be responsible for. I call up the stairs. No answer. I take the steps 2 at a time, shouting his name. No response. So I fling open every door on his floor. Keith is nowhere to be seen. On the first floor, I do the same, including Mary Beth's room. It's been a while since I came in here, but I can tell her teddy bear has been moved because it's no longer dead centre of the pillow. By the time I go back downstairs, I'm working myself into a frenzy, and that's when I hear a muffled sound. It's coming from the lounge. Of course, the one place I didn't check. I knock and open the door slowly. Keith is sitting on the sofa, bent in two, crying his heart out. There's a box of tissues on the coffee table, and I pass him a handful. "It's all right. Your mum will be okay." He gives me a red-eyed look. Poor Keith. He looks like he's been crying all night. I sit beside him, but not too close. "I know you're worried." He's clutching a photo frame. Carefully, he places it face down on his lap as he blows his nose. "Did you get any sleep?" I ask. His laptop is beside him, and he opens it. "I was talking to Harry. He said he won't be home in time to take me to the hospital." This prompts more tears. "Okay. He told me he'd be back by midday. Is he delayed?" Keith nods miserably. "I'm scared to go on my own." "What about the day centre? Isn't the bus calling for you soon?" "Maybe somebody from the centre could go with Keith. I've no idea if they do that kind of thing, but surely they'd know someone who would." "I cancelled it. I don't want to go in. I want to see Mum. I asked Yvonne if she could take me, and she said she's not allowed." Keith starts crying again, and he turns over the photograph to show me. It's him and his sister. As tears plop onto the glass, I dab them away with a tissue. "Who's this?" "Me and my sister, Mary Beth." I didn't know you had a sister. Okay, so it's a lie, but it's not one which will do any harm. Mary Beth died. I'm sorry. What if Mum dies too? The doctors are looking after your mother. Nothing is going to happen to her. It was my fault. More tears plop down, this time onto the screen of his laptop. They roll across the glass. We talked about this yesterday. Your mother's accident wasn't your fault. Or was it? I meant my sister. I lost my temper. Mum was trying to calm me down instead of looking after Mary Beth. Then the car hit her. It's not the version of the story Harry told me, but it's clear Keith blames himself for his sister's death. You were a child, Keith. It's not your fault. It was the driver's fault. Mary Beth, and now Mum. I'm to blame. Does he mean because he was in bed, or because he pushed her? But I've got to be honest, the Keith in front of me doesn't seem capable of harming anyone, least of all his own mother. You mustn't think like that. He shakes his head so dejectedly that I crack. Why don't we go together to the hospital? You and me go to see Mum? Yes. Would you like that? He nods, and I'm genuinely pleased I can help. I mean, poor Keith. And he's got to get out of that negative thinking, or it will be bad for him. That's my problem. I'm always such a sucker for a sad story. Chapter 27. The hospital is huge. Keith is bemused with all the people bustling to and fro. It's hard enough for me finding my way and navigating to the right department and the right room. On his own, Keith wouldn't have stood a chance. He's dressed up for the visit in a flowery shirt with an arty-looking waistcoat, which suits him. The nurses are really nice to us. They take Keith to see his mother while I sit in the waiting area. How is Mrs. Meacham doing? I ask. She's doing fine, but the doctors are concerned about her general health. They want to do some tests. It's nice of you to come with her son. She's been worried about him. Keith keeps blaming himself. To be honest, I'm a bit worried about him too. The nurse nods sympathetically. Perhaps talking to her will perk him up. You know, I was wondering about the bruises on her arms, I say. Did you notice? Yes, she's taking medication that can cause her to bruise easily. The doctor didn't have any particular concerns about them, but if we need to know something, please don't keep it to yourself. I'm their tenant, and I've only been around for a few weeks. But you have concerns? I don't know. Mrs. Meacham is confused sometimes. There've been a couple of occasions when she's spoken to me about her daughter, as if the daughter was still alive, though I know she passed away a long time ago. I see. And the bruises? They seemed big and nasty, that's all. Thanks for mentioning it. I'll make sure it's passed on. A while later, the nurse goes to fetch Keith from his mother's room. I hover outside and catch a glimpse of Keith bending to kiss his mum goodbye. Her hand cradles his head, and they're both smiling as he leaves. She wouldn't want to see him if he were responsible for her accident, would she? I'm pretty sure that I got it wrong about Keith. Do I feel bad about that? Yes. But Amy has to be, and will always be, my first priority. Ever since seeing his mother, Keith is different. Back at the house, he tells me he wants to make food for both of us. I sit at the table while he shuffles back and forth. It's cheese on toast, so not super complicated. Still, I don't want to risk him burning the place down or harming himself on the stove. He manages really well, and I feel a tad ashamed of underestimating his abilities. Harry was right. In his own environment, Keith can handle things. He proudly puts a plate in front of me. The cheese is bubbling to perfection, and the scent is divine. This smells so great. I made tons. There's plenty for second helpings. You're a star. I make a wicked shepherd's pie too. Maybe I'll cook that for us tomorrow. Mum told me to make sure I eat properly. 4 slices of cheese on toast later, and I'm completely stuffed. The atmosphere between us has changed. It's like Keith has finally accepted me in his home. I offer to do the washing up, and I'm about to go to the sink when Keith places his hand on my arm to stop me. I can't help flinching, but his touch isn't aggressive. In fact, it's gentle. There's something I want to show you. Okay. His hand goes to the pocket of his waistcoat, and he pulls out a photograph. It's worn at the edges and a little crumpled, as if he looks at it often. From the way he handles it, it's clear it's special to him. Keith holds it out for me. I suppose I imagined it would be another picture of Mary Beth. But it isn't. My palms are sweating. It's Amy. She's smiling at the camera. It's a lovely sunny day. In the background, I recognise the lake at the park. Who is she? Amy. Amy who? She was our lodger, the one before you. It's a nice picture. Who took it? I did. She was my friend. She's posing for him, relaxed and happy. I didn't know Amy and Keith were friends because she didn't mention him much in her letters. If only I had been messaging her, then I'd have known so much more. Are you still friends? That's not possible. Amy got lost and nobody could find her. That's sad. When I said goodbye at the hospital, Mum said something odd. Keith is giving me a strange look. It sends shivers up my spine. Mum told me she saw my sister. She said Mary Beth will be coming home soon. Mum's not well, is she? I mean, in her head.
Chapter 28. By the time Harry arrives, it's getting dark outside. Keith chats to his cousin non-stop. They go over the accident and then talk about today's visit to Mrs. Meacham, though Keith doesn't tell Harry the worries he has about his mother. Keith keeps slapping Harry on the back and wants to be close to him. I'd like to leap on Harry myself. When he walked through the door, I couldn't help it. My pulse raced. Harry gave me a peck on the cheek, and though I hate to admit it, I felt such a longing for his lips to be on mine, it burned me up. But I don't want Keith catching on to the connection between us. It would be really unfair, like I'm stealing his cousin and changing the whole dynamic. I'm sure Harry feels the same way. The tension between us is electric. I can see it in his eyes when he looks at me. I tell myself I can handle this. I can keep my distance and still enjoy myself. And I can be clinical because I'm only here for my sister. Maybe I believe it. I don't know. I'm being reckless, but all I can think about is how good it will feel to be close to him. Finally, the conversation turns to Harry's work trip. I wish I'd been here sooner. It was a nightmare not being able to get away, Harry says. Keith slaps Harry on the back. I bet. How did it go then? I say. I got the contract. It's for a new housing development. My agency has an exclusive deal on selling the properties. It's really exciting. Good for you. Thanks, Harry says. You're looking shattered there, Keith. It's been a stressful 24 hours, hasn't it? I don't want to be mean, but I would love it too if Keith went to bed. Harry is giving Keith a nudge in that direction, and Keith takes the hint. He packs up his laptop and says goodnight, not just to Harry, but to me as well. I've a little warm feeling in my chest for Keith as he potters out the door. He really has started to trust me. Harry doesn't waste time. He slams the kitchen door closed and pulls me against him. He feels so good, it's intoxicating. He kisses my neck and I push against him. Then we're kissing and it's passionate. If we don't get to my room soon, things risk going too far. Harry, let's go upstairs. I'm breathless, and part of me doesn't care if he flings me onto the table. In fact, I want him to. But another part of me is mindful of Keith. It would be the absolute worst thing if he returned to the kitchen and discovered Harry's hands up my dress. I can't stop. Yes, you can. Not here. I drag myself away, and we stifle our laughs as we race to the top floor. It makes it even more exciting. If I don't get Harry's clothes and mine off soon, I'm going to combust. It's hot and it's exhilarating, and I love every second of it. Afterwards, I'm content in Harry's embrace. I know this is getting dangerous. I've lost any distance I was keeping between us. Harry is toying with my hair. "That was freaking great," he says. "You're telling me? Did I tell you you're beautiful and funny and smart and kind? I'd like to take you to dinner, somewhere nice." He kisses me softly, "If that's okay with you." I'm a bit lightheaded. This gorgeous man is seriously interested in me, and he wants to take it to the next step, like we're in a proper relationship. I can't help wondering, if Harry and I could be together, really together without pretending, wouldn't it be great? The start of a new life I've been yearning for. Chapter 29. I can't stop thinking about Harry. His scent, the way he runs his hands over me, all sensual and hungry, his blue eyes gazing into mine. It's hard to concentrate. In the afternoon the next day, Harry picks Keith up and the two of them visit Mrs. Meacham at the hospital. When they get home, Keith makes supper and Harry eats with us. Keith doesn't recount any more strange comments from his mother to me or to Harry. After supper, Keith goes to bed early. That means Harry and I can spend the evening together. This carries on for a few days. Am I stupid to have got myself into this situation? Probably, but I've been dragging myself along half dead for too long. Whether it's wrong or right, Harry has brought me back to life. Harry doesn't stay overnight, although his aunt has told him he can. Harry and I feel there'd be a real risk of Keith finding out about us, and we want to wait until Mrs. Meacham comes home before that happens. The doctors will be releasing her soon. I'm in a bubble of bliss, so it's a surprise when Sarah invites me to lunch. I'd almost forgotten there was a world outside of Harry and me. It's a shame I can't tell her about him. Sarah has chosen a nice bistro, which I've not been to before. She assures me it's her treat, which is a relief because one glance at the menu confirms it's way outside my budget. Sarah really wants us to get on, and she's getting invested in being my new big sister. It's an indulgence for her, and I've got to admit it's nice for me. I've missed Amy so much, but I guess I'm starting to realise it doesn't mean I have to stay lonely forever. "Choose what you want," Sarah says. I scan the menu. "Thank you. Everything looks great." Sarah is even more lovely than usual, if that's possible. Her hair is glossy and she's glowing as if everything is right in her world. "How are you getting on?" she asks. "I haven't seen you around campus recently." Amongst several thousand students, that would be a bit unlikely, although I haven't been there recently because my days have revolved around making out with Harry. I've been keeping a low profile, though I'm tempted to go back to the library. "Any luck looking for work?" "I've put out a few feelers, but nothing concrete yet." "I hope you're finding nice people to hang out with." "Yeah, and there's one guy I really like." "Ooh, tell me more." I laugh. It's early stages, but I've got a good feeling about it. This one might stick around. I hope so. Being with somebody who makes you feel good changes everything. I really hope you find Mr. Right. I wouldn't go as far as that. I'm not looking for a long-term commitment. Mr. Passionate will do for now. I'm not being honest, because I've actually started thinking about what a serious relationship with Harry would mean. He's told me that's what he wants. If I could find out what really happened to Amy, Might Harry and I be able to build something together? Sarah orders a soup and salad, and I go for a serving of lasagna and an indulgent chocolate cake. We chit-chat. This feels like a real girls' lunch, and I'm grateful. Sarah's right. I have to move on in life. I'd like to tell Sarah about Mrs. Meacham's accident, but I can't, given she doesn't know I'm staying there. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to tell her. I'm sorry I haven't been in touch, but I've got some news I've been dying to share, Sarah says. This seems like it will be juicy. I lean in. I like the sound of that, I say, spooning a huge helping into my mouth. My boyfriend took me for a surprise break. You'll never guess where. Go on, tell me. Paris. It was wonderful, so romantic. Oh, I've always wanted to visit Paris, you lucky thing. We had a lovely time. We walked along the Seine in the moonlight. We wined and dined. And you know what? Her expression is radiant and she wriggles with excitement. I felt sure he took me there to tell me something important. I think he wanted to propose. Wow, I didn't realize you were at that stage. The only thing is, he didn't get up the courage, but I know it's coming soon. That's great news. I want to start trying for a baby. A baby? Gosh, I had no idea. It makes me feel like I've been living under a rock for the last 5 years. Congratulations! I'm so pleased for you. No wonder you're glowing. Am I? She clasps her hands. I suppose I am. Anyway, I decided you must meet him. You're both important people in my life, and I want you to get along. It's almost embarrassing how little I know about her. It's all been about me and about Amy. I really want to make up for that and get to know Sarah as much as she wants to know me. I'm sure we will. What's his name? She stirs her soup and looks up at me, her eyes shining. Harry. The glob of lasagna turns sour in my mouth. He's an absolute angel. I know you're going to adore him. In the pit of the stomach, there's a sickening feeling. Don't panic. There's more than one man called Harry. I wanted to tell you about him before, but it never seemed like the right moment, Sarah says. I recall looking through Sarah's photographs at her apartment. There was one of her, Harry and Amy, and when I asked who he was, the salad bowl almost slipped through Sarah's hands. I remember thinking that was strange. Not everything turns out badly. You don't always have to dread the worst. My stomach churns. I put down my knife and fork. Surprise! Sarah is laughing as she jumps to her feet. You can meet him right now. I invited him to join us. He's just sent me a text saying he's here. My mouth literally hangs open as Sarah's Harry, the man who took her to Paris, the one she wants to marry and have a baby with, arrives at our table. Chapter 30. It's hard not to choke. Harry stares at me like a rabbit in the headlights. Sarah's attention is on me, and she's dying for me to greet the wonderful man in her life. Out of Sarah's sightline, Harry shakes his head slightly. His eyes are urgent because it's clear he doesn't want me to let on we know each other already, that we've slept together. I feel sick. I'm so glad you finally get to meet each other, Sarah says. She's beaming, wanting me to be happy for her, wanting me and Harry to instantly get along. Yeah, sure, of course. It's the best I can manage. Harry is speechless too. Why are you standing there, darling? She asks. Harry kisses her, and I have to turn away as bile swirls up my gullet. He told me he was single, swore there was nobody in his life. Since then, he's whispered so many wonderful things. How we're destined to be together, that I'm the special one he's been missing. I'm the one who makes him complete. Now I see it for what it was. Empty pillow talk. But at the time, I believed him. More than that, I've fallen for him, even though I was the one who was supposed to be playing him. I feel like a complete idiot. My eyes dart left and right, searching for an escape route. Sarah is pointing Harry to the chair next to mine. He's going to sit down and I'll be trapped at the lunch from hell. I have to get out of here. Is there something wrong? Sarah asks me. You've gone awfully pale. And then there's Sarah's romantic stay in Paris and Harry's so-called business trip he couldn't get out of. They happened at the same time. Harry couldn't come home for Mrs. Meacham, not because he was working, but because he was with Sarah in Paris. No, I said I'd help a new mate out. I don't know how I forgot. She's waiting for me. I wave my phone as if I've just received a message. It's lame, but I'm spinning with shock, and it's all I can come up with. Sarah wrinkles her nose, her hand lingering on Harry. Oh no, can't you reorganise? I don't want to let her down, I promised. I can't look Harry in the face, and when Sarah entwines her fingers with his, it's all I can do not to gag. I'll call you, I splutter to Sarah as I snatch up my bag and run. That afternoon, Harry keeps phoning me. I tramp the streets. I keep recalling Sarah's confused expression. She was hurt I didn't stay, but it's nothing like as bad as she'd feel if she knew the truth. I slept with her boyfriend. I feel this is my fault, and the guilt is crippling. I'm the one who's been sleeping with the love of Sarah's life. And I feel like a fool. I've been duped when I was the one who was supposed to be clever and doing the duping, and I've betrayed a woman who has been nothing but kind and generous to me. I decline each of Harry's calls with a vicious stab at the screen. The deceitful, lying hound. He doesn't deserve me covering up for him. I should have told Sarah outright what he'd done, but I couldn't bring myself to. As for my own shattered hopes, I try my best to shake off feeling sorry for myself. It's dark by the time I get back to the house. I come back deliberately late in the hope Harry will have left. No such luck. When I walk into the kitchen, he's waiting. From the remains on the table, it looks as if he and Keith have finished supper. I hoped you'd be gone, I say. Keith's gone to bed. Harry walks towards me, his arms outstretched. I toss my bag aside. You're with Sarah. Stay the hell away from me. Harry shakes his head. It's exactly the wrong thing to do, although to be honest, anything would be the wrong thing to do. My rage flares. I always was somebody quick to anger. It's something I'm often down on myself about, but this time I'm glad because I can throw it in his face. You lying, cheating piece of shit. Let me explain. Shut the hell up. I never want to see you again. It's not like you think. He's unsteady on his feet. Has he been drinking? After Amy and my dad, it was terrible, he says. How dare he mention my sister? Sarah went to pieces. So did I. It threw the two of us together. Then we split up and stayed apart. But Sarah was a mess, and somehow we ended up together again. It's been off and on for years. It's not serious between us. I don't believe a word out of your stinking mouth. I do my best to support her. She's really clingy. We're not together, and I've told her that so many times. I press my fists to my temples. What I'd really like to do is slam them into his face. I took her to Paris to break it off, once and for all. Then why didn't you? She's too fragile. I couldn't do it. You make me vomit. You lied. You weren't on a bloody business trip. You've got to believe me. You're special to me, Fiona. Shut up. I back away. I don't want to do something violent which I'd probably regret. Harry shakes his head sadly, but I'm not falling for more of his shit. Get out. He takes his jacket from the back of the chair, and I cross my arms and watch, my expression hard. I need to keep as far away from this man as possible. Chapter 31. Mrs. Meacham is discharged from the hospital. She's been told to rest, so Keith sets her up in her room. This time he's the one taking in trays of food. Harry doesn't eat breakfast or supper with us anymore. I hate to admit what a loss I feel from Harry's deception. I hope I can get over it. I think I can, but only as long as I avoid Harry for a while. This has really messed me up, and messed up my plans for using Harry to dig into the past. I console myself, though, because there's more than one way, and more people than Harry for me to put through the ringer. Keith is down about his mother spending so much time in bed. I try to comfort him, and making him cheese on toast is part of the package. You need to keep your spirits up so you can be there for her, I say. It's hard. I know. She's weak. It makes me cry. It will be all right. The doctors say it's a matter of time for recuperation. It'll just take a little bit longer than expected. I'm making a pile of food. Keith usually eats a lot, and when he's upset, he wolfs down even more. He sits forlornly by my side as I grate a mountain of cheese. You're nice. Keith is really growing on me. Whoever would have thought we'd get friendly like this? Definitely not me. In a strange way, looking out for Keith is helping me handle my problems with Harry. She made that for me too. You're just like her. My skin prickles as some primitive instinct sends me a warning. I stop grating. Part of me doesn't want to ask the question, but another part knows I have to. I take a breath. What did you say? Just like who? I watch Keith's fingers as he types. Just like her, of course. I told you before. I know who you are. You're Amy's sister. That's not possible. He can't know. How much time passes before I speak, I'm not sure. Keith sits patiently and helps himself to the cheese. I try for a bluff. You mean the girl you told me about who went missing? You've got it wrong. No, I haven't. You don't need to worry. I haven't told anyone. Keith gives me a sad smile and takes Amy's picture from his pocket. He smooths it and places it on the counter between us. I knew the first day, when I was in the garden and you waved at me from the upstairs window. You're mistaken. I know you liked her, but that doesn't mean... Why are you pretending? I know you're Amy's sister. Keith places his hand over his heart, and I realise there's no point denying it. How? That first day, when you were looking down from your room, the way you pushed your hair out of your eyes reminded me of her. She did it exactly the same way. A funny fluff with her hand, and a sweep to the side. If she did, I never realised. That could have been a coincidence. Except it isn't. Besides, she showed me a photograph, just once, of the four of you at your house. I toy with the toast. You were younger in the picture, but the day you arrived, I remembered she had a red-haired sister. If you knew from the start, why did you mess with my food? It was you who left the nasty message. Why? Amy went missing. I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. His answer is so sweet, it's a shock. How could I have got it so wrong? Here I've been thinking the worst of him, when all along, from his point of view, he's been looking out for me. I also understand Keith knows a lot of things he doesn't talk about. He's had a lifetime of watching and not speaking. He's perceptive, but more than that, people look past him as if he's not important, so he gets to see things other people don't. Why are you here? To find out what happened. That's not possible. The police failed, so will you. Okay, Keith, thanks for thinking positive. Is that why you went into my room? I colour up. Oh no, I knew I wouldn't get away with breaking that train. Listen, I didn't know who might have been involved or who. I get it. You had to. I'm sorry. It's okay. Keith is so candid, it's difficult to not be blindsided. It takes me a few moments to take it in. Tell me about Amy. Tell me everything. And he does. tapping away without pause as he recounts how she first arrived at the house and how they gradually got to know each other. He wasn't angry and wary like he was with me. He was open. I sense he really liked my sister and Amy liked him. He tells me about the first time she made him cheese on toast, how they went to the park, how he didn't like Sarah. The special evening when Amy came to a show Keith was in at the Wickham Centre. Keith's account is touching, and it's devastating because he also tells me about the police investigation, about how he came under suspicion, how he was heartbroken when Amy was never found, and how he hasn't been able to recover from the loss. It sounds like she was a light in his life. I wonder if perhaps she was the first person he allowed himself to care for after the loss of his sister. Amy's appearance must have played a part. She must have looked like a grown-up Mary Beth, and I wonder if Keith thought of her as his lost sister returned. Not just Keith, but his mother too, because he tells me how his mother was delighted to welcome Amy as their tenant. Though he and his mum never talked about Amy's looks, sometimes he caught his mother staring at Amy and smiling. As he comes to the end of the story, Keith cries as he types while I'm going hot and cold. Him sharing this is an incredible show of trust. It makes me want to reciprocate. I can't hug him because he doesn't like people touching him. I don't have any photographs of my sister with me either, so I tap into the cloud where I've scanned the stack of letters Amy sent to Mum. I know them by heart, and there's only one where she mentioned Keith. I find it and bring it up on my mobile. Amy wrote to us often. She didn't expect to miss home, so it was a surprise how hard it hit her. This is what she said. Today I went to the park and ate ice cream with Keith. It's the first time I didn't feel homesick. I think I'm going to be all right. Something tells me Keith is going to become a good friend. Big tears slide down Keith's face, and in that moment I am so grateful I got to know him. One thing though, you told the staff at your day centre that my name was Amy. Why? Sorry I lied. He sniffs. It just slipped out one day, and then I couldn't take it back. I suppose it's because I miss her so much. I didn't mean any harm. It doesn't matter. Let's forget about it. Keith's shoulders shake as he takes a big breath and blows his nose. Have you any idea what happened to her? Of course he doesn't. If he'd have known anything, he'd have told the police. That was the day I showed her a painting I did of Mary Beth. Uncle never liked me painting my sister. My skin prickles. It's too much of a coincidence they both went missing on the same day. There has to be a connection. Keith shrugs. How can there be? Did they get on? Did he like her? Did Amy avoid him? Uncle and Aunt were here a few times when Mum wasn't feeling well. Amy talked to them both. And it was normal. Amy was relaxed. Yes. What was wrong with your mum? Mum got confused between Amy and Mary Beth. Not all the time, just sometimes. Amy thought she was bad for Mum, but Auntie didn't agree. She thought it was good for Mum having Amy around. What did you think? I agreed with Auntie. Can I see your painting? Keith nods, and then he holds the screen out for me to see. I think it might have scared Amy. Chapter 32. After Keith has gone to bed, it's impossible to sleep. Keith's right. His painting of Mary Beth, which he keeps hidden in the shed, is scary. But I don't see how there can be a connection with Amy's disappearance. I creep into the lounge and curl up on the sofa. It's times like this I really miss my dad. He and I kept each other going through the bad years. My thoughts turn to Mary Beth. What were the chances of a girl with the same looks as Mary Beth coming to this house as a lodger? It's amazing. I've done my research, and the newspaper archives confirm the driver who killed Mary Beth got away with it. The car mounted the pavement and ploughed into Keith, his sister, and Mrs. Meacham. The police were never able to identify the person responsible. I'm hugging the cushion and drifting off into memories of Amy when my phone buzzes. One glance tells me it's a message from Harry. I'm about to delete it when I catch the words. They're like a douse of icy water. Sarah has taken an overdose. I call a taxi and race to the hospital. Harry is outside accident and emergency. Apparently, Sarah was wheeled into a cubicle about an hour ago. Harry tells me she's had her stomach pumped and she's unconscious. That's all the nurses have told him. I grab his shoulders. What the hell happened? She sent me a message. I called the police and got there the same time they did. They had to break a window to get in. A stretcher goes past, carrying a woman whose head is covered in blood. Harry gulps. The message said she couldn't live without me. I just knew she was going to do something dreadful. Oh my God. Why? That's crazy. Because earlier today, I told her I'd met someone special. She took it really badly. My hand clamps over my mouth. Harry is shaking. I was gentle and caring. But Sarah's fragile. She has been ever since Amy went missing. And Sarah's never accepted I don't feel the same way about her as she does about me. Harry ended it with Sarah, telling her there was someone else in his life. Does that mean? I point to my chest. Are you saying you finished with her because of me? He nods dejectedly. Wait, did you tell her the person you met was me? Of course not. Is Harry seriously telling me that in some twisted, horrible way, this is my fault? He junked Sarah because of me, then she swallowed pills. I bend over, my face in my hands. It's not your fault, Harry says. How can you say that? This is our fault. She has a habit of emotionally blackmailing me. No, we went behind her back, and now she's not going to die. You don't know that. They're fighting to save her life. It's not the first time. When I stopped seeing her before, she took an overdose. This is a nightmare. Another trolley goes past. This time it's a young child with what looks like a life-threatening injury. Distraught parents are trotting alongside. It's been complicated. Sarah clings to me. Absolutely she does. She told me you're going to get married. No way. That trip to Paris was to try to let her down lightly. I couldn't go through with telling her, and now, when I do, this. Harry makes a strangled sound. I stop short of telling him she wants to have his baby. But I know she does, and that's enough to tell me Sarah really loves this man. I care for her, yes, but the rest she's making up, it's in her head. Harry's expression is stricken. Is it true? Has Harry never been able to end it with Sarah because it pushes her over the edge? But this time, he was prepared to take the risk because of how he feels about me. Chapter 33. When Sarah regains consciousness, I'm at the hospital. Harry has gone home. I was glad he left because it gave me space to try to think. I'm in turmoil, and I've spent hours pacing the corridor. How should I feel about him now? Will it be possible for me to carry on with Harry without damaging Sarah? I can't deny how hard I've fallen for him. I'm on my millionth cup of vending machine hot chocolate by the time the nurses let me see her. She's propped up on pillows, and her eyes are red and puffy. Please don't be cross with me, she whispers. I take her hands. Of course I'm not cross. I couldn't help it. She reaches for a tissue. You scared me, I say. Everything went bleak. Harry doesn't want to be with me anymore. You should have called. We could have talked. I couldn't. It felt too awful. The smell of hospital sheets wafts towards me. I'm not sure what to say. It's definitely not the right time to come clean about Harry. Is he here? She asks. There's a note of hope in her voice, and it cuts me in two. Harry's been here ever since you were brought in. We didn't know when you'd come round. Or if. I smoothed the covers. He popped home for a change of clothes. It's a lie. Harry was exhausted, and he'd had enough of drowning in his own guilt. He's had enough of babysitting Sarah, too. With Sarah being so helpless, I understand why Harry hasn't severed ties. She's too vulnerable. It would be like deliberately wounding a baby animal. I haven't got it in me, and I suppose he hasn't either. There's been something I've wanted to tell you, but I was frightened how you'd react, Sarah says. I'm pretty emotionally wrung out, and I'm dreading what she's going to say. But I dig deep, because this woman was my sister's best friend, and she's been so kind to me and my family. It's okay, Sarah. Nothing you say is going to make me cross, if that's what you think. She's twisting the edge of the sheets in her hands. I brace myself, because it's clear she's working up to tell me something momentous. Being with Harry felt like such a betrayal. It's late and I'm exhausted. What does she mean? I'm the one who betrayed her by going behind her back. I don't understand. It was stronger than the two of us. Sarah, I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to spell it out for me. She sobs. Me and Harry being together felt like a betrayal of your sister. Me, Harry and Amy were friends. When he and I got together, it felt wrong. All twisted and dirty and wrong. Poor Sarah, has she been torturing herself all this time? How can it be wrong? My sister would have wanted you to be happy. Tears streamed down her face. Thank you, Fiona, for saying that. It means everything. She sags like a broken bird, and I reach out to give her a hug. Chapter 34. I decide not to tell Keith the truth about Sarah and tell him instead she's been taken ill. Then I discovered I needn't have bothered. Keith knows all about Sarah's previous attempt, and he astutely guesses this is what happened a second time. Once he challenges me, I don't deny it. For the past few days, there's been a truce between me and Harry. I don't want to think about how much I've allowed him to mean to me. But I know I can't keep denying it. Whenever Harry walks into the room, my heart hammers. He comes for breakfast again now and sometimes for supper, but he never stays long. Today, after supper, Keith sits patiently waiting for me to finish the washing up. Harry has already left. They're keeping Sarah in the hospital for psychological assessment. What will happen once she goes home? There's an unspoken expectation on her part. Harry will look after her. I'm sure he will. After all, how could he not? That's why Harry and I are keeping our distance. It's just too complicated to do anything else. I dry my hands on a tea towel. Your mum is better. She went into the garden. Yes, she's stronger. She wants to go back to the bookstore. It might be a bit early for that. That's what I thought. How about a hot chocolate before bedtime? I showed you the one of Mary Beth, but did I tell you I have a painting on the go? It's of your sister. Maybe you've seen it already. I'm not sure what to say because of course he knows I have. Would you like me to show you? Yes, please. I follow him to his room. He's made a lot of progress, and Amy is even more captivating than before. I love it. Better than the one of Mary Beth? Don't answer that. I know Mary Beth's one is shocking. That's an understatement, but I decide not to go there. You've captured her beautifully, I say. I know that expression. Amy had it when she was daydreaming. Keith opens a folder. It's his pencil drawings of Amy, and many of them are simply gorgeous. You have a real talent. She was an easy subject. I pick out a favourite in which Amy's hair falls in waves, framing her face, and there's a half smile on her lips. Is she thinking of home? About me and Mum and Dad? I doubt it, and I hope not. I hope she was thinking about something much better than us. You shouldn't be so modest. These are wonderful. Thanks. You seemed a bit down. I suppose it's not easy trying to find the truth. I wanted to cheer you up. You have. It's hard searching for answers, but equally as hard knowing I've messed up Sarah's life. You told me you didn't get on with Sarah. I didn't. Amy spent too much time with her. How well do you know her? Enough to not like her. Sarah told me she, Harry and Amy had a nice friendship. Nights out, dancing and drinking, and picnics and walks on the moors. He shrugs. It wasn't only friendship. Amy liked Harry, and Harry liked Amy. Liked? In what way? The same way you like each other. The same way we like each other? You know what I mean. So much for me and Harry believing we'd kept Keith in the dark. I'd assumed Keith didn't know about our romance. But if something was going on between Harry and Amy, that's a revelation in a league of its own. An uncomfortable feeling settles in my gut. Chapter 35. There's only one way to find out, and this has to be done face to face, so I'll know if Harry lies to me. How do I get to Harry's cottage? At this time of night, only by taxi. Why don't you wait until Harry comes here? I've a question about Amy. It's urgent. By phone? No, I have to see his face. In case he's lying. I'm not sure how to answer, because Keith thinks the world of Harry, and there's no way I'm risking bursting that bubble, not without evidence. Not exactly. Don't worry, I'm not offended. You can tell a lot by someone's expression. Make sure you wrap up warm. It's freezing on the moors after dark. Thanks, Keith. I'll be back soon. I've been to the lookout post. I can do this, though part of me thinks I'm mad. The taxi driver chats all the way, and I and ah in response. My teeth are chattering, and it's not from the cold. Maybe this is too ambitious. It's probably not possible to confront phobias in 2 goes. What if I freeze or panic? Come on, you can handle it. The cottage sits on the edge of the moors. It's definitely remote. The cab driver reminds me there's no signal out here, and he points out the obvious, that no other houses are nearby. He tells me he can't hang around because he's got another job. His parting shot is to let me know a lot of drivers won't come here for a pickup because it's too far. Great. I slam the car door and trudge up the path. Light is coming from a downstairs window. Bang, bang. I thump my knuckles and then try the handle. To my surprise, it opens. Harry is hurrying in my direction. Fiona, what are you doing here? I step into the kitchen. Don't you keep the door locked? Never. It's a tradition in case people need shelter. I heard the car and thought it must be somebody lost. What's happened? Oh no, has Sarah's fine. It's a point in his favour that worry for Sarah is his first concern. I mark it down somewhere in my mental notebook. The temperature has plummeted the last few nights, he says. Let me make you a hot drink. It's a small kitchen with spiral stairs leading to the floor above. I don't want a drink. Then come and sit by the fire. He's got a real log fire. In the lounge, it's throwing heat out. I shuffle my chair as close as I dare. What's going on? I mean, it's great to see you, but why are you here? There's something I have to know. He drags up a chair. Anything. We haven't had a chance to talk properly. I've been wanting to. I hold up my hand to silence him. You told me about Mrs. Meacham's lodger who disappeared. Confusion passes across Harry's face. Yes. I unbutton my coat as the heat from the fire penetrates. There's only one way to do this, and that's to go for a direct strike. Did you sleep with her? He struggles for words. What? Did you sleep with the girl who went missing? I know from the police investigation he denied any intimate relationship with my sister, yet Keith has raised my suspicions. I curse myself for being blinded by my own emotions for Harry. The fire crackles, and suddenly I'm too hot. Hundreds of miles of pitch-black moorland are pressing in, pushing the air out of my lungs. But I was right to confront this man. Whatever comes out of his mouth next will be vital. Why do you want to know? Just answer the question, damn it. Okay, if it's that important. Yes, I did. I knew it. Why do you want to know? What's going on? I take my time forming my answer, but the time for hiding is over. To give it full impact, I stand and stare him in the face. Because I'm Amy's sister. Chapter 36. Harry's face goes slack, like I punched him good and hard. That's not possible. I am Amy's sister. He's shaking his head like an idiot. You can't be. That's crazy. Is it as crazy as lying to the police? You told them there was nothing between you. He lied about Sarah. He lied about Amy. What else has he lied about? What are you doing here? Harry asks. Work it out for yourself. You want to know what happened? Oh, you're a genius. I had no idea you were Amy's sister. No idea at all. I snort with anger. Now you know. So why did you lie to the police? If you think I've got anything to do with her disappearance, you really are mad. I loved Amy. The only reason I lied was to protect Sarah. I throw my hands in the air. More like you did it to protect yourself. Let's stay calm. Don't patronise me. You can't imagine what it was like. Officers were all over us, searching our homes, dragging us in for questioning, making us feel guilty, especially the guys. I already felt bad, and they made me feel 1,000,000 times worse. Harry paces to a drink shelf at the back of the room. He grabs a bottle, pours himself a generous dose, and tosses it back. They DNA swabbed this place. I already told them she'd been here. I was grilled, and they make you go over the same thing again and again while they're trying to trip you up and rip holes in everything you say. There was this one detective who wouldn't get his claws out of us, going on and on about Amy and Dad. Mum almost cracked. He pours another down his gullet and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. That's why I lied and said we weren't together. If I hadn't, they would have destroyed me. I loved Amy. Once she graduated, we were going to get married. I'm reeling. The heat in the room bashes against my forehead and I grit my teeth. What? You didn't know? Even though we weren't talking, she would have told me. Something as momentous as that, I know she would. The first time I saw Amy, I knew she was special. I walked into Auntie's kitchen and there she was. He stares into the distance as if he can see it happening in front of his eyes. There's a long pause. Like with you, he says. Shut up, I shout as loudly as I can, but it doesn't stop him. The attraction was electric between us, exactly the same as it is with you. I knew there was something different about you. Something, I don't know, familiar. Now it makes sense. My breath comes in gasps. No. Sit down, Fiona, before you fall down. I try to push him away, except I haven't got the strength. He guides me to the chair, and I let him because my knees have given in and I don't want to end up on the floor. This is too much. How could Amy feel the same way about Harry as I do? Shut up, Harry. I don't want to know more. You've got to, otherwise you'll never trust me. It's too late for that. We kept it to ourselves because Amy didn't want to hurt Sarah's feelings. Perhaps Sarah was a bit fragile even then, I don't know. The two of them teamed up early on, and Sarah didn't have any friends apart from Amy. Amy said it wouldn't be fair to leave Sarah on her own. I went along with it. We pretended to be 3 good friends. That doesn't make sense. We went out in the evenings. We did day trips. We hung out together. But why? With Sarah's looks, she must have had loads of men running after her. She didn't need to be alone. Sarah gets a lot of attention, and that's the problem. I got to know her. She feels like a piece of meat, and men aren't in the slightest interested in who she is. They're only interested in sex. Amy told me Sarah had a bad experience when she was younger. After that, Sarah only wanted a long-term relationship. My head is spinning. Is this a pack of lies? If I'm honest, keeping it secret made it exciting. We kept Aunt and Keith in the dark too, so word didn't somehow get around to Sarah. He runs his hand through his hair. Would you like a drink? No. He pours himself another. That's his third. It blows my mind you're her sister. As he reaches for my hand, I snatch it away. We feel the same way, he says. I can see it in your eyes. I feel it in here. He touches his chest, and there's no point denying it. Sarah, Amy, they don't make any difference. It's you and me who matter in the here and now. What we have is too strong, too precious. I need to get out of here. Where's the landline? Please don't go. You can't stop me. I won't, just please listen. Where is it? He shows me. My hands tremble as I keep one eye on him and desperately dial a cab. There's no way I'm staying. Did he attack Amy? What if he attacks me? And I don't want Harry to offer to drive, with alcohol swirling around his system. What if he crashes the car, maybe deliberately? You don't have to leave, Harry says. The taxi controller is pessimistic about finding anyone willing to do the run. While I hang on, I try not to panic. I've almost given up hope by the time he comes back on the line. Yes? I sound desperate, and I don't care. I've no dignity left, just my instinct for survival. I need to get as far away from Harry as possible. Okay, love, I've got somebody. He'll be there in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. 20 minutes. I can manage that. I lock myself in the toilet and spend as long as possible before going back to the lounge. Harry is contemplating the fire. I zone out as he reminisces about my sister. When the cab pulls up outside, I'm out the door like a shot. I can't help feeling it's a lucky escape. Chapter 37. Amy, 2019. Saying goodbye to my family breaks my heart. I knew Mum's tears would flow, but I was desperately hoping mine wouldn't. I squeezed them in. Mum's got cancer. She's optimistic about recovery, and she says she doesn't want me to miss out on my chance. She wants me to go to university. I've wanted to get away all my life, but leaving Mum is the hardest thing I've ever done. The chemotherapy makes her weak. She hangs onto the doorway as she waves goodbye, and I try to keep smiling. My sister Fiona is by her side. I know I can rely on Fee to look after them. She's strong, though I don't think she realises that. The problem is she's headstrong and impulsive. Dad's the only one she listens to, and because I'm the oldest, she resents me a ton. Fee ruined my special evening. Right now we're not talking, though I won't be able to hold out for long. Once I've settled in, I'll get in touch and make peace. Fee can be a pain, but I'm going to miss her. Dad drives me to the station. As the train pulls away and he's left on the platform, I can't hold the tears in any longer. I sob. How embarrassing. Me, the one who spent her life dreaming of getting away and seeing the world. But Mum being ill has been a shocker, and I remind myself we never travelled much as a family, just a caravan once a year at the seaside. I'm going to make them proud, and I'm going to be brave and independent and resourceful, just like they taught me. When I arrive at my rental, a woman about the age of my mother answers the door. I'm presuming it's my landlady, Mrs. Meacham. We spoke on the phone, but this is the first time we've met. Mrs. Meacham sucks in a gasp, and I've the impression I've given her the shock of her life. Anyone would think I'd arrived on the wrong day, but it's all been organised through the rental agency. There shouldn't be any surprises. Hello, I'm Amy Waterson. I'm here for the room. I think you're expecting me. She pulls her jumper close to her as the seconds pass. I feel so awkward. My palms are sweating. An odd expression is stuck on her face. She stares as I stand on the doorstep like an idiot, clutching the handle of my suitcase. Have I made a mistake and got the wrong address? Yes, of course. You're Amy. How silly of me. Come through. We've been looking forward to meeting you. A young man hides behind Mrs. Meacham's shoulder. Dad helped me with the arrangements, so I know she has an adult son, Keith, who doesn't speak. It's strange, but Keith is also giving me a weird look, kind of astonished, like I'm the last person he'd have expected. Then he gives me a shy smile. It makes me immediately warm to him. You can call me Edith, and this is my son, Keith. Thank you, Mrs. Meacham. Edith. Hi, Keith. It's nice to meet you both. I drag my case into the hallway. Let's sit in the kitchen and have a cup of tea, Edith says. Leave your suitcase here, dear. It looks heavy. Keith can take it up later. Once the landlady recovers from finding me at her door, we get on really well, which is a relief. Edith is as homely as I imagined, though she's got a fragility about her, which is odd, given she's not that old. Keith is like a big teddy bear. They're kind to me, and we chat about my family and university, and Edith offers me fruitcake. A while later, I follow Keith as he takes my suitcase to the top floor. It's freaking heavy, but Keith lifts it as easily as my father did. Like the rest of the house, my room is basic. It's large, though, and has a dresser and a huge wardrobe and a double bed. I've got my own bathroom with an old-fashioned bath. In fact, it was the only lodging we found which was cheaper than a halls of residence. That's why I chose it. I'm determined to keep my student loan as small as humanly possible, and there is no way I'm going to ask my parents for money. Their budget is limited enough as it is. I'm a stranger here, alone in a big city. I never expected to feel overwhelmed. For a while, I lie on the bed. I have a strange feeling in my stomach, which could be from eating too much cake, but I don't think so. I unpack my things, and that's when I discover a stuffed toy hidden in my case. It's an old favourite. Yesterday my sister tried to add it, and I tossed it out because I'm not a kid anymore, and also because I was still mad at her for what she did. She must have sneaked it back. Seeing it makes the wobbly feeling in my stomach much worse. Might I feel better if I write in my diary? I give it a try, scribbling a few lines, but my heart isn't in it. What I'd really like to do is message Fee, except my pride won't let me. I get into my pyjamas. I've been imagining this moment for so long, but now I'm finally here and I feel a bit sick. My window has a view over the garden, and I watch the sun go down over the rooftops. I can't stop thinking about Mum and what she'll be going through. I search out the stuffed panda from my newly organised chest of drawers. Huddling with it under the duvet, I breathe its familiar scent. I've never slept in a room on my own. At home, I always shared with Fee. There's a dull and continuous sound of traffic. Where we lived, the only night noises came from cattle or the occasional wild animal. Though I give it a good go, it's impossible to sleep. I might as well make myself a hot drink and a snack. Hopefully some comfort eating will help. The landing and staircase creak like crazy as I tiptoe downstairs. It's late, and I don't want to disturb Edith and Keith, so I make tea and toast as quietly as I can, heartened a little as I remember how Keith typed out for me that it was his toaster and he'd be really pleased to share it with me. The kitchen is drafty, so I carry my snack along the corridor to the lounge and inch open the door. "Oh," I say. The mug is balanced on my plate and it slides dangerously to the side. "Sorry, dear. Did I startle you?" Edith is in her chair. She's fully dressed, not in pyjamas like me. "I wasn't expecting anyone to be up." I eye the sofa. "Do you prefer to be alone?" She tuts. "Like I told you, I want you to make yourself at home." The word home brings a lump to my throat. I try really hard to swallow it down, but I can't manage it. Within seconds, I'm blubbering like a baby. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel dreadful." I'd expected to be excited, or at least happy. Instead, I feel hollow and sick. Before it ends up on the floor, Edith salvages my snack and puts it on the coffee table. She makes sympathetic noises, which makes me sob even harder. "You're not the first student to suffer from homesickness." That's what this wretched feeling is. Impossible. I've spent my teenage years desperate to leave. Yet I know she's right, because all I want to do is curl up and go home. She passes over a box of tissues. "Sometimes it affects the people you'd least expect. Why don't you call your parents?" I'm desperate to hear their voices, but I can't wake them. All for me being homesick. No way. My parents have got enough to deal with, and Dad always has to get up so early to see to the animals. And imagine if news got around the village I'd not even managed 24 hours alone. It would be the ultimate embarrassment. I have absolutely got to pull myself together. I slouch into the corner of the sofa. It would make them worry. It might, but they wouldn't want you to be sad either. "I'll be okay," I say, as I blow my nose. Edith gives me a sympathetic pat on the knee. "Let me show you something," she says. She fetches a photograph from a display at the back of the room, gazing at it for a while before handing it to me. "My children, Mary Beth and Keith." Keith is maybe 5 years old and dressed in a red jumper. His sister is younger. I blink hard to get rid of the tears and to make sure my mind isn't playing tricks. Edith places one hand at her throat. "I'm sorry if I was rude earlier when you arrived." Now I understand why. It's like I'm looking at a childhood photo of myself. Edith's daughter has dark hair and green eyes like me, but there's much more to the similarity. She's just like I was at her age. Edith swallows. "I wasn't expecting." The resemblance is uncanny, and it's difficult to drag my eyes away. "I wasn't expecting you to be so much like my daughter. I lost her, you see, in a terrible accident. Mary Beth was only 3 when it happened." "I'm so sorry." "When I opened the door this afternoon, it was like she'd come home." The words die in my throat. I have absolutely no idea how to respond. That her daughter died is dreadful. But won't it be strange, living in the house of a dead girl who looks like me? I rub my arms. Suddenly I'm cold and I want to go back to bed. "I'm glad you've come to stay with us." I nod and sniff, as if in agreement. Edith and Keith are sweet, and it's not their fault, nor mine. I look like their long-lost Mary Beth come back to life. But I can't help the creepy feeling crawling its way up my spine that makes me want to run away. Chapter 38. It's always easy to pick out your mistakes in hindsight. We thought me arriving on a Friday was a good idea because it would give me the weekend to settle in. As it is, feeling the way I do, having 2 whole days to fill on my own is like climbing Mount Everest. I'm haunted by images of Mum and Dad on the farm, and Fee. "Come on, get your act together. This isn't you." It's true. At home, I'm the one up at the crack of dawn with Dad. When I was little, I talked all the time about wanting to be an explorer, and I've a secret list of places in the world that I want to visit. I can't let homesickness get the better of me. I fight off the urge to stay under the duvet. Instead, I'll explore the city. First stop, the centre of town. Plus, I need to be practical and find a supermarket to replenish Keith's bread supply, which he's generously been sharing with me, and do a proper grocery shop. I spend the day exploring the sights, window shopping, and working out the bus system. It keeps me occupied, and I feel better. It's a lovely city with parks and waterways, and I know I'll enjoy living here once I find my feet. It's early evening by the time I get back. I've stocked up on groceries, and the bags are cutting into my hands as I stagger to the kitchen. I think Keith heard, because he soon joins me. "Hi, I got some supplies," I say, waving the pack of bread. "As a thank you for sharing your food, I wondered about making pancakes." Keith settles at the table with his laptop. "Do you like pancakes?" I ask. He taps out his answer. "Yes, but I've never made them." "We can make them together." I put away my shopping and then sort the ingredients for the pancakes. Keith has an apron which he gets from the cupboard and carefully ties around himself. He then offers me his mother's apron so seriously that I accept it because I don't want to hurt his feelings. We measure flour and sugar and mix in the eggs. Keith loves it. I chat about my day and he taps out messages. He tells me he often walks in the park and he'd like to take me when I have time. He's such easy company that the knot in my stomach, which has been there since I arrived, loosens a tad. Okay, so the Mary Beth situation is complicated, but getting to know Keith will be nice. The best part is the flipping of the pancakes. It's a sizzling hot pan, which makes me protective of Keith, though it's soon clear he's much better at it than I am. We take turns, and mine are disasters, which gives Keith a lot to laugh about. For the first time since I arrived, I smile. I didn't hear the bell, so it's a bit of a shock when I turn, and someone I've never seen before is standing by the door, watching. He's about my age, with a chiselled chin and tousled hair. His looks are striking. "Hello," he says. It must be usual for this person to walk in, because Keith is beaming enthusiastically. I'm immediately conscious I'm wearing Edith's apron, which isn't flattering. Though I tied my hair back, half of it's now falling in my face, and probably there's a streak of flour, or worse, on my cheeks. "I'm Harry, Keith's cousin." "Nice to meet you," I say. "You look like you're having fun," Harry says. Harry's looks are so distracting, my mind won't work properly. "We're making pancakes," I say. It's an obvious remark. Harry seems to find it funny. "I can see that. They smell scrummy. Got any spare?" Keith is gesticulating for his cousin to have a go with the flipping. Harry comes in between the two of us by the stove. I'm squashed in the corner, with Harry's elbow practically touching mine. I can't shuffle away since I'm the one who pours out the batter, and to be honest, I don't want to move. Harry's arm brushes mine again. This guy is so hot. The hammering of my heart makes me breathless. In the time it takes for Harry's pancake to cook on one side, I'm sure I'm red as a beetroot. "Hey, there we go," Harry says as he tosses it in the air. His pancake flops onto the stove, and Keith dissolves into laughter. "I bet you did better than that," Harry says. "We had more practice," I say, unwilling to let on most of my efforts weren't much better than his. Keith is the expert. We've soon got a loaded plateful, and Harry shouts down the hallway for Edith to join us. He's at home here, and I guess he must have a key, which is why I didn't hear the bell. The four of us sit around the table and dig in. Harry chats non-stop to his aunt, while I try not to stare. I've never met anyone like him before. Harry's voice, his looks, and how relaxed and easygoing he is. Everything about him is wonderful. The sudden excitement and attraction are a heady cocktail. It's like I'm giddy. When Harry asks me about myself, it's hard to get the words out. I'm delighted he's interested, and astonished too. The way his eyes dance as he looks at me makes my insides flip. That night, the homesickness is still there, and I dream about the farm, but also about the city and about Harry. I knew coming here would mean adventure and everything new. But Harry, he's unexpected, fresh and full of positive vibes. And he's drop-dead gorgeous. He's like the person I've always longed to meet. And I wonder, is this what they call love at first sight? Chapter 39. On Sunday, I lie in for a few hours and then I text Fee. I wanted to tell her about Harry, but she doesn't reply. She always does this after we argue. She cuts herself off, as if I'm the one to blame when it's usually her fault. I don't want to text Dad, because he'll be busy working, so instead I go for a run. Running always helps clear my thoughts, and it's my go-to for dealing with stuff like exam anxiety, so hopefully it will work for homesickness. I've not yet worked out the best places to go, but I pound the pavements for an hour. Plenty of people are doing the same, and though it doesn't lift my mood like I hoped, it eases my mind. After I've showered, I occupy myself writing a letter home. Mum and I agreed this is how we'd communicate, except, of course, in an emergency. Mum said she'd enjoy reading my letters before her treatments, and it would give her something to focus on, whereas a phone call might come at a time when she wasn't feeling good. I tell her about the house and my landlady, and though I tell her Mrs. Meacham lost a daughter, I don't mention Mary Beth is my spitting image. I don't want them to sense my unease, they'd only worry. When I wander downstairs, an enticing scent of home baking drifts from the kitchen. Edith prepares meals for herself and Keith, and she's offered to include me. She even told me how much she would enjoy cooking for the three of us. I've taken her up on her offer. The only awkward thing is she's refused to accept me contributing on the money side, but I'm hoping I can make up for it by doing jobs around the house. The kitchen is warm, which means the oven must have been going full blast. Keith sits at his usual place at the table. He gives me a grin. "Happy first weekend," Keith types on his screen. "Thanks, that smells lovely," I say. "I hope you're hungry," Edith says. "It's about ready." She exchanges a glance with Keith and his grin widens. There's something conspiratorial going on. Does it mean she's made one of Keith's favourites? He's already told me a whole list of what he likes. Macaroni cheese, shepherd's pie, toad in the hole to mention a few. He's also told me his mum is a good cook, far better than me, I'm sure. If I was sorting meals for myself, I'd probably be living on pasta. "How is your day going?" "I went for a run. Then I had a shower, did some stretching exercises, and wrote home." "I'm sorry you're still feeling bad," Edith says. "It's best to keep occupied. Don't worry, it will pass." I guess my melancholy expression has given me away. I slump at the table. Edith opens the oven door. Inside is a dish that's bubbling with what looks like cauliflower cheese. My mouth waters. "Help yourself," Edith says, "but leave space because I've got a surprise for pudding." She's made a dessert as well. I'm definitely going to do some cleaning to say thank you. Keith shovels food onto his plate, and the amount astonishes me. "Are you all set for the big day tomorrow?" Edith asks. I'm gripped by a stab of nerves. I think so. I'm studying psychology, and I tell her the subjects I've chosen for this term and my lecture timetable for the week. Edith is kind enough to check I know which bus I need to take and how long it will take me to get to the university. Once we're done, I clear the table, stacking the plates in the sink. There's no dishwasher, so I'm planning to start on the washing up. "Leave that until later. Come and sit down, dear." Edith pulls out my chair, and she gives Keith another conspiratorial glance. What's going on? I was going to do the washing up. "It can wait. We've got a little surprise. Come and sit down and close your eyes." I'm not sure how to take this, but Edith and Keith are both grinning. I take my time, drying my hands on a towel before I retake my seat. There is something odd about Edith's tone, and I feel a twinge of anxiety. But hey, against the odds, I'm functioning and still standing, and that's mostly thanks to their kindness. If they've a surprise for me, I don't want to spoil it. I shuffle my chair closer to the table. Okay, this is unexpected. Edith claps her hands. Now, close your eyes, and I'll tell you when to open them. There are scuffling noises and the swoosh of something being slid onto the table. Keith giggles. It takes all my effort to keep my lid squeezed shut. Ta-da! You can open them now, Edith says. Sitting in front of me is a monstrous cake, smothered in pink icing and silver sugar balls. There are no candles, but it looks like a cake you'd make for a child's birthday. It's our favourite. I made it to celebrate you coming to us. Our favourite? You're not seriously telling me a grown woman and her adult son prefer a pink cake fit for a little ballerina? No, this is not their favourite, but I'm willing to bet it was Mary Beth's. The warm atmosphere of the kitchen evaporates, and I try not to look as uncomfortable as I feel. I'm in a room with two people who are desperate for me to take the place of someone they love. But that's not who I am. It's not what I'm here for. Yet I don't want to be nasty. They've been so kind to me, and they know I'm feeling down. It's, lovely. The decoration took me half the afternoon, and I enjoyed every moment, Edith says. Would the birthday girl like to cut the cake? My voice has a nervous edge to it. I'm not the birthday girl, Edith. She covers her mouth with her hand. How silly of me. That's not what I meant. It's only an expression. Keith hands me the knife, and his eyes are so doe-like and imploring that there's nothing else I can do except cut the thing and hand out 3 slices. Edith and Keith tuck in, making appreciative noises and licking their lips. It's as if I've made them the happiest it's possible to be. But the room has closed in on me, cloyed with food scents, and suddenly claustrophobic. Maybe the cake is delicious. I have no idea, because I can't taste a thing. I put each piece in my mouth, as if it's laced with poison. Chapter 40. For my first day at university, I'm a wreck. It took me ages to sleep last night because I couldn't stop thinking about the pink cake and how eager they were for me to enjoy it. Then I woke late, so my hair isn't like I wanted it to be, and I didn't have time for breakfast because I had to rush for my bus. As I arrive at the university gates, I'm in a panic. Everything looks different from when I visited months ago for their open day. The buildings all look the same, and I can't find my way to the psychology department. I arrive at the amphitheatre in a rush. Plenty of students are pushing their way in at the last minute. Somebody jostles me. There's a thump, and my bag slips off my shoulder and lands on the floor. "Hey, be careful!" I shout, but they're forging ahead to grab a seat. In my rush this morning, I must have forgotten to fasten my bag, and my things spill onto the floor. Somebody treads on my new notebook and apologises. Somebody else skirts around. A folder has let fly a sheaf of papers, and I'm on my knees, scrambling to gather my things, pushing at people's legs to stop them trampling my stuff. I feel like a complete idiot. Do you need a hand? I smell the girl's perfume. My pens are rolling down the steps and she gathers them. I think that's all of them, she says. We both stand. She's beautiful, with the face of a model and glossy blonde hair tied in a high ponytail. She's the type to look effortlessly stunning. I push my hair out of my eyes, all too aware I'm a train wreck compared to her. Thanks. No problem. My name's Sarah. Amy. She leans closer to whisper. I don't know a single person here. Me neither. Let's get seats before there are none left. They must be about to start. That day, Sarah and I stick together. We've chosen the same topics, so we go to the same lectures. She's more nervous than I am, and it's nice to team up with her and find our way around together. Grabbing a sandwich for lunch, we eat in the courtyard where lots of people are hanging out. Sarah attracts admiring glances, and no wonder. She's wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, like me, except on her it's glamorous. One boy wanders over to chat to us, to chat to Sarah. His hair sticks up at the front, and it gives him a devilish look that's super attractive. Does he even notice I'm here? All I can do is watch the drama unfold. "Hi, I'm Darren." Sarah doesn't know how lucky she is to have guys like him being interested. Sarah cuts him a half glance. She's playing it cool. If that were me, I'd be blabbering like an idiot. "I saw you in the lecture," Darren says. "I was wondering if you're free for a drink." Wow, he doesn't hang around. "Maybe," Sarah says. "There's a band at the student bar Friday evening if you're interested." Sarah shrugs in a non-committal way, and it strikes me that Darren is a bit like Sarah. He's used to lots of attention from the opposite sex. "See you there then," he says, and he gives Sarah a smile before he wanders off. Once he's out of earshot, I give Sarah a push on the shoulder. "He's cute." "You think so?" "I definitely do, but like I said, he's only got eyes for Sarah." "All he wants is a hump in the sack," she says. "Sex and more sex." I thought he seemed nice. Guys are all the same. What hangs between their legs is what drives them. I wrinkle my nose. Even if Darren was mostly interested in sex, that's pretty normal. I pick at my sandwich. If he asked me out, I'd definitely say yes. A gig at the bar isn't asking me out. Besides, weirdos and perverts, they could be anyone, and you'd never know. I didn't get a negative vibe. "That's because you're too nice." Sarah leans to whisper in my ear. "Sometimes I think I attract the psychos." Chapter 41. When I get home, Keith is waiting in the kitchen. Edith is there too, putting the finishing touches on supper, which smells divine. Actually, the way they react when I walk in, I'm guessing they've both been waiting for me to arrive and share my news. "How did your first day go?" "I've made a friend. Her name's Sarah." Meeting Sarah makes a difference. I've always thought of myself as fiercely independent, but now I know I'm the same as everyone else, and I need people. "I'm glad." The lectures today were interesting too. Sarah and I have chosen the same subjects. "What's she like?" "She's not shy, but she is quiet. I think she's pretty clever. She's got a wicked sense of humour too." "It sounds like the two of you have hit it off," Edith says. "That's nice." Keith probably didn't get many opportunities in life. Would he have liked to do what I'm doing? I don't want it to come across as if I'm bragging. That would be awful. "How was your day, Keith?" I ask. "Not as exciting as yours, but we did drama this afternoon. It's my favourite." "Okay, you like theatre?" "We're practising a play. I have a part where I mime." "Nice." "Keith's always in the end-of-year play," Edith says. "This year I designed the backdrop for the stage. We're painting it by hand." "I didn't realise you were artistic." "Come and sit down, dear. I hope you're hungry." "That smells wonderful." "Shepherd's pie with apple crumble for afters. I hope you like it." Keith and I are busy eating for the next few minutes, while Edith picks at her plate, as she usually does. "I was wondering if I could invite Sarah over this Saturday." "Of course," Edith says. "This is your home now. Though no overnight guests, please." "Can I meet her?" Edith pats her son's arm. "Sarah is Amy's new friend. We've got to let Amy have her privacy." "That's all right. Maybe you'd like to come for a walk with us, Keith. I'd like you to meet her." He nods enthusiastically. I really like Keith. He has such a sweet nature. "I'd like that. We could go to the park." I wipe at the corner of my mouth and wonder if I can fit in another portion. If I do, there won't be much space for afters. My appetite has returned for the first time since leaving the farm. Maybe I'm starting to find my feet. Freshers Week is a whirlwind of activity. Most of it is crazy fun as the clubs compete for attracting us newbies, hosting lunches and games events and gigs in the evening. Sarah and I stick together. Maybe at the beginning it was from necessity, but by Friday we're firm friends. I joined the rowing club, which is something I've always wanted to try, though I discover Sarah's not into sports, but she has a sharp sense of humour and I enjoy her company. Each day, I hope Harry will call by. To my disappointment, he doesn't, and by Friday evening there's still no sign of him. As for my family, I had a letter from Mum, which buoyed me up. I messaged Fee again, but she still didn't reply, so I guess she's in a huff. She always does that, cuts me off because she thinks I'm still mad at her. On Friday evening it's drizzling as I slam the front door shut. The lights are off, so nobody is home, which is unusual. Shaking out my umbrella, I hang my coat and search for my slippers. And that's when I hear it. I stop and listen harder. It's a little girl's voice. A strange feeling fizzes up my spine. There it is again. She's singing a nursery rhyme. That can't be possible. No little girl lives here. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It's coming from upstairs. I fumble for the second light switch in the hallway. "Who's there?" I call out. The singing continues. Come on, you don't believe in ghosts. You're a country girl with your feet planted on the ground. There's got to be a simple explanation. I tread slowly up the stairs. Just in case, I clutch my folded umbrella, pointed end forwards. On the first landing, my legs wobble. The singing is coming from here. Breathe, relax. There's nothing spooky going on. But my body doesn't believe me. I throw the light switch and inch along the landing. Yes, it's coming from a room along the hallway. I stop outside. The door is ajar, but not enough for me to see inside. Is somebody there? I recognise the nursery rhyme. It's Ring-a-Ring-a-Roses, and as she gets to the last line, the child laughs. It's even more unnerving. Screwing up my courage, I push the door with my fingertip, and it creaks open. Inside is dimly lit by a bedside lamp. The curtains are closed. There's a bed, a dresser, and a rocking horse, and no sign of a little girl. I check on the other side of the bed. The room is empty, but on the floor an oblong box is making a whirring sound. It's an old-fashioned cassette player. That's where the singing was coming from a recording. But who left it on? I switch it off. Then behind me there's a huge bang. I whip around. The door has slammed shut. When I rush to it and turn the handle, it doesn't budge. No matter how I turn the knob, left or right, I can't manage to move it. Don't worry, it was just a draft, and now this old stupid door has got stuck. But was it drafty enough for the door to slam? I don't think so. Is there somebody there? Let me out! Bang! Bang! I pound until my fist hurts. This is ridiculous. And I've left my phone in my coat downstairs. That was stupid of me. The main light switch doesn't work, so I'm left in the half-light. I try again and again, twisting and pulling at the doorknob, hoping it will either turn or fall off. It doesn't. Keith or Edith will be home soon, so there's no need to panic. The weird thing is, this is a child's bedroom. A teddy bear sits on the pillow, and when I look in the wardrobe and the dresser, I find little girls' things. This must have been Mary Beth's bedroom, and Edith has kept it in memory of her daughter. It's sad and a bit strange. I mean, the girl died over 15 years ago. And it doesn't explain who left the tape player running. I inspect the door. There's a tiny gap between it and the jamb, and I can see two bits of metal going from one to the other. Is that first one from the doorknob? If so, then what's that second one going into the jamb? My back goes cold because it's in line with the keyhole. Has somebody locked it? There's no key in the lock because I can see straight through. But could somebody have turned a key from the outside and then taken it out? I tug and twist at the knob again, but all that does is make me more convinced I've been trapped. I pull the curtains. Like mine, her room looks out on the garden, which means no one can see me from the neighbouring houses. I must have got lost in panicked thoughts, because the next thing I know, a noise startles me. I'm hugging my knees with my back to the bed, staring at the door. Whizzing across the floor, I pound on the door. "Hey, let me out! I'm stuck!" My backside aches like I've been sitting for a long time. How long did I zone out for? On the other side of the door are rattling noises, and nothing happens. A voice sounds from the hallway. "Stay well back." The door swings violently inwards, and who is standing there but the lovely Harry? I can't help myself. I fly into his arms. Harry holds me tight. Is it relief? Is it passion? Or is it folly? I don't know. But when he releases me, I kiss him. Several kisses later, and we're in the lounge. I thought about taking him to my room, but one thing would have led to another, and I'm not ready for that. Besides, I don't think it would be diplomatic for my landlady to find me making out with her nephew. I tell Harry what happened. "That room is like a shrine to Mary Beth," Harry says. "It's not healthy. My parents have told Aunt loads of times to redecorate. I don't have an explanation for the nursery rhyme. Maybe she went in there earlier and left it on by mistake." I suppose. Poor Edith. Strange how I couldn't budge the door, though. I tried everything. "It's old wood and warped. All it needed was a good shove." Before we left Mary Beth's room, we inspected the door and we tried to get Harry trapped inside like I had been. Strange thing was, it didn't stick a second time. But I guess he's right. "But an old door is my good luck," Harry said. "How so?" "You're the best thing that's happened to me for a long time." Is he being serious? Could it be possible he feels the same about me as I do about him? Keep your feet on the ground. This is not a fairy tale. We lean in for another kiss, and I can't help myself. It's wonderful. Who cares about the recording or about the door? I'm in heaven. Chapter 42. I still make it to the gig on campus later that evening. Sarah is waiting outside the student bar. Her hair is golden and she's wearing a skimpy black dress, daring in all the right places. It's an outfit I'd never have the nerve to pull off, but Sarah wears it with ease. "Any sign of Darren?" I ask. Sarah rolls her eyes. "Let's hope not." I laugh. Kissing Harry has made me feel like $1 million. As for Sarah, for sure she likes to play it cool, but she didn't pick that dress for no reason, and I'm willing to bet it's for Darren's benefit. Inside it's throbbing, and we squeeze our way through the crowd to order a drink. This is my first student bash. I try not to come over as too excited, though, because I don't want Sarah to think I'm a complete loser who's been living in a field all her life. She drums her fingernails on the counter until someone takes our order, and we lounge against the bar. Darren appears as if out of nowhere, wearing a black shirt and jeans and looking as handsome as a film star. I try not to gawk. "Fancy a dance?" he asks. Of course he's not asking me. He gives Sarah a flirty look and she raises an eyebrow. The sexual tension between them is almost palpable. At home, flirting was never as direct as this. In real life, I have seriously never seen two people go for it like they're doing. "Sure," Sarah says. Sarah pushes her glass into my hand and leaves me in the dust. I guess I'm being dumped. I let them head off to the dance floor, and after a few minutes, I make my way there myself. The band is a good one, and afterwards it's a DJ set. I dance and dance as I've never danced before. I don't care. I'm on my own. I think about Harry and our kiss, and I let myself go. I'm surrounded by people doing exactly the same as me. Midway through the evening, I catch sight of Sarah's golden hair as she makes her way to the exit, hand in hand with Darren. Lucky her. But I don't care. I'm having the time of my life. The next day, I wake up late. My feet are throbbing and I stretch luxuriously in bed. I can't say the homesickness is gone completely, but it's faded. I'm sure it will be there until Mum is better. I decide to run myself a bath. Sarah and I had organised to meet up for a walk later, although I'm not expecting her to turn up. She'll probably still be in bed with Darren, and good luck to her if she is. I pour in bubble bath, make the water as hot as I possibly can, and lie back for a soak. I've been there for a while when my phone buzzes. To my surprise, it's Sarah. "Are you free?" "Why? Did you have a good time?" She calls me, and her voice is oddly strained. "Amy." "Hi. Did you have a good time?" "It was horrible." Her voice breaks. I sit up sharply and water sloshes onto the floor. "What happened?" "Darren. I saw you leave with him. We went to his place, and I was so scared." "What? Why?" "He's a bad one." This doesn't make sense. Are we talking about the same person? "Darren, the guy at the bar, what do you mean?" "He locked me in." "What?" "After the gig, we went to his place. It was consensual and fun. Then I wanted to leave. That's when he changed. He was like Jekyll and Hyde. He refused to let me go." "Jesus." "He took away my phone and locked the door. I was so frightened. I tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen." "I don't understand. Why would he do that? He didn't do any drugs or stuff, did he?" "I don't think so." Darren seemed so normal. How could it be possible? "I managed to trick him, and I made a run for it." "Thank God you're safe." She's breathing heavily, and she's tearful, and no wonder. "You believe me, don't you?" she asks. "Of course. We've got to go to the police. Let me get dressed and I'll come with you. Please, Amy, no, I can't face it. I told you because you're the only person I trust." Poor Sarah. How the hell could Darren have turned out to be dangerous? I would never have imagined it. "I am so sorry. It must have been terrifying." "It was. I didn't know what he wanted or why he was doing it. I kept thinking all kinds of horrible things were going to happen to me." "You poor thing. He's a bastard." "He absolutely is. Thank goodness he didn't do you any physical harm. What can I do to help?" "You've helped already, by listening and not judging. Darren is the one to blame. Are you okay?" "I will be, as long as I never have to see him again." She takes a long, staggering breath. I'm clenching my fists. I'm so furious. Sarah doesn't need to worry because I'll be dealing with Darren. He's not getting away with this. He'd better watch out because I'm going to tell him exactly what I think of him. Ask any of the kids in my village and they'll tell you. They've learned it's better not to cross me or anyone I care about. Chapter 43. Several hours later, and Sarah is sitting gingerly on my bed. "I hope I didn't scare you earlier," she says. "Don't say that. You were right to call me." "Thanks. Are you sure you haven't changed your mind about reporting him?" "Absolutely. And I don't want a bastard like Darren to spoil our afternoon, either. Don't give him that power." She's anxious, with her hands clasped between her knees and her shoulders hunched. The encounter with Darren has shaken her, and no wonder. What the hell was he playing at? "Come on, Amy. Help me forget about it." I gesture around the room. What do you think? It's a bit basic, but I like it. Cold, though. I give her a light-hearted shove. I don't mind. It's nice and warm once I'm under the duvet. She's told me about her room in a luxury halls of residence. She has her own bathroom with bath and shower, a kitchen, and she certainly has functioning heating. I know she's lost her father, but her mother must be well off to pay that kind of rent. I guess Sarah's not used to people having to make do. Keith is looking forward to meeting you. He's waiting in the lounge, even though I told him not to, so we shouldn't stay up here too long. If we do, I might get hypothermia. Let's put the poor guy out of his misery. When we walk into the lounge, Keith gives us a huge grin. He's off the sofa at lightning speed, and he literally runs towards Sarah. I guess I've got used to Keith. He reminds me of a boy who was in my class at school. Keith has a similar enthusiastic way he goes about things. Sarah isn't prepared, and as Keith bounds towards her, she shrieks. He has his massive arms stretched out for a hug. I'm a bit surprised too, but Sarah is outright horrified. Keith realises something is wrong, and he stops, confused, and then crestfallen at Sarah's reaction. I can tell he feels like he's done something bad. It's okay, Keith, I say. Sarah is timid with strangers. But the damage is done. Keith bursts into tears and runs out of the room. It's my fault. I should have warned you. I didn't know he'd be so excited. Keith doesn't lack social skills, but he did misjudge this. Oh dear, I should have realised it might happen. It's easy for me to accept Keith the way he is. For Sarah, that's clearly not the case. She cringes behind me. I can see what's happened here. Keith and I are friends. He assumed you and he would be too. Sarah clutches my shoulder. I don't want him near me. He didn't mean any harm. He was upset he'd frightened you. It's hard for him being rejected. I don't care. Keep him away. He's gone, Sarah. He was crying. I can't cope with people pouring at me. I understand where she's coming from. First, the nightmare scenario with Darren, and now having a big guy like Keith rushing at her must have been unnerving. But Keith was only looking forward to the three of us being friends. I put my arm around Sarah's shoulders. She's shaking. I'm sorry. Keith didn't mean anything. He's too much. It takes a while for her to calm down. Let's go out, Sarah says, for a walk, like we said we would. She means without Keith. Poor Keith. I can't bear to think of him upset. It's dreadful, and he'll know we went without him. I rack my brains, but I can't think of a way out of this. Though I like them both, the damage has been done. I don't see how Keith and Sarah can be compatible. I'd better check he's okay. I know you like him, but I don't. Keep him away. Shh, not so loud. Okay, wait here. The kitchen is empty, so I head to the second floor. Keith, I call. I've not been here before, but it's easy to know which room is his because it has a nameplate with a picture of a train. I tap on his door. Are you all right? I'm pretty certain there are crying noises coming from inside. Sarah's very sensitive. It's my fault. I should have warned you. The noises have stopped, but the door doesn't budge. If he wanted to communicate, he'd have opened it. I'm going to take Sarah back to her halls of residence. How about you and me make some pancakes when I get back? I wait, hoping for a reply. Then I tramp down the stairs, feeling bad. Keith will know Sarah and I are actually going on the walk I promised he could join. All I can do is try to salvage the situation later. Sarah and I take a route along the river because I can't bear to go to the park Keith wanted us to visit. It's a bright, sunny day, crisp and fresh. Families are out with their children. Dog walkers are out too, and everyone is enjoying the sunshine. Sarah has her shoulders hunched and her hands in her coat pockets. A heavy mood hangs over her, and it doesn't seem to lift. We plod along in silence. You okay? I finally ask. Fine. She doesn't sound fine. I step off the path to make way for a little boy on a bike, and we let his family pass us. "It's easy to be carefree at that age," she says, as the kid trundles past. "Isn't it?" "I suppose. Let's take a seat on that bench. It looks like a nice spot." Sarah follows me, and we sit side by side. "Is it what happened with Keith that's upsetting you?" She shakes her head and then glances quickly over her shoulder. "Did you see that?" she asks. "What?" She whispers. "Somebody's watching." I check around. There's nobody anywhere near. The path runs in front of the bench, and behind us are trees, and then a hedgerow. There are houses, but they're much farther back. I don't see anything. "Behind us, in the trees." I scan again, searching the shadows. There's no human figure and no movement. "There's nobody there, Sarah." "What if it's him?" "Who?" "Darren." It's so unlikely, I'm at a loss as to what to say. "I'd better get home," Sarah says. "I don't feel comfortable." I can only imagine she's suffering the after effects of her bad experience. We're studying PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. From what I've learned so far, it might take time for Sarah to get over it. "No worries, I'll come with you." We take the shortest route possible to Sarah's place, and she hurries as if something awful is stalking her. It makes me worried because there's definitely nobody behind us. Maybe she needs to see a professional and talk through the Darren incident. When we reach Sarah's entrance gate, she kisses me goodbye. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" I ask. "I'll be fine. Thanks, Amy. You're the best." "I hope you feel better soon." "I will, once I'm tucked up on my sofa." "Maybe you need to see a counsellor, to talk through what happened." "I'll be okay. Don't worry." Then she's on her way inside. She waves before she enters the building, and then she's gone. I walk home slowly, feeling really sorry for Sarah. I'm almost back when I remember I wanted to buy eggs and maple syrup, so I make a detour to the supermarket. When I get home, I'm relieved to find Keith is no longer in his room, but in the kitchen. He's tapping away at his laptop. "Hi, I got some supplies," I say, waving the maple syrup. "I'm sorry about earlier. Are you all right?" "Yes." He doesn't write more. There's no mention of Sarah, and it's probably best if I don't bring it up either. Hopefully, spending some quality time with Keith will help make things better. The first minutes are awkward, but that soon fades. We measure out the ingredients and mix them up, and Keith loves it. I enjoy our pancake making too. It's a contrast to the time I just spent with Sarah, which was full of tension. I wonder how long it will take her to feel better. As for the Darren incident, I've never experienced anything like it. Maybe coming from a place where everybody knows each other has advantages after all, and it makes me realise that perhaps being attractive and having so many guys after you has its drawbacks. Chapter 44. From then on, Sarah doesn't mention Keith, and Keith doesn't ask about Sarah. I guess that's the way it's going to be. Mum starts her chemotherapy treatment, and I keep my letters short and frequent. Fee still hasn't got over herself, and it's so annoying when she ignores my messages. If this continues, she risks me ghosting her too. Harry takes up a lot of space in my thoughts, although unfortunately not in my life, because I've only seen him once more, and that was at breakfast today. Our encounter was in the company of Edith and Keith, and took place over the eggs and toast, but it was powerful enough to give me the shakes. Should I talk to Sarah about Harry? What if she reacts badly, like she did with Keith? Though that's not likely, because Harry is a different sort of person than Keith. Still, I'm reluctant to have another disaster. I've been choosing my outfits and wearing makeup in the hope I run into Harry again, and this morning made my effort worthwhile. I slide into the seat beside Sarah in the amphitheatre. "You're looking nice again today," Sarah says. That's a compliment coming from somebody who always looks fantastic. Thanks. You've changed. You didn't take so much care before. Should I just come out with it and tell Sarah about Harry? I hesitate. Maybe that's because I didn't have a stunning-looking friend to hang around with. This particular lecturer must have the eyes and ears of a hawk. She pauses her writing on the whiteboard and glares at me. I don't tolerate disturbances. Please settle down. I mutter an apology, and it's a great excuse to take the easy way out. The news I've met someone will have to wait. I fidget my way through lectures. I'm dreaming about Harry. I'd like to say some of my attention is on my work, but if not, who cares? After the last lecture of the morning, there's a burst of noise as every student in the room packs up their things. Let's find a quiet spot outside, I say. I've got news. Okay, but first, I'm late handing in my assignment. I need to drop it at the office. Okay, meet you in the courtyard. I grab a sandwich from the cafeteria, and I'm heading into the autumn sunshine when who comes towards me? Darren. I've been looking out for him. I'm not the sort to stay silent. Before he can go past me, I grab his shoulder. Perverts like you should be behind bars. Excuse me, Darren says. My friend told me what you did, locking her in. Do you get off on stuff like that? He holds his hands up like he's innocent. Whoa, you've got the wrong person. No, I haven't. Darren looks confused. I give him a shove. You wouldn't let her leave. You took away her phone. Listen, you've got the wrong guy. You're lucky we didn't go to the police. Now hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. I wave my finger in his face. It's hard to believe I once found this dirtbag attractive. You left the Friday night gig with my friend. The next day you locked the door and wouldn't let her go. That's a lie. Sarah, you remember her? Long blonde hair. Sure, we had a great time. All consensual. Then we parted ways. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Incarceration. You think that's a misunderstanding? I didn't keep her prisoner. We had fun. The only thing she didn't like was when I said I didn't want to spend the day together. She was disappointed. I did nothing wrong. He's angry. Good. I'm not scared of people like him. Haven't you got the guts to admit it? There's nothing to admit. We enjoyed ourselves. Then she left. You really are a piece of shit. Fuck off, you crazy bitch. A small crowd has gathered. What did he do to your friend? Did he rape her? A girl shouts. She's dressed in a bright green top, and her hair has a blue streak falling to the side. Darren wheels to face her. I didn't do anything. Liar, the girl shouts. For a moment, Darren is defiant. Then he runs out the door, and he's quickly lost in the melee of the courtyard. I'm left with my heart racing and my muscles tensed. That's when I see Sarah watching from behind the crowd. I rush towards her. Are you okay? I ask. She looks pale, but she nods. You didn't have to do that, she says. I give her a hug. Yes, I did. He can't get away with it. He already did, she says into my hair. At least I've made it public. He knows he can't keep it under wraps. He was so cocky, Sarah whispers. Well, not exactly. He was more confused than arrogant, but I don't want to say that. What would I do without you? Who needs men? Sarah says. I put my arm around her. Yeah, who needs men? I say. Arm in arm, we go to the canteen. Sarah is adamant again that she doesn't want the humiliation of recounting it to anyone else, definitely not the police, and not the student representatives either. She's scared they'll think she's lying. After all, Darren will be ready to defend himself by trying to discredit her. Thanks for sticking up for me. I'm turning into a real pain, aren't I? Darren, then Keith. You must think I'm a freak. Of course not. I'm so sorry. she says. "Don't you dare apologise. Darren's the pervert." She sniffs. "You said you had some news. Cheer me up." Poor Sarah. No way am I going to talk about meeting Harry and feeling excited. My brain scrambles to come up with something. "You know I told you about the pink cake?" "Uh-huh. That really wasn't cool." "Yeah, well, wait until you hear what happened on Friday." I recount how I got trapped in Mary Beth's bedroom with the spooky music. The only bit I fluff is how I got out, leaving it so she'd assumed it was Keith or his mother who helped. "That is so weird," she says. "You think one of them locked you in?" "But why? People know where I am. You, my family. I guess. You'd better never drop out of contact, or I'll be going straight to the police." I laugh. I don't think Edith and Keith are much of a threat. "Don't underestimate them." I raise an eyebrow. "Really?" "We need to be there for each other no matter what," she says. "We're a team, you and me. Promise?" Harry flits through my mind. All I've done is kiss him, but I've fallen for him, and I haven't told Sarah. I need to find the right moment, just not now. "You and me," I say, and I squeeze her arm. That night, Harry comes around for dinner. The four of us chat in the lounge until Keith and Edith, who are both early-to-bed people, leave us alone. I've been waiting for this moment. We get into the heavy kissing, though both of us are careful we don't go too far. I'm drunk on passion, but there's more to it than that. I love Harry's company. I feel it's mutual, and when he asks me out on the weekend, I dance around the room. The problem being, Sarah and I have already organised our first girls' night out. I'd love to, but I already made an arrangement with my friend Sarah. I'm sorry. Maybe she could hang out with someone else. I know Sarah is relying on me. She's had a shitty experience, and she needs me to be there for her. I can't leave her alone on a Saturday night. That's a shame, because I had some ideas about what we might do together. Harry grabs me around the waist and pulls me onto the sofa. I laugh and snuggle up. I'm free Saturday afternoon, or Sunday. It's not the same, and my parents are away Saturday night. We could have had the cottage, all to ourselves. He traces a finger down my blouse. If you must know, Sarah had a nightmare encounter with a guy recently. She went to his place and then he turned nasty. Sorry, I didn't realise. I give him a kiss. What will you do instead? Probably tag along with a couple of my mates. Thanks for being understanding. The truth is, I'd much rather be going out with Harry, and I can't help hoping he feels exactly the same as me. Chapter 45. The Phoenix nightclub is packed. The vibe is full on, and nobody is holding back. Dancing, flirting, drinking. It's all one big hormonal rush. I love it. Sarah's catsuit is amazing. As she gyrates next to me on the dance floor, she gathers a circle of admirers. It's not only her outfit that attracts them. Sarah is wild and free in a way I've never known her before. Maybe her inhibitions have been washed away by alcohol. Not that we've had that many, even though we've been here hours. Sarah ignores the guys who are trying their best to impress her. The ones who get too close, she totally snubs. I'm proud of her for being strong after Darren. I bop beside her, throwing my arms in the air and having the best time. There's so much sweat, my hair sticks to my face, but I don't care. This is what I longed for when I was trapped in our sleepy village. We're in our own world, and I feel fantastic. The music vibrates through my body, and my blood is pumping. I never want this to stop. Then, through the crowd, I catch sight of a profile. My pulse skyrockets. It can't be. Dancers are swaying, and others are jumping, blocking my view. I must be mistaken. It can't be. In the strobing lights, I get another flash of profile and tousled hair. I push my way across the floor, squeezing through the pulsating mass. And then I'm standing beside him. I grab Harry's arm, and he turns, his eyes widening in delight. "Hey, Amy!" Harry looks great in a sleeveless top and sexy trousers. From what I glimpsed, he's a good dancer too. "Great to see you," he says. He bends to kiss me and I twist away. Sarah mustn't see. She mustn't know I've been lying to her. It would be a betrayal. No way would she understand I did it to protect her. "What's wrong?" Harry yells in my ear. "What are you doing here?" I shout. He grins. "Enjoying myself. I'm with my mates." He reaches to grab me around the waist. I push away his hands, take his wrist and pull him with me towards the bar at the back. On the way, he keeps trying to kiss my neck. "Stop doing that," I say, though my heart isn't really in it. He laughs. "Why? When I know you like it." It's still noisy, but we've half a chance of hearing each other farther from the DJ. "You're right, I do, but I can't let Sarah see us together." "Who?" I roll my eyes. "I told you about her." "Did you?" "The girl I'm friends with." "Oh yeah, the weird one who—" I dig him in the ribs. Sarah is coming up behind him. She must have followed us. How much did she see? Will she guess we know each other? I step back a bit from Harry. "Who are you?" Sarah says. She's got her hands on her hips and she's glaring. "I'm Harry. Nice to meet you." He holds out his hand to shake hers, and she sneers at it like it's contaminated. "Are you bothering my friend?" Sarah says. "No." He gives her a winning smile, and I'm grateful he's prepared to keep on being friendly. A lot of people wouldn't have been, given how downright rude she is. To my relief, the girl behind the bar comes Harry's way. It's a welcome distraction as he turns and orders a drink. "Can I get you girls something?" he asks. "Thanks, 2 lemonades, please," I reply quickly, before Sarah can cut Harry down. "I'll pay for ours," I add. I fish around for my money. "No worries, I'll get these," Harry says, as he hands across our glasses. "Cheers." He gives me a wink. It's too obvious, and I don't know how to react. Should I tell him to get lost? What if he thinks I'm being serious? We stand awkwardly, and then he gets the hint and heads back to the dance floor. "Loser," Sarah says. "Don't be like that, he was nice." "He likes you." "I don't think so." "I do." "You're not going to dump me for him, are you?" "Of course not." "He was acting really familiar with you." "Not really. I don't like guys who do that. It's a bad sign." She's really got herself worked up, and it makes me uncomfortable. This would be an opportunity to own up to the truth. Harry is Keith's cousin. He's been coming around to the house. I really like him. That's not going to go down well, but it's best to get it out in the open. I take a deep breath. Actually, guys with looks like his always try their luck. Don't be fooled. He wants to get you into bed. Then he'll be moving on. Come on, let's get back out there. Sarah has ignored the drink Harry bought for her. I slurp from my glass. "I'll find you in a few minutes. I need to get my breath back." "Promise me you're not going to go off with that jerk and leave me on my own," she says. She gives me such an unhappy look, I really feel for her. Of course I'm not going to sneak off. How could she think I would? No way. Trust me. "Sorry, I'm being stupid." "You're not. Forget him. Let's go back to enjoying ourselves." I give her a friendly push and she walks off, swinging her backside. Yes, I'm a coward, I admit it. I had a chance to tell her and I let it pass. But something else is bothering me. It's Harry. Happily for me, Harry played along, but if he hadn't, it could have damaged my friendship with Sarah. I know someone as nice as him wouldn't make trouble, but how come he's in the same club as us? There's plenty worth going to, and this is more of a student hangout. Did I tell him we were coming to the Phoenix? I don't remember. Maybe I did, because Sarah had already picked it out. Is that what made him come here? Or is it a coincidence? But what are the chances? Later in the evening, Harry makes another unwanted appearance. He's suddenly beside us on the dance floor. He flirts with us both, but after a while, it's not Sarah he's concentrating on, it's me. He's the only man to have done that all evening. With Sarah as the competition, I understand why. If I were a guy, I'd want to get together with her, not with her much less attractive and rather boring friend. Part of me wants to shimmy and get up close to him, and another more sensible part holds back. Sarah's got her eyes half closed as she moves to and fro, but I know she's watching, so I play it cool with Harry. It carries on like that for a while. Though I don't want him to, it would be better if Harry went away and stayed away. Then, at a change in the music, Sarah flings her arms around my shoulder. She leans so heavily I can hardly hold her up. Harry steps in. He puts his arm around her and takes her weight. "Looks like it's time for somebody to get home," he says. "Get off me," she slurs. I didn't think she'd drunk that much, or maybe she's reached her limit. It's a shame, because I was looking forward to keeping going until the morning. "If I let you go, you'll fall flat on your face," Harry says. "Is that what you want?" Sarah glares at him, but she doesn't fight him off. "Let's get her outside," I say. "The fresh air might sober her up." It doesn't. Sarah is worse at the curbside. She starts hollering at Harry to get his hands off her. Then she screams for help and some guys come over. One of them grabs Harry and threatens him. We're not the only ones queuing for a taxi, and a woman asks if Sarah wants her to call the police. I try to calm everybody down and reassure onlookers. In a situation like this, Harry could get himself beaten up. "Shut up, Sarah," I say. "That's enough." A few tense minutes later, and we're in the back of a taxi. Sarah doesn't resist, but she doesn't cooperate either. I'd never have managed it without Harry's help. I can only hope Sarah doesn't throw up on the nice seats. She manages to hold off until we get to her halls of residence. Then, as Harry helps her out, she vomits over his trousers. The stink is awful. Harry is nothing but a gentleman. She retches several times more, and then he carries on as if nothing has happened. "Okay, I think it's all out," he says. "Put your arm around my shoulder." She doesn't, so I do it for her and we get Sarah inside. Once we reach her room, her resistance fades. I take off her shoes and help her to bed, and she flumps on her side. "Do you think it's safe to leave her?" I ask. Harry wrinkles his nose and gestures at his clothes. "I don't think there's much left to come out. She'll be fine." "Sorry," Sarah mumbles. "I'm sorry." I'm pretty certain she's talking to me, but I'm so mad at her I don't answer. "Don't worry about it," Harry says. I pour a jug of water and leave it by her bedside. "I'll check on you tomorrow. If you need anything, ring me." Back outside, Harry keeps his distance from me. "This is disgusting. I've got to go home and get this stuff off." It's a real shame, because I'd have loved to spend the rest of the night with him, but Sarah's antics have killed the vibe. It's a cold and beautiful starry night. Sarah has been an absolute pain, and Harry reacted by being gentle, kind, and understanding. He's incredible. Harry pushes back his hair. "That was fun," he says. We both burst out laughing. Being with a man I really like who is covered in sick seems like the most hilarious thing on earth. On the way home, we laugh so much my sides hurt. Chapter 46. The following day around noon, I get a phone call from Sarah. "I'm so sorry," she says. "I ruined our evening, didn't I?" "Forget it. Anyway, you didn't. I had a great time." "No thanks to me." "I always dreamed of going to crazy clubs. It was amazing." "You're sweet." "Ouch. My head. I feel like shit." I keep a diplomatic silence. It's embarrassing. I threw up over that guy, and I insulted him. He must have seen it all before. You think? Did you get his info? Yes, he gave me his number. I'm not sure why. Good. I want to send an apology. I ping her Harry's details, and I'm pleased she's changed her mind about him. Forgive me, she says. Don't be silly, there's nothing to forgive. You're the best, Amy. Sarah groans, and I hear her slurping what I hope is water. She tells me she's staying in bed the rest of the day, nursing her headache. I've already planned to spend time with Keith. To my surprise, Sarah finds the goodwill to wish us both a nice afternoon. It's a positive sign. Maybe Sarah won't prove to be an obstacle to my private life after all. I let Keith choose what we do, and he decides on a walk in the park. It's another bright and cold September day, and we wrap up warm and head out. Usually, Keith talks by typing on his laptop screen. On the go, he communicates with me via text message. He tells me bread is bad for ducks, which is why he's brought a bag of seeds for when we get to the lake. I can tell he's pleased to be taking me there. The park is a few minutes from the house. He asks about my evening with Sarah, and I tell him a bit about the nightclub. I'm hesitant, the same as when I talk about my day at university, because I'm not sure what opportunities Keith has missed out on. He lives a sheltered life. He's well informed, but although he attends a centre, I don't know what employment or social chances he gets. But for the Phoenix, I need not have worried. Harry took me there. I didn't like it. Why not? Too loud. Too many people pushing. I like the dancing, though. He chats about the things he's done with Harry, and it's a long list, some of which Keith likes a lot, and others less so. Bars, the beach, cinema, bowling, days out, weekends away, and the occasional restaurant or party. That's nice. You two are close. Yes, he helps Mum a lot too. It looks like the park will be a good place to go running. I tell Keith about my village and the schools I went to, which all the village kids attended. I tell him about the farm and my parents and my sister. I bring up a photo of the four of us standing outside my house. Keith is a good listener. He takes it all in, and he's not judging my rural roots like lots of people do. I'm comfortable enough to talk to him about how desperate I was to escape. By the time we arrive at the lake, we are getting on even better than we do at the house. There'd been a question at the back of my mind that it was possible Keith was the one who shut me in Mary Beth's room. I mean, it's hardly likely to have been his mother, is it? But any suspicions have gone. The water is smooth and dotted with birds. When Keith throws up a handful of food, a crowd of them scoot over and start up a racket. As I take a scoop of seeds, the light glances off my bracelet. That's nice. I show him the duck charm and the four-leaf clover. My sister made it. The duck was a joke. We used to say the tiny pond in our village was the most thrilling thing in our lives. Mum tells me she used to come here with me and Mary Beth. I don't remember it, not really. We concentrate on feeding the ducks. Once the food is gone, Keith takes out his phone and taps several long messages. I can tell it's important, and as I read, I realise why. It's the story of how Mary Beth died. He remembers he was the one having a tantrum, and he blames himself for distracting his mother at the vital moment. He believes his little sister might have lived if his mother had been watching her instead of dealing with him. Poor Keith. He blames himself, but it wasn't his fault. It wasn't as if Mary Beth ran into the road. The car mounted the pavement and ploughed into her. There's never been any explanation of why, because the driver was never identified. I knew the bare bones already from Harry, though Keith's version is much more painful. It's the driver's fault, not yours. He shakes his head miserably. It must have been very hard for you. I think about her every day. That's why Harry has been there for us. Harry's definitely been loyal. I admire him for sticking around. Mum still mourns Mary Beth. She'll never get over it. I suppose she can't. It was too traumatic. She's always refused to redecorate my sister's room. I worry about her. I don't blame you. I feel so sad for both of you. I'm not sad. I'm angry. He thumps his chest with his huge hand, and I know he means he's angry inside. I understand. No CCTV at that time, I guess. They wouldn't get away with it now. All Mum remembers is that it was a silver car. One day I'll find them, and I'll punish them. Keith says it like he means it, but there's not much chance of that 15 years later. It's tragic. He and his mum have never stopped suffering. On our way back, we trudge in silence until I collect a few autumn leaves. Keith helps me with my selection. I'm going to press them. At home, I used to press wildflowers. To lift his mood, I turn the conversation to cooking together when we get home. What would he like to make? We plump for a treat, and I smile because I know Keith has a sweet tooth. Pancakes, flapjacks, or cookies? Keith goes for chocolate cookies, and we check off the list of what we need and realise we don't have chocolate. I'll go to the shop, I say. Do you want to get started weighing out the ingredients? Keith goes on ahead, and I take a small detour. It doesn't take me long to buy chocolate. In the time we've been out, the sun has sunk lower in the sky. I hurry along the street. It's a residential road with a few parked cars, and the shadows are long. This is where the accident happened, all that time ago. It must have been much quieter. Before I unlock the front door, I look at the spot where Keith told me Mary Beth died. I've no sympathy with hit-and-run drivers. Only a coward wouldn't stop. I agree with Keith. Whoever it was, they deserve to be punished. The courts would be my preference, though I know that's not what Keith meant. Then again, I can't help thinking that for killing a child, being exposed for what you did would probably be punishment enough. Chapter 47. As I close the front door behind me, there's a lot of noise coming from upstairs, scraping and banging and thumping. The thumping sounds like Keith running. Is everything all right? I call. I race up the stairs, and when I reach the top floor, I stop in my tracks. My landing is a pool of water. Edith is on her hands and knees, slopping around in several centimetres, and her skirt is soaking wet. What's going on? I ask. Amy, you left your bath running. I can't have. I'm afraid you did. She's using a towel, mopping and then squeezing it out into a bucket, and from how exhausted she looks, I'd say she's been at it for a while. I paddle towards her and peer into my bathroom. The floor is a mini swimming pool, and the bedroom is the same. Keith is sloshing around, hard at work with a mop. You left the taps running and the plug was in, Edith says. Wait a minute. I'm sure I didn't leave taps running, and definitely not with the plug in. It must be a leak. I don't know how that could have happened. I didn't realise until water started dripping from the ceiling downstairs. Let me take over from you, Edith. I'm sure I didn't leave the bath on. Are you certain it's not a burst pipe? Edith clutches the wall and drags herself to her feet. There was water dripping into the kitchen, and I searched until I found out why. There's no question. When I came up here, your bath was overflowing. I know I was groggy this morning from last night's drinking, but I wasn't that unwell. I had a shower and then brunch, and then Keith and I went out. There's no way I ran a bath and forgot about it. I'm almost certain. It's all right. We all make mistakes, Edith says. As long as it's not got into the electrics, that's what I'm worried about. I try to think about the sequence of events. I ate, I came back upstairs, and Sarah phoned me. Then I waited in the lounge for Keith, which means if it wasn't me, it could have been Keith or Edith. But that's ridiculous. Why would they? It must have been me who did it, and I can't remember. If there are damages, I'll pay, I say. The thought of asking my parents for money makes my stomach flip. I'm on a tight enough budget as it is. Don't worry, dear. I roll up my trousers, although it's a bit late because they're already soaking. I almost forgot. Your friend called around. She left something in your room. Who do you mean? Sarah? That's right. She wanted it to be a surprise. I scan around. On the dresser is a neat package tied with a red bow. I paddle across and discover it's a very expensive box of chocolates. There's a note. Sorry for last night. Please forgive me. S. Kiss. Strange. I thought Sarah was too ill to be wandering around, and I had already told her she didn't need to apologise. You won't be able to sleep here, dear. I can't risk rot setting in, which means we need to keep the windows open. It'll be far too cold. My throat goes tight. I hadn't thought of that. Where am I going to spend the night? Does this mean I'm homeless? Don't panic. I have the perfect solution. We'll move you downstairs for a few days. Thank you, I really am sorry about this. It was the shock which did me in. Luckily, Keith was here to help. Edith sags, and I wonder how long she'd been battling with it before Keith got home. I encourage her to take a rest, and she shuffles downstairs. Keith keeps going with the mop, and I keep going with towels. It takes ages. Afterwards, Keith and I investigate downstairs, and I'm dismayed to discover, like Edith said, water has seeped below. There's a damp patch on Keith's ceiling and a wet trail down one of his walls. We shift furniture and move aside the rugs in his room. At least it's not as bad for him. He won't need to sleep elsewhere. By the time we come down to the kitchen, Edith has made supper, which makes me feel terribly guilty. I'd imagined her lying in bed with a cup of tea, not slaving in the kitchen. It's macaroni cheese, and both Keith and I are ravenous. I'll ask my brother-in-law to check the house insurance, Edith says. It should be fine. He's always insisted I have good cover. You don't need to worry, and you don't need to bother your parents with it. Edith is too kind. She knows Mum has started her chemotherapy treatments. If there's anything I can do to make it up, you must let me know. Edith tuts. Having you here is a blessing. I already told you. That's more than enough. Now, why don't you get your things and we'll get you settled in your new room? While Keith deals with the washing up, I return to the 3rd floor and sort out my toiletries and lecture notes. I grab enough clothing for overnight and the next day. I've my arms full. Edith is waiting for me on Keith's landing, and I follow her down the next flight of stairs. I hope you'll be comfortable, she says. When Edith said I could sleep downstairs, I'd assumed she meant on the sofa in the lounge. But she's not leading me to the ground floor. Instead, she potters along the landing on the 1st floor. The macaroni cheese drops like a stone, and my insides go cold. This way, dear. I've already turned on the heating and changed the sheets. With a smile, Edith welcomes me to Mary Beth's room. Chapter 48. When Edith ushers me inside, I try to protest, politely of course. The teddy bear on the pillow is gone, and so is the rocking horse, so unless you already know the contents of the dresser and the wardrobe, you'd not necessarily guess this was Mary Beth's bedroom. I know, because I've already been in here. This is too much. I'm happy to sleep on the sofa. Nonsense. Why would you when there's a perfectly good bed? This hasn't been used for years. Well, It's time it was. Keith hovers in the doorway. The expression on his face is a mix of horror and worry. You can have this bedroom for as long as you like, Edith says. When she marches to the window and grabs the curtain, Keith gasps. Only a few hours ago he told me at the park they've not been pulled in 15 years. I hold my breath, waiting for some kind of catastrophe. Edith bringing me here is highly significant for her. She's kept this room untouched for so long. I'll be disrupting what can only be described as a shrine. Edith hesitates, and I'm worried the curtains are so old they might fall off in her hands, or disintegrate. But they don't. They slide. We can't see much outside because it's night. Is it my imagination, or is she suddenly unsteady? Keith rushes to take her elbow. I'm all right, darling. No need to fuss. Good night, Amy. We'll leave you to it. I hope you sleep well. My eyes whip to the keyhole in the door. I'm there in lightning-quick time to wish them good night, checking on both sides for a key as I do. There's nothing, but I recall only too well how I got stuck in here. Does the door open easily? I ask. Edith smiles. Of course, dear. I step onto the landing and pull it shut. There's no hitch and definitely no sticking. I swing it open and closed a few times. Side by side, Edith and Keith watch me. Seems fine, I say, feeling a bit silly. Good night. Only it wasn't fine when I got trapped, was it? The room is spotlessly clean, although it smells musty. I open the window to let in air, but I can't keep it that way because it's too cold. Edith changed the sheets, but I can't help but worry about whether she has also changed the bed covers. I don't think she did. It's the same flowery pattern as when I came in here. She didn't move her daughter's things either, so I hang my clothes over the dresser chair. There's a bathroom, as there is on my floor. It's been cleared of items, though the touch of a child is here in the stickers stuck randomly on the tiles around the bath and the sink. Fairies and the odd dolphin. A few are sadly peeling off. I arrange my toiletries, imagining Mary Beth's small hands slapping her stickers here and there. If you ever want to have a sleepless night, spend it in a dead girl's bedroom. No, not just in her bedroom, in her actual bed. I have plenty of time to think. Now that I go through it coolly and calmly, I'm certain I didn't run a bath. The massive overflow means I've ended up in Mary Beth's room, and I've got to ask myself, who would want that and why? Am I safe here? Chapter 49. That's odd, Sarah says, when I recount the bath incident to her on Monday morning. I was up there briefly, but I didn't notice. The bathroom door must have been closed. Are you sure you didn't run it and forget? We did throw back a few cocktails at the Phoenix. She did, but not me. I don't know. No offence, but I wouldn't like to sleep in a dead girl's room. I told Mum you were staying at the Meachams, and she remembers the story of Mary Beth. If I tell her you've moved rooms, she'll freak out. I've not got much choice, and thank you for the gift. I hope you liked them. They were delicious, but you didn't need to. What I don't tell Sarah is that Harry came around to inspect the damage. He thinks it has gone into the electrics, and we shouldn't use the third floor until it's thoroughly dried out and everything has been tested, which means I could be stuck downstairs for weeks. However silly it sounds, I can't shake the dread of being trapped in that bedroom. I'm happy you like them, Sarah says, and I'm sorry for boring you with my worries at the weekend. You know, about Darren and then me being miserable on our walk. You were upset. Anybody would be after what happened. Anyway, I'm over it. You're feeling better? Much. Good for you. That was a fast recovery. But hey, it'll be better for her if she can put it behind her. In my experience, the best way to bounce back is to move on, Sarah says. That's what people say. Do you see any prospects? Sarah eyes the crowd in the courtyard. When we hang out there are always lots of guys interested in her. She gets covert glances from the ones who are more shy. The more confident ones go for direct eye contact and flirting. She's definitely more suited to men who are sure of themselves. It doesn't take long for her to put her words into action when a gorgeous-looking student, oozing confidence, comes to try his luck. His name is Omar, and I recognise him from when I tried out for the women's rowing club. He was doing the same for the men's. Naturally, a man as striking as Omar doesn't have any recollection of us crossing paths. His dark hair and tan skin are mesmerising. His manner is smooth and warm. Omar catches Sarah's interest from the get-go in the same way Darren did. Darren and Omar have a certain style others lack. Shame Darren turned out to be such a rotten choice. A couple of chat-up lines later, and Sarah is melting under Omar's charm. He sits beside her on the wall, and they flirt like crazy. They're completely ignoring me, and I don't mind. Actually, I'm pleased. "Can I invite you to dinner?" Omar asks. "I know a nice, cosy place." Sarah examines her nails. "If I'm not busy." "I hope you won't be. Let me give you my number." Sarah seems to have totally fallen for him. Perhaps that's how she is with men. Either she's all in or she's all out. Once Omar has left, Sarah is bursting with excitement. "Isn't he fabulous?" she says. "Absolutely. You think I should go?" "Of course, it'll be fun. But he wasn't very nice to you. I thought that was rude." "Omar only had eyes for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, I've got studying to do. And hopefully Harry to see." "As long as you don't mind. It's the weekend, though, and I don't want you to feel left out." "Don't be silly. What kind of look do you think I should go for? Quietly sophisticated, or would Omar prefer killer sexy?" "All guys like killer sexy, especially on you." Sarah laughs. I have high hopes it will go well. Then I can tell her about Harry and me, and it'll all turn out rosy. Chapter 50. Later in the week, Sarah invites me to a posh tea house called Penelope's Parlour. It's to make up for what she calls being miserable last weekend. The chocolates were already extravagant, but I'm not going to turn down the invitation. Every student hankers to go to Penelope's Parlour, and I haven't got the funds for it. Sarah has some kind of medical appointment beforehand, so we agreed to meet at Penelope's. I spend time in the university library. It makes me happy to study here. It smells of old books and learning and tradition. There are names of famous students inscribed on wood panelling. I've a favourite desk alongside a window looking down over the courtyard. Imagine, when I graduate, I'll be the first in my family with a degree. I'm a tad late to meet Sarah, having stayed reading for longer than I meant. Penelope's isn't far, and I hum a little tune as I make my way through the streets. Inside, Penelope's is all polished dark wood and mirrors. With the decor and the way the staff dresses in little frilly aprons, it's like stepping back in time. There are cosy alcoves along the walls and round tables in the centre. It's alive with chatter, and pretty much every seat is occupied. "I'm meeting my friend," I say to the waitress, and she invites me to search for Sarah. The speciality of this place is afternoon tea. They serve a selection of cakes on a 3-tier stand, which they bring to your table, and you can eat as much as you want. As I walk past those already tucking in, I see muffins topped with gooey chocolate, scones with jam and cream, cakes with colourful icing, and cheesecake to die for. Towards the back of the room, Sarah is out of her seat and waving at me. She sweeps her blonde hair over her shoulder, and that's when I notice someone else already at her table. They turn to give me a wave. My God! I collide with the waitress. She clutches at the tray she's carrying as cutlery clatters to the floor. "Hey, watch where you're going." "Sorry, I didn't see you." Of course I didn't. I was too busy staring at Sarah's table. The waitress departs, giving me a dark look. I try to pull myself together. I've a few more steps before I reach their table, and then I'm standing in front of them. I greet Sarah and Harry. I hope I've hidden my shock and dismay. Why didn't Harry warn me? But there's nothing I can do about that now. "Surprise!" Sarah says. "I thought it was only fair to invite Harry too. He was nothing but kind to me at the Phoenix, and I was a first-class "Why don't you let yourself off the hook?" Harry says. He pecks me on the cheek, and I get an intoxicating whiff of his aftershave. "Hi, Amy, isn't it?" he says. "That's right. Nice to see you. I hope you haven't eaten all the cheesecake." Harry laughs. "You're a cheesecake fan? I suppose it takes all sorts." His warm eyes are on me, and I feel a rush of pleasure. I'm grateful he's sticking to playing along with us being casual acquaintances. I was worried he was going to dump me in it. Meanwhile, Sarah scrutinises our interaction, so I quickly turn my attention to her. "You're a dark horse," I say. "Am I? I thought it would be nice for the three of us to meet again. And where have you been? I bet you had your nose in a book." The next hour passes pretty smoothly, considering Harry and I are pretending to not know each other. The three of us chat about nothing significant: cakes, gossip about a couple of lecturers, and then the hot places in the city, which Sarah and Harry can't agree on. Sarah is from around here, and she and Harry have very different views. I also learned Sarah is a diabetic, which is news to me, even though we've often eaten a sandwich together. Harry and I shovel down mouthfuls of scrumptiousness, while Sarah has a small portion and checks her blood sugar before she has more. The conversation flows freely, as if the three of us are bonding as friends, which is a bit odd given how I feel about Harry. I'd have been happy coming for tea with Sarah or with him, but not with the two of them together. I know it's not fair, but the more it goes on, the more I worry about how much Sarah is relaxing. I should be pleased for her, shouldn't I, after all her jumpiness and post-trauma at the weekend? She's laughing at Harry's jokes. She's not tense. She had a nice interaction with Omar, but with Harry she's more, well, herself. When we can't stuff down any more sugar, Harry announces he has to leave. "Sorry, ladies." "Do you have to?" Sarah asks. She makes pretend puppy eyes at him, which is something she'd never do with 90% of males, because she prefers to play it cool. "Yeah, I've got an early start tomorrow. We're pouring concrete at my parents' cottage." Sarah tosses her hair over her shoulder. "How exciting." "Not really. It'll be a lot of hanging around in the cold while they faff about with the pipes and the pump." "Good luck with it," I say. "Thanks." He bends to give each of us a kiss. "See you around." "Wait, it was fun, wasn't it?" Sarah says. Harry pushes in his chair. "Sure. I love arguing with people who don't share my point of view. It reminds me I'm not right all the time." "Then let's meet up again," Sarah says. "I mean, the three of us." Harry hesitates. As he puts on his jacket, he glances at me. "Go on, say yes, both of you," Sarah says. "Those places you like that you told us about, we could visit them, together, just to confirm they're total crap and you've got terrible taste." Harry laughs. "I suppose we could." "Amy?" Sarah asks. "I've got a lot of studying. I don't want to get behind." "You're never behind. Come on, you've got to say yes. You always say you like exploring." And I nod, because I can't see a way of getting out of it. Sarah claps her hands and hugs me. Once Harry has left, we leave a few minutes later, and she can't stop talking about how nice he is. "To be crystal clear, I don't fancy him," she says sternly. "If that's what you're thinking, you're wrong. And I've got my date with Omar. I don't know. Harry is more natural. He feels like someone who could be a good friend." I could see that. I need to be around nice guys like him. It'd be good for me. I think so too. I just wish it wasn't Harry. Once Sarah and I have parted ways, I send Harry a text asking why he didn't tell me Sarah had invited him to Penelope's. He texts back, "I was going to ask you the same." 'Cause I didn't know you'd be there.
Ditto.
A cool wind blows, and I pull up the collar of my coat. She wants the three of us to be friends.
I got that. Is it a problem?
Sort of. I don't like not being straight with her.
Although a threesome is a good way to go.
Is it? I'm not sure. It's not nice going behind Sarah's back, but it's too late now to tell her Harry and I have a thing for each other. Imagine how disappointed she'll be to be left out. Harry's right. We should play along with being friends. For now. He handled the surprise at Penelope's really well. He'll be good at it. In fact, much better than me. Chapter 51. Every morning when I wake up, I leap out of bed to crack open my door in case it got stuck. I know it's silly, but I can't help it. The dread of being trapped makes it hard to get to sleep at night. I tell myself that even if the door does stick, there's no need to worry. Keith and his mother are there, and if all else fails, I've got my phone to call for help. At breakfast a few days later, I screw up the courage to ask Edith if there's a key, and if so, can I have it? She says she never locks doors in the house, and that if there once was a key, she has no idea what happened to it. I don't know if I believe her. There's another problem. I've the idea someone is going into my room during the day when I'm not there. For example, I brought down jewellery and left it on the bathroom cabinet. When I got back from classes, I swear it wasn't arranged the same way. And my clothes. They're piled on the chair, but yesterday they were in a different order than how I left them. I'm sure of it. Or almost sure. If Keith or Edith were coming in, it wouldn't be a disaster. It's not like I have anything worth much, but it's an invasion of privacy, and it makes me uncomfortable. I especially felt unnerved today when I discovered a corner of Mum's letter poking out of its envelope. Didn't I tuck it neatly inside? I talk it over with Sarah. She's sympathetic, but she wonders if I'm under too much stress about my mum, and I'm imagining things. She's also very much taken with Omar and his dinner invitation. What she'll wear and how she'll style her hair is all she talks about. When I mention my concerns about the letter to Harry, he gives me a sceptical look. He thinks it's unlikely. In fact, he and Keith think it's a miracle Edith has allowed the room to be occupied, and they're both delighted. They hope it will help her. So do I, but it means Harry is more inclined to think I'm mistaken. The days go by, and I get less and less rest. By the end of the week, I'm so tired that I fall asleep in a lecture. It's a welcome boost when Harry tells me his parents are going away for the weekend. He wants me to stay over at the cottage. When he tells me, I'm so excited it's like I can't breathe. The only problem is Sarah. I dread her bouncing up to me and demanding what shall we do on Saturday. I don't want her to be suspicious. I don't want her to feel lonely either. I'm really hoping it will go well with Omar on Friday, and they'll end up spending the weekend together. Sarah must be thinking the same, because, to my surprise, she tells me she's planning on studying on Saturday. As if. Good luck to her, and even better, it leaves me free to spend time with Harry. Saturday morning, I pack my away bag, and Harry picks me up. We zoom through the streets in his battered Mini. He loves to drive fast, and we laugh a lot as he slips through orange lights. We head for the wild and windswept moors. Gorse and heather stretch to the horizon, and there's so much sky. I hadn't realised it went on and on like this. Wow, it's beautiful, I say.
The moors stretch all the way to the next county. I fell in love with them when I was a child. But you've got to be careful. It's treacherous up here too. There are hidden marshes and bogs, and the weather can change in an instant.
But it looks so lovely.
Don't be deceived. I've known fog so thick I can barely see my own hand in front of me. Step into a bog and you could be up to your neck. This time last year, another man went missing. They brought out specialists and tracker dogs, but it's such a huge area that it's almost impossible to search. They never found a thing.
Most likely he strayed off the track and got sucked down. Poor bastard. It happens every few years. Are you being serious? Absolutely. Stick to marked footpaths, know the weather forecast, and never go out at night. Oh, and there's no signal up here. Your mobile won't work. Their cottage sits at the edge of the moors. Harry tells me it used to be a peat cutter's cabin. Apparently bogs produce great peat, and in the old days the peat was dug out and used as fuel. I'm surprised to hear the cottage actually belongs to Edith, not Harry's parents. It was left to Edith by her father, and Harry tells me it's been in the family for generations. As I step out of the car, the wind whips my hair. This is what I call remote, I say. It's the only place for miles. It was falling apart until Dad offered to renovate. It's cute. There's a garden with a stone wall around the perimeter and a stunted, odd-shaped tree at the end. There are a couple of outbuildings, which used to be for drying and storing the peat. The entrance to the cottage is a latched wooden door, and it leads straight into the kitchen. We never lock it. That's a tradition, in case trekkers need shelter. Harry leads me inside. The original cabin was just this space. One of Aunt's ancestors added more rooms. Then Aunt's grandfather added a floor above. From the kitchen, there's a spiral stone staircase leading to the floor above. I dump my bag. In the room next door, a merry fire burns in the grate, and there are 2 huge and very comfortable-looking sofas. Your parents have decorated it nicely. Thanks. I've prepared lunch. Or almost prepared it. Would you like a glass of wine? That sounds nice. I follow him back to the kitchen, where the counter is strewn with food preparations. A splash of green from chopped herbs, grated cheese, and a bowl of tomatoes and olives. Spaghetti sticks out of a pan. I'm not a gourmet chef, but I can rustle up a mean pasta. Harry glugs wine into our glasses. We clink. I sip, and his eyes meet mine. Electricity races up my arms. No need to cook that pasta yet. I reach for Harry, and it's a delicious moment as his arms encircle me and our lips meet in a hot and desirous kiss. This is what I've been dreaming of, and I never want it to end. A few hours later, we're snuggled together under a duvet in front of the fire. We didn't bother to go upstairs. Right here was perfect, with the moors and the moody sky and the burning logs. Harry entwines his fingers with mine. He laughs and kisses me. All I had to do was walk into Aunt's kitchen, and there you were. How lucky is that? I know exactly what he means. I've never felt like this before. It's wonderful he feels the same way about me as I do about him. Chapter 52. I'm really sorry I abandoned you, Sarah says. Next time I shouldn't let myself get carried away with Omar. So there's going to be another time. She wriggles in delight. We're really compatible. The way he talks about his family and his likes and dislikes, I really like him. Sarah and Omar spent the whole weekend together. She's been modest about describing what they got up to, but I'm imagining pure passion from beginning to end. I'm betting he's got fancy tastes too, I say. The restaurant was intimate and upmarket, and his apartment, you should see it. It's wonderful. His family must be rich. She's practically glowing. It's a good thing, especially because I feel the same after my weekend with Harry, but I don't think Sarah has even noticed. Sounds like you two hit it off, I say. Sarah tosses back her hair. I've got to say, I feel like a new woman. When are you seeing him next? Soon. I'm so glad I started at university. So glad I met you. I laugh. And Omar. It's great to see her happy. And Harry too, she adds. My heart sinks a little. I'd hoped she might have forgotten about him. Lucky you for meeting a man like Omar. Anyway, I can't let Omar think I'm too keen. Best to keep him a bit hungry. So next weekend, I was thinking we should do something fun with Harry. What do you think? Won't it put Omar off? It's good for him to know he can't take me for granted. If you say so, but I'd prefer just you and me and leaving Harry out of it. She nudges me. Rubbish! Be enthusiastic. I've already got an idea where we can go. Of course she has, and there'll be no getting out of it. Okay, where? I thought either we could... No, wait, let's meet with Harry and I'll fill you both in. When she claps her hands excitedly, I feel a bit sick. I hesitate. This might be a good moment to tell her. And what about you? Sarah asks. Don't tell me you worked all weekend. Should I just blurt it out? But what if things don't take off with Omar? Wouldn't it be wiser to wait? I had a quiet time. I hung out with Keith a bit. I don't like lying, but it's for the best until Sarah is set up with a man of her own. She screws up her nose. Anything odd happen in Mary Beth's room? I still think someone's going in there. I spoke to Mum Sunday night. I asked her to tell me about your landlady. She knows Mrs. Meacham. Mum used to live in that area, so she doesn't know Mrs. Meacham, but she knows about her, and you're not going to like it. Sarah's face has gone back to its serious expression. Not going to like what? Mum told me stuff about Mary Beth's supposed accident. Supposed accident? What do you mean? I don't know if I should tell you. Come on, Sarah, what did your mum say? We're sitting in the courtyard, and Sarah leans close. Your landlady was the only witness to the accident that killed her own daughter. Well, the only adult one. Mum said there were serious questions. Did the car really plough into Mary Beth? Why was no one else hurt? Mrs. Meacham and Keith were without a scratch. I don't understand. What I'm trying to tell you is there were questions about Mrs. Meacham's mental health. It's possible she made it up. That's rubbish. Hear me out. There were questions about the car. Did it actually drive onto the pavement? Or did Mrs. M push her own 3-year-old daughter into the path of an oncoming vehicle? It's so shocking I freeze. Of course she didn't. I knew you wouldn't like it. Mum said the police didn't find tyre marks to prove it left the road. There was only her word. There wouldn't have to be tyre marks. But there was no physical evidence at all, and no witnesses. Everything relied on what Mrs. M said. No physical evidence except a dead child. Isn't that enough? Why would she lie? To cover up she did it. That's ridiculous. Mum said the police had questions about her stability. Sarah's eyebrows are raised. She thinks there's something in it, but there can't be. I knew you'd take it badly. I shake my head. I like Edith, and she's been nothing but kind to me. There can't be anything in what Sarah's saying. No, impossible, I say. The woman is broken. No way did she kill her own daughter. Think about it. Some women crack under the strain of being a parent. They get depressed. They have dark thoughts. It's there in our textbooks. No way. Apparently it took ages for the police to close the case because they weren't convinced she was telling the truth. And without the driver, who knows what really... What you're talking about is simply malicious gossip. That's not how Mum told it. Poor Edith, to have people speculating about whether she killed her own daughter. Torture on top of torture. Sarah takes my arm. You always see the best in people. That's what I like about you. I don't believe it. Mum said it was talked about for years. Gossiped about, more like. But how do you explain there was no evidence except what she said? I don't know. It's not possible. Edith didn't. She wouldn't. We better get to our lecture. I don't want to be late, I say. You don't mind me telling you, do you? Sarah asks. I thought it best if you knew. It's fine. I just don't see how it can be true. Although I can't help the little voice in my head that says, But what if it is? Chapter 53. In the next letter I get from home, Mum tells me her treatments are taking the strength out of her. I get the impression she's spending most of her time in bed. She told me she tries to sit in the garden for a few minutes each day. That's a shocker. Not so long ago, she was working daily alongside Dad on the farm. When she apologises for not writing a longer letter, it rips at my heart. I want to go home, yet it's exactly what she tells me not to do. Mum says she's proud of me for being independent and investing in my future, that I should live each day to the full, not fretting about her. But how can I? Mum confided in me before I left how she dreamed of being a lawyer. She never had the chance because she went to work straight from school. Until she met my dad, Mum's prospects were confined to being a secretary. She's put all her hopes into me. She wants me to succeed where she couldn't. She wants me to fly. My tears drip onto her letter, and I cry so hard my chest hurts. I'd wanted to talk to Dad about finding different lodgings, and now I realise how selfish that would be. My parents have sacrificed so much for me and my sister. Fee still isn't answering my messages, and now things are getting complicated at Edith's. I don't feel like I can dump my worries on my sister, either. After Mum's letter, it's impossible for me to study. I keep thinking of her, pretending everything is all right for my benefit. Sarah is concerned. She knows I can't concentrate. On the second day of dragging myself listlessly around campus, Sarah takes me to Penelope's to cheer me up. I know she means well, but I pick at my cake. I feel ill, I say. You're frightened for your mum. I wish there was something I could do. There's nothing anybody can do, though I take comfort from knowing Sarah is looking out for me. Without her, I'm not sure I'd be able to manage. I could drive you home at the weekend, she says. Sarah has an expensive car, which, like most things in Sarah's life, her mother provided. That's really generous. Don't be silly. I don't think Mum wants me to interrupt my studies for her. Sarah shrugs. Maybe she doesn't, but what do you want? If I turn up, I'm worried she'll be disappointed. I don't want to upset her. It's up to you. She told me the doctors are adjusting the treatment so she can tolerate them better. Let's see how the next week pans out. I try to sound brave. Sarah puts her arm around me and pulls me close. Harry is the other person who makes me feel better. When I'm in his arms, Mum's struggles become more bearable. He and I spend most evenings in Edith's lounge. Harry always has funny stories to tell about his parents and the renovations at the cottage. It helps lift my mood. I discover Harry doesn't know what to do with his life. For money, he does casual work from time to time. He finds it inspiring. I'm motivated to do better for myself, and he says it's making him rethink. Sometimes we talk about our future together, and that's comforting too. I haven't got the stomach to take Harry to my room, which I still think of not as mine but as Mary Beth's. Any intimacy there would feel downright wrong. We haven't yet told Edith and Keith about our relationship, although I suppose they might have guessed. With Harry and Sarah's help, I carry on. Then, midweek, something very strange happens. I come home to find Edith hunched at the kitchen table. I was making supper, and the post arrived, she says. There's a letter from the insurance company. They'll be sending someone to inspect the damage. I'm immediately hopeful I can move upstairs soon. That's good news, I say. The date they've given is in 2 months. 2 months? It sounds like an eternity. I've been checking every day, I say. It's dried out and there's no smell. There's a hint of desperation in my voice. I'm really hoping she'll allow me to go back before the inspection. With rot, you never know. I'm afraid I'll need to keep those windows open until they give me the all clear. Which means I'm doomed to stay in Mary Beth's room. My heart sinks, and I gloomily plonk bread in the toaster. Then, I don't know how it happens, but as I slam the cutlery drawer, my bracelet gets caught. My lovely ducky snaps off. I'm close to tears. It's not about the charm. It's the bedroom and Mum's letter. It's overwhelming. Why are you upset? You like your room, don't you, Mary Beth? No, she can't have called me Mary Beth. I was making noise and I heard it wrong. It's very comfortable, but I prefer upstairs. We decorated it just the way you want it. What is she talking about? There's been no redecoration. We can change it if you like, darling. Edith calls Keith darling, not me. I stare at her. She has a strange expression fixed on her face. Edith, are you feeling okay? I'm fine. How about we buy some more of those stickers you like? How to handle this diplomatically without offending her? I give a small laugh to try to make light of it, but even to my own ears it sounds forced. You know I'm Amy, don't you? I'm not Mary Beth. She smiles, and I get the horrible feeling she's looking right through me. Edith, answer me. I'm your lodger. I'm Amy. Of course, darling. Anything you say. Don't worry, Mummy isn't cross with you. Oh, God, what's happening? My back goes clammy. Why is she talking to me as if I'm her daughter? She doesn't appear to be ill, but has she had a stroke? Or is this some kind of breakdown? Edith keeps smiling, and it gives me the creeps. Mummy isn't cross with you. Stop talking like that. Come and have a biscuit with me. I bought your favourites. I'm calling an ambulance. As I grab my phone, I hear footsteps, and Harry rushes into the kitchen. What's going on? I was in the hallway, and I heard you say you're calling an ambulance. Your aunt isn't well. She's confused. Edith gets out of her chair. I half expect her to collapse, but instead she comes right up to me and grabs my phone out of my hand. Her reflexes are lightning quick. What are you talking about? There's no need for that. I'm fine. The strange fixed expression has vanished, and Edith seems genuinely surprised and a tad annoyed. You called me Mary Beth. I did not. You did, and you told me you weren't cross. Why are you making this up? What has got into you? I turned to Harry. She said she'd bought my favourite biscuits, and she was behaving strangely. Edith shakes her head adamantly. I don't remember any of that. I know I didn't imagine it. Edith was talking to me as if I were her daughter, and now she's pretending it didn't happen. Amy, are you sure? Harry asks. You're under a lot of stress at the moment. Yes, your aunt talked to me like I'm a child. No, not a child. Her child. But I don't want to say it. I don't want to upset anyone. It must have been a slip of the tongue, Edith says. That's not how it was, but I don't want to say it. So I make as if I agree with her. Then I watch her carefully as she prepares supper for us all. Her movements are fluid, and she chats with Harry as she usually does. Harry, although initially concerned, has quickly dismissed the episode, either as a misunderstanding or me being under strain, and he's happily making himself a coffee. It takes a while for my heart to stop thumping. True, her words could be explained as a mistake, but I know they weren't. I've got to admit, there's no sign of the oddness she displayed earlier, but I know something weird just happened. Chapter 54. I just completed my 3rd training session with my new rowing buddies. The coach worked us hard, but I managed to keep up. They're a bunch of very sporty women. Until now, I've not been much into sport except running, but I'm fit because I've worked on the farm for most of my life. I never realised how much strength it's given me. I'm going to enjoy being part of the team. The university boathouse is a nice place to hang out too. The old members have organised a wine and cheese for us newbies. To my surprise, given how low I felt recently, I find the energy to chat and make some new friends after the training. It's late by the time it draws to a close. I help take tables and chairs inside, and then I'm about to head off when I spot a familiar face down by the river. It's Omar. He's with one of my fellow rowers. They're up close, side by side on the riverbank, and I hang back because I can see this is more than a conversation. The girl is laughing. He keeps touching her back, and he's clearly very much into her. Then he leans in for a kiss, and it's a lingering one. Sarah has talked about nothing but Omar. I know she's hopeful for her relationship with him, and she believes the feeling is reciprocal. I feel a bit sick. "Hey, Omar," I call out. "How are things?" He doesn't recognise me. "I'm Sarah's friend. You know, Sarah, the leggy blonde you spent a passionate weekend with." I turn to the girl at Omar's side. "Oh, hello. Who are you?" "Adriana." "Adriana and I are together," Omar says, "and you can tell that crazy friend of yours to stay away from me." Adriana laughs. "Is that the one who kept hinting about engagement and weddings when you were on a first date?" "Yeah, that's her," Omar says, "totally off her rocker." Adriana sneers at me. "Are you wacko too? Why don't you fuck off?" Tossing my hair, I walk away, giving them a parting shot over my shoulder. "Good luck. Looks like you were made for each other." Shall I tell Sarah? I'll have to, and I know she's going to be gutted. "He was with another woman." Sarah jumps to her feet, and she's shaking. I've chosen a quiet moment the next day to tell her. "Her name's Adriana. I caught them kissing down by the boathouse." Flinging her bag to the ground, Sarah looks so mad, I wonder if she's going to trample it. "No way!" she hisses. "Yes, kissing and flirting, the works." "He can't have been." Her voice is a wail of disappointment. "There was no mistaking they're an item, and Omar said it himself. I'm sorry, Sarah. I thought it best to tell you." Sarah is too sophisticated to scream aloud. I can see the hurt in her eyes and in the way she screws up her face. "But he's invited me to dinner again. How can he be carrying on with someone else?" "He's fake. I thought we got on well. I'm sorry." There's a pause, and I can hear her panting. "What the hell was she like?" Sarah asks. "I don't know. She's on my team, but I don't know her." "Attractive?" It was dark, I couldn't really see. Which isn't strictly true, because I remember thinking that she was attractive, though not as much as Sarah. Sarah's burst of emotion has messed up her hair. She smooths it down. "I don't believe it. The bastard. Why are guys so damn disappointing?" "I don't think they are. Just some of them. Like I told you, I always attract the liars and the weirdos. It's always been like that, and Omar just goes to prove it." Chapter 55. Edith behaves normally for the next few days, yet I can't stop thinking about the episode in the kitchen. I'm not sure if it's fair to pump Keith for information. Things have always been easy between Keith and me, and I don't want to spoil that. I don't want to make him worry about his mother either, but I need his input. I wait for a good moment. Then one evening, when I hear Keith go downstairs, which I've realised he often does to make a hot chocolate, I tiptoe after him. As I close the kitchen door, Keith welcomes me with a big smile. He pulls a second mug out of the cupboard and waves it in my direction. "Yes, please," I say. Once we're sitting with our steaming drinks, I take the duck charm out of my pocket and slide it across the table. There's no way to reattach it to the bracelet. "It broke off. I wondered if you might like it." His huge fingers engulf it, and he examines it carefully. "Are you sure?" he types. "Yes. I genuinely want him to have it. It's a mark of our friendship. My sister had a charm bracelet. She'd have liked a little ducky, and I like it too. Thank you." I take a sip and wipe froth from my lip. The other day, I was in here with your mother and something weird happened. Weird how? It's a bit odd to explain. I'd appreciate your take on it. Go on then. You look worried. Just say it. I sigh. Here goes. I warn you, this might come as a surprise or a shock. One minute your mum was acting normally, and then the next, she called me Mary Beth. Keith looks up sharply from his mug. It was strange. It wasn't only that she called me Mary Beth, she spoke to me as if I were Mary Beth. It didn't last long, but I got the impression Edith was in another world. It takes a while before he types again. What did she say? She told me she wasn't cross with me. She called me Mary Beth and then darling. She said she'd bought my favourite biscuits. Then a few minutes later she snapped back to reality. I don't know what to make of it. Has she ever done anything like that before? Keith is frowning. I hope I haven't upset you. No, you haven't. Let me check something. He goes to open their food cupboard. When he closes the door, he's got a packet of biscuits in his hand, and his face is ashen. Keith, are you all right? He sits down heavily and places the biscuits between us. His hand rests lightly on the packet. These were my sister's favourite. Mum hasn't bought any since. Keith wipes his brow. Since my sister died. Mary Beth used to have 2 each afternoon. She'd have had them when we got home that day. After the accident, there was half a packet left in the cupboard. It stayed there for years, in exactly the same place. Mum refused to get rid of it. Then one day it disappeared. I don't know what happened, but I guess my aunt threw it out. My chest feels tight. I stare at the packet, and it is so heart-wrenching. I try to get rid of the lump in my throat. Did you question Mum? What did she say about how she was acting? When I asked her what was going on, she denied it. She didn't remember what she'd said. Was Harry there? He arrived after, and by that time Edith had no recollection. I wondered if she might not be feeling well, but she said she was fine. Across from me, Keith sits very still. I'm the one who's closer to tears than he is, but this must be really distressing for him. Let me think. Both our drinks go cold. I don't think Edith's behaviour makes any more sense to Keith than it does to me. I'm sorry. I didn't want to stir up pain from the past. I know. I sweat. Finally, he types again. I can't explain it. Maybe I was mistaken. I'm pretty tired at the moment. Please don't worry about it. Wait. There's something else. It's private. You mustn't tell anyone. I hope it's not as bad as the traumatic story about the biscuits. I'm not sure if I can take more raw sadness right now. Okay? When we were getting ready for you to come, I helped Mum clear out stuff. We came across some old papers. I nod and clasp my mug. There was a letter from Moorlands. That's a psychiatric hospital. It was a discharge letter, dated from the year my sister died. I never knew it before, but Mum spent 2 months there after Mary Beth died. My stomach does a deep dive. Your mother spent 2 months in hospital? Yes. And you didn't know? I'd no idea. I was 5 at the time, so I must have blanked it out. The thing is, when I asked her, she didn't want to talk about it. Oh dear. I asked Auntie Grace, and she told me Mum had a breakdown. Auntie told me while Mum was in hospital I stayed with them. I'd forgotten it, but then when she told me, I remembered holding Harry while we went to sleep, when he was a baby. I'm sorry if I've been nosy and stirred things up. I didn't mean to. It's okay. We wait in silence. It's just so sad. Poor Edith. Do you think me living here is bad for your mum? Keith shakes his head. I think having you here is good for her. She seems better, more positive. Harry thinks so too. I take Keith's arm. I hope you're right. There isn't much more for us to say. Keith reheats his drink in the microwave. Then he puts the biscuits back in the cupboard. I haven't got the stomach to swallow anything, and when Keith says goodnight and heads upstairs, I pour my mugful down the sink. I can't help thinking about the psychiatric hospital. Sarah's mother said there was a suspicion Edith pushed Mary Beth. I dismissed it as gossip, but could there be any truth in it? What kind of a breakdown did she have? I know you can be hospitalised for being a risk to yourself or to others. And maybe Keith and Harry are wrong. Maybe I'm not good for Edith. Maybe I'm having a destructive effect. Her calling me Mary Beth can't be a good sign. What if I'm causing her to have some kind of second breakdown? Chapter 56. Since my conversation with Keith, I tiptoe around the house constantly on edge. Maybe the door didn't get stuck. Maybe Edith was the one to lock me in Mary Beth's room. I'm dreading my landlady having another strange episode. I'm waiting for my next letter from home, too. I've phoned a few times, but Mum has turned off her mobile and she doesn't come to the phone when I call Dad. I know she's listening in the background. I can hear from the tone of Dad's voice. Dad doesn't want to worry me. Probably they've discussed what to tell me and what not to. As for Fee, is it really fair to try to grill my little sister? I send her a message asking if there is any good news. To my relief, she breaks her silence and replies, which is brilliant, though what she says gives me the shakes. Things aren't good, and we're waiting for the treatment cycle to end. It's a real grind, and Mum is struggling. You are the good news. Mum loves your letters. I miss you. Send pictures. And so I do. Of me and Sarah in the uni courtyard, of me at the cathedral and the cakes at Penelope's and feeding the ducks with Keith in the park. I've some of me and Harry, but I don't share them. Bringing Harry onto the scene would complicate things, and if Fee told my parents, they'd only worry about what he was like. If I'm the one keeping my family's spirits up, then I'd better make a double effort. I have to put my own worries aside. I've got to deal with Edith and her memories of Mary Beth. To help with that, I could do with a bit of good news myself. I don't get any. In fact, I get unwelcome news, and this time it's from Harry. Our evening starts out well, with a nice and thankfully normal supper, where Edith behaves like my landlady and not like my mother. After the washing up, Harry and I take off for the lounge. I snuggle into his arms. How's it going with your studying? Are you managing? He asks. Sort of. I can catch up later. I suppose, though we don't know how long it will go on for, do we? I mean, people can have treatments on and off for years, can't they? Whenever Harry talks about my mum, he says it gently, and I know he understands. I'm not missing lectures. I'm handing my assignments in on time. It's only my marks that have slipped. Plummeted might be a better word to describe it. But like I said, I need to handle this. Harry strokes my hair. I talked to my parents about us. They'd like to invite you to dinner at our place. What do you think? Meeting Harry's mum and dad is not on my list of great things to do right now, although I've got to admit it might be a useful opportunity to talk to them about Edith. Why not, I say, as long as it's not too intimidating. They're pretty relaxed, and they like entertaining, so the food and the wine will be good. Shall I tell them yes? All right. Harry clears his throat. There's something else I should fill you in on. What? They've never liked any of your girlfriends. I expect you've had plenty. Who cares what you and I have or haven't had? What matters is what we've got now. He kisses my temple. Smooth talker. So what is it then? It's Sarah. She phoned me this morning and said she wanted to see me. I met her this afternoon. I twist to scrutinise his face. When? 3:30. She told me you were with your tutor. We went to Penelope's. Sarah didn't mention it, and it was surprisingly sneaky to arrange it when I had something on and Sarah didn't. Why just the two of you? First off, I couldn't say no to the invite because it would be suspicious. I suppose. Did she want to talk about what to do this weekend? No, it wasn't about stuff to do together. She wanted to talk about you. Me? She's worried about you. I know she is. I'm dealing with it. There's no need for either of you to stress. I'm not sure, and neither is Sarah. She's looking out for you. I make an exasperated noise, though to be honest, their support means a lot. There was a second agenda. She wanted to know if I'm interested in you, if I'm going to make a move on you. That's more serious. Has Sarah guessed what Harry and I are up to? What did she say? She grilled me. Did I fancy you? Was I falling for you? Am I only interested in friendship, or am I angling for more? She went on and on about it, trying to find holes in what I was saying. Why? You think she's picked up on something? I don't think so, though it was odd Sarah only asked about you. She didn't ask how I felt towards her. That was odd. I mean, look at her. She's gorgeous. I can't help myself. For the first time, I feel a twinge of jealousy. It's silly. I know Sarah is 100% more attractive than me. It's just Harry has never said it before. She is, isn't she? I say. And after the Omar episode, Sarah is also available. Harry kisses me again. Now don't make something out of nothing. I'm absolutely not attracted to Sarah. Promise? He laughs. I promise. You're the one for me, the only one. I gaze into his eyes, and I want to believe him. I also know Sarah has a huge complex around men. A serious relationship or nothing. That's Sarah. So that's another reason I don't need to feel worried about her and Harry. She's not into casual. Did you manage to throw her off the scent of you and me? She doesn't suspect a thing. As far as Sarah is concerned, I'm only interested in friendship, with both of you. He pulls me closer. For the rest of the evening, we watch our favourite television series. Harry laughs along, but I can't seem to get into it. Do I believe Harry when he says he's not interested in Sarah? I do, yet I can't shake a feeling of unease. Perhaps it's because going behind Sarah's back is really unpleasant. I hate deceiving my loyal friend. Harry was convincing, but what he's managed to do is dig us in deeper. How I wish I'd told Sarah right at the beginning, but I didn't, and now I'm stuck. Chapter 57. The resemblance between Grace and Edith is uncanny. It's a huge contrast to me and my red-haired sister, Fee, and I could be side by side and nobody would guess we were siblings. Grace isn't as willowy as Edith, and she's a few years younger, but she has the same lips and eyes as her older sister. Welcome, Amy. I'm Grace. Come into the warm. It's getting nippy outside, isn't it? Grace puts down the vegetables she's preparing and holds out her hands to take my coat and scarf. A delicious aroma fills the kitchen and makes my mouth water. The atmosphere is homely. There's music in the background and plenty of food preparations going on. Harry's father is stirring something in a pan. He has a kind face, lined and lean. There's a flicker of boyish charm in there too, which tells me where Harry got his cheekiness from. He's taller than Harry, but with similar blonde curls. Hi, I'm Peter. Nice to meet you. I trot over to shake his hand, and instead, he bends to kiss me on the cheek. Can I get you a drink? Grace asks. Would you like wine or a beer, perhaps? There's a bottle of red and one of white open on the counter, and Peter has his full glass beside him by the stove. Red would be nice, please, I say. The liquid glugs as Grace pours a glass. Following Harry and his mother, I carry my drink into the lounge. Make yourself at home, Grace says. She plonks onto a sofa, while I perch beside Harry. I can't help a surge of self-consciousness. Harry's family is much more laid back than mine. "You've a lovely home," I say. Harry's mother laughs. It makes me painfully aware how Edith rarely smiles. Have I ever heard her laugh? I don't think so. "I love it, but it's a lot of work," Grace says. "We've been renovating and it's exhausting. Next week we're laying the foundations for an extension. Did Harry tell you?" She goes on to describe what they have done and what they'll be doing. The foundations for the extension have been dug for some time, and I get the gist that next week they'll be pouring a lot of concrete. It costs a fortune too, with this being so remote, and you wouldn't believe the trouble we had getting a phone landline. She shrugs. But we adore it, don't we, Peter? Her husband has joined us, and he sits next to his wife and puts his arm around her. I'm seriously hoping Harry doesn't do the same to me. I'm not prudish, but I'm not ready to relax in front of them yet. Thanks to everything which is going on, I'm more jumpy than I usually am, but get some wine inside me and I should be fine. I take a few gulps from my glass. "I finished the veggies," Peter said. "It's all in the oven and set to go." "So, how's student life suiting you?" Peter asks. "I love psychology, it's fascinating." Peter laughs. "Not my thing at all. You must be clever to understand all that stuff." Grace tops up her glass. "And how are you getting on at Edith's, Amy?" Harry already told me he hasn't talked about how I got stuck in the bedroom, nor about Edith's episode. The only thing they know is I had to move downstairs. It's my first time away from home, so it's a big adventure. "I guess you know we own the estate agent you rented the room from," Peter says. "It's not exactly the most comfortable lodging, but it's not costly either." He's being polite rather than judgmental about my dad asking for something at a rock-bottom price, but even so, I feel myself blushing. "Exactly, though I prefer the top room to the first-floor bedroom." "Yes, the flood was very unfortunate," Peter says, "but it's only temporary." Grace lolls against her husband. "And what about university?" she asks. "It's going okay?" "It must be hard at the moment. I'm very sorry to hear about your mother. Harry told us she's unwell," Grace says. I nod and drink from my glass because I don't trust my voice if I talk about it. "Stop grilling Amy," Harry says. "That's enough." "You're right," Grace says. "Why don't we move to the table and we can get going on the starters?" The chat over dinner revolves around the renovations at the cottage and the plans Grace and Peter have to travel to Thailand. I learn they travel a lot, but Thailand is their favourite, and one day they might live there permanently. Everyone is drinking plenty, including me, which helps the conversation flow. After the starters and the main course, we retire to the sofas for a break before dessert. The meal was delicious. Peter opens a second bottle of red, and he, Harry and I banter about what music to put on. I discover they go to concerts and music festivals, and they've been to plenty as a family. I've never been to one in my life, but I've always dreamed of going to Glastonbury. I listen to their stories wide-eyed. If only Fiona could hear this. We used to spend hours every year poring over the Glastonbury lineup. I always thought it was out of reach, but Harry's family make me think otherwise. I make a promise that one day I'm going to go, and I'll take my sister with me. A while later, when Grace goes to the kitchen, I follow. There's been no chance of turning the talk to Edith without killing the fun atmosphere, so the only way is to get Grace on her own. To bolster my courage, I take my wine with me. "It's all right, Amy. I can manage the pudding. Please go and relax." She's pulling bowls from the cupboard and rummaging in a drawer for spoons. "Actually, there's something I wanted to ask, but it's a bit awkward." "Anything you want. Fire away." As she stacks the bowls on the counter, she glances my way. When she catches the expression on my face, she stops what she's doing. "Ah, I can see it's serious." She pushes her hair out of her eyes. "I hope you know you can have confidence in me." I take a gulp of wine and a few deep breaths. "It's about your sister." did Edith push her own daughter to her death isn't a question you ask your hosts. Neither is, why did Edith go to hospital? Did she have a breakdown? Was she violent? I'm listening. I don't know what you want to know, but I'll answer as honestly as I can. I really like Edith. She's been kind. When we first met, it was a shock for her, and for me, that I resemble Mary Beth. It was a shock for all of us. When Edith told me, I didn't know what to make of it, but she was so excited, and when she sent me a picture of you, I could see exactly what she meant. I decide not to comment, even though I hadn't realised Edith had taken photos of me. Grace smiles. It was like fate had finally brought something good to my sister's door. I was grateful, and grateful to you for taking it so positively. This is going to be more difficult than I imagined. I hadn't realised the whole family had been affected by my arrival. I take another sip. I could see she was touched. Straight away she told me she lost Mary Beth. I hoped it would be good for her, me living there. It is good for her, believe me. I'm not so sure. Grace sighs. You're having doubts. The other day she and I were in the kitchen, and Edith called me Mary Beth, and she spoke to me like I was her daughter. She said she'd bought my favourite biscuits. At the word biscuits, Grace, who's been looking sure of herself up until now, falters. She steadies herself on the counter. What biscuits? Her voice is faint. I told Keith about it, and he dug them out of the cupboard. He said they were his sister's favourites. I'm worried I'm having a bad effect on Edith. Maybe on her, mental health. Grace closes her eyes. When she opens them again, they're moist. Ever since she lost her daughter, Edie has been fragile. You can't imagine the nightmare she's been through. You mustn't hold it against her. She needs you there. I don't want her calling me by her daughter's name. It's not normal. It's not healthy. And I'm in Mary Beth's room too. It's very uncomfortable. Peter charges in. He's in a buoyant mood, but at the expression on his wife's face, he immediately sobers. What's not healthy? He asks. When Grace says nothing, I struggle to find words. It's Edith's behaviour. I'm sorry, but I can't help thinking, what if I'm stirring the accident up again for her? Calm down, Amy, Peter says. There's no need to get upset. I can't help it. I'm worried. Firstly, I want you to know you're not stirring things up, Peter says. But I think I am. Edith is behaving erratically. Grace shakes her head. Slipping up by calling you Mary Beth isn't what I'd call serious. I'm sure you can appreciate what she's been through. How many times has she done it? It was only once, but you're helping, Peter says. You being there is helping her heal. He pats me on the shoulder. Either they don't believe me, or they want to pretend what I'm saying isn't important. Or maybe I'm not explaining myself properly. The alcohol is muddling my head. You don't understand. My friend at uni, her mother lived locally. She told me there were rumours, or I don't know, questions about the accident. There were no questions, Grace says. There's a hint of hardness in Grace's voice, and I know I've gone too far. I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. My poor sister suffered so much, and those rumours were vicious. They almost destroyed her, and they were nonsense. Please don't listen to what people say. I want to ask about the hospital stay and Edith's mental health, but I don't have the courage, and I promised Keith I wouldn't. It's a relief when Harry comes into the kitchen. Taking in the charged atmosphere, he puts his arm around me. What's going on? He asks. Why is Amy upset? It's nothing, Grace says. We were talking about Mary Beth's accident. It's a tragedy that will never go away. Whenever it comes up, it's bloody awful, Peter says. Of course you're emotional about it, Amy. We understand walking into that situation must have been difficult, especially with you looking... He wafts a hand at my face. As lovely as you do. You've been so mature about it, and that's to your credit." "I'm grateful to you," Grace says, "for giving Edie a tiny bit of hope. She's suffered so much. All I want is for her to be happy, and you coming along has somehow made that possible. It's a miracle. You are a miracle." Peter wipes a hand across his brow. "Yes, really, we can't tell you how grateful we are." I'm backed into a corner. If I insist any more, they're going to hate me. "I heard you say there were questions." "What questions?" Harry says. Peter grabs the dessert from the fridge. "Let's not spoil the evening when we were having such a nice time. Why don't we go back to the lounge?" "Wait, Dad." I said, "What questions?" "You know, how the driver was never found," Peter says. "All Aunt could tell the police was that the car was silver," Harry tells me. Peter nods. "Listen, Amy, the police searched and I investigated myself. I spent months contacting garages and repair shops, dead ends. Whoever it was, if there were repairs to be done to that car, and that's not a given, they did it themselves. There was no way to find the vehicle." "What is he talking about? We weren't talking about the vehicle. We were talking about Edith and her state of mind. And the vicious gossip about how Mary Beth ended up in the path of an oncoming car. Come on, Harry, take this for me." Peter shoves the dessert into Harry's hands and gives his son a friendly push in the direction of the lounge. He hustles Harry out of the kitchen. "Harry doesn't know about the gossip," Grace whispers. "He adores Edith. You mustn't tell him. He has such a sweet relationship with her and with Keith. Please don't ruin it." I am gobsmacked. Why haven't she and Peter told Harry? How could she ask me to lie to my own boyfriend? "Please, my sister had everything taken away from her. She needs you." I'm trapped and my head is feeling fuzzy. I wish I hadn't drunk so much. I might have expressed myself better. I can't make them understand. They are kind and well-meaning people, and I realise Grace wants to protect her sister and her son. Of course I do. All I can do is nod dejectedly in agreement. My attempt to ask them for help has backfired. Chapter 58. Sarah has taken charge of our day out. She tells me all I need to do is turn up at her place in walking shoes and warm clothing. I arrive feeling hungover from dinner at Harry's. I'm not looking forward to a whole day deceiving Sarah either, pretending we're all friends when Harry and I are sleeping together. Perhaps today would be the right moment to tell her, but when she bounds towards me beaming, I know I haven't got the courage. Not after last night, and not after Omar either. I rub my brow and take a slug from my water bottle. "You're late. Harry is waiting in the car," she says breezily. I overslept. Where she's taking us is a surprise. She's been clear with me she's the one footing the bill. I'd been hoping for a nice restaurant or even a visit to a stately home with a sumptuous lunch thrown in. Sarah and her mother know the nice places, and money isn't an obstacle for them. Sarah's told me plenty about her mother's favourite hangouts: spas, mansions converted to luxury guest accommodation, 5-star restaurants. Sarah has the same tastes. "Where are we going?" She links her arm in mine. "Wait and see." Harry is in the car park around the back. He's stacking a hamper and food baskets into Sarah's car. "Hi, Amy." He pecks me on the cheek. "Sarah's ordered enough for a small army, and all of it looks delicious." "I hope we've got everything I asked for," Sarah says. "They're Mum's favourite delivery service, but once they forgot her stuffed oysters. Mum went berserk, I can tell you. She's one of their best customers. It took them a long time to make it up to her." It sounds as if Sarah has gone overboard on the catering for today. Stuffed oysters? I've no idea what they look or taste like. "I'm not sure what that is, but did you get any for us?" I ask. "No, I don't like them, and I don't think you would either. Don't worry, I got plenty of other great stuff." "And no expense spared, from what I can see," Harry said. "How much do we owe you?" "It's my treat." "Are you sure?" I ask. "Of course." Harry sweeps his hair out of his eyes. Bloody hell, that's generous. Amy, you should have seen the guy who dropped off this little lot earlier. He was wearing a 3-piece suit. This isn't an ordinary lunch. It must have cost a fortune. Sarah is beaming. Thanks a mill, Harry says, and he puts his arm around her shoulders. 2 red flushes appear on Sarah's cheeks. It's a sunny autumn day, and if I felt better, I'd have enjoyed a picnic. As it is, I'd prefer to be inside somewhere cosy, perhaps curled up in front of a log fire. I tuck my scarf closer around my neck. I'm tough. I'm used to life on a farm, for goodness sake. I can handle a hangover. Harry isn't suffering the same as I am, so I guess he's more used to drinking. He's chirpy and bright, the same as Sarah. I hunch in the back of the car. Off we go, Sarah says. As she lets out the clutch with a crunch, Harry laughs and so does Sarah. The movement of the car makes me queasy, and I can only hope Sarah is a better driver than that. Otherwise, I'm in for a rough ride. Actually, Sarah is far from a good driver, and I can't wait for the journey to end. We head out of town in a direction I don't recognise. The streets fall behind, and we're surrounded by moorland. Do you know it around here? Sarah asks Harry. It's not a route I usually take, but I must have been to this area once or twice. I'm more familiar with over by Northman's Gap. That's where we have our cottage. I didn't know you had a place on the moors. It belongs to my parents. Northman's Gap is meant to be lovely. I bet you have a great view. It's fantastic. Could we go there afterwards? That's unlikely. My parents are having a lie-in because we had guests last night. Not to mention that we can't let on Harry's parents know me, or the fact I spent yesterday evening at their place. Harry's blue eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. I feel a twang of guilt and glance away. It's beautiful up here, I say. And cold too, I'm sure. It looks nice through the window, but I bet once we step out it's going to be biting, thanks to the exposure. I know a nice spot where there's an old ruin, and it's quite sheltered. There's a view over the valley, though I bet it's not as amazing as the one from your cottage, Sarah says. Sounds like a plan, I say, forcing my enthusiasm. After what seems like a rather long drive, we arrive at a deserted car park. I've got to admit the landscape is amazing. There are a few stunted trees and plenty of gorse bushes. Otherwise, as far as the eye can see, it's a beautiful sweep of purple heather. It's not a long trek to Sarah's ruin, but by the time we arrive, my ears are cold and the 2 baskets I'm carrying are threatening to pull my arms off. But Sarah was right. There is a great view. We're staring at a huge expanse of moorland, stretching for miles in all directions. It's a clear day with a blue sky. I can only imagine how desolate it must be when it's misty. I stand with my back to a half-crumbling stone wall. Isn't it wonderful? Sarah says. I smile. Gorgeous. I didn't have you down as an outdoor type, Sarah, Harry says. Don't judge a book by its cover. I've all kinds of mysterious qualities you know nothing about. I can't miss the flirtatious tone in her voice. Sounds intriguing, Harry says, with a twinkle in his eye. It's his manner with everyone, and it doesn't mean anything, although I can't help being surprised at how Sarah is flirting with her body language too. That's not her usual modus operandi. She really has decided to allow Harry into her inner circle. Although I'm pleased for her, it makes me worried. Worried for Harry and me. Should I tell her right now? But I can't get the words out of my mouth. She would be so hurt and disappointed about how I've deceived her. I scan the landscape. In the distance, a familiar shape catches my eye. What's that over there? I say, pointing. Some old worker's place done up, Sarah says. Cute, isn't it? Harry is spreading out the picnic blankets and unpacking the food. I'm starving, he says. Is it okay if we get started? Harry, come and have a look, I say. The building in the distance is a long way away. It's a white square on a far hill, but it's familiar. I'm disoriented by the road we took, but it looks to me like it could be Harry's cottage, or one very similar. Of course, I can't let on I recognise it. That would mean letting Sarah know I'd been there. Harry comes alongside me. You look a bit cold. Are you okay? Fine, thanks. I point again and he squints. Amazing. That's our place. Yes, that's the crooked tree at the corner of our garden. I'm sure of it. What are the odds of that? An unpleasant feeling crawls its way up my spine. Very likely it's guilt. Sarah laughs like it's the funniest thing she's ever heard. Your cottage! I can't believe it. I've always wondered what that little place was. Well, wonder no more, Harry says, as he goes back to the picnic. Anyone for quiche, or soup, or stuffed triangle things which smell divine? Yes, please, to the soup, I say. Sarah has her hands on her hips. That means you absolutely must take us afterwards. What do you say, Amy? We've got to see his cottage, haven't we? I mumble something non-committal. It's my picnic, and you've got to take us, Sarah says. Harry shrugs. Sure, but it can't be today. My dad gets really grumpy if he's disturbed. Harry manages to distract Sarah by plying her with food and with compliments. It's not so difficult. She melts to his charm, and it turns out we're all hungry, and the food is utterly wonderful. I lean my back against the wall and enjoy the sun on my face. With any luck, she'll drop the idea, and then we can all go home. Harry is very good at taking special care of Sarah. We all relax and the chat is fun. Both Sarah and Harry have wine, though I can't face it. It's cold enough that we can't really linger, so once we've stuffed our faces, we pack up and head to the car. I slap my body with my arms to get my circulation going and slam the boot shut. I'm about to open the passenger door when Sarah grabs my arm. Let's not go yet. I was planning a walk to the top of the hill. Are you mad? It'll be even colder higher up, I say. I told you to wear warm clothes. I know, but I forgot to bring a hat. Why don't we spend the afternoon at Penelope's instead? Harry says. After all that food, I'm not sure I can manage even a bite of their lovely desserts, though I am totally into the idea of getting back to town. I'm up for it, I say. Sarah laughs. Not Penelope's. Let's go to your cottage. Say yes, please say yes. It will be perfect. I can't. Dad will bust a blood vessel. You're not allowed to bring friends. Of course I am, but it's your home. She's agitated, dancing backwards and forwards in front of Harry. Then she does something totally unexpected. She darts away from us across the moorland, as if she was going to head to the cottage. Except she can't. It's much too far away and over in the next valley. Sarah, come back, I call. Hey, Harry shouts, we stay together. But she doesn't listen, and she's surprisingly fast, flitting through the heather. What's she doing? I say. I don't know, but she should know better. Like I told you, off the footpaths it's dangerous. Sarah is laughing as she streaks away. She'll stop in a moment, I say. She's annoyed because you won't do what she wants. She's drunk too much and it's gone to her head, Harry says. Except Sarah doesn't stop. She's a figure in a black coat and a red hat, bobbing along and getting farther away. Harry cups his hands around his mouth. Sarah, come back! Where the hell is she going? Shit, I'll have to go after her, Harry says. Stay in the car to keep warm. No way, I'm coming too. Are you sure? Harry takes my hand. This is stupid, Amy. She's being really irresponsible. I give him a kiss, and his lips are warm against mine. But we can't waste time. Harry gives me a quick hug. Come on. Hidden underneath the covering of thick heather and moss, the ground is uneven. You can't tell when there's going to be a dip, or a mound, or a soggy patch. I don't know how Sarah went so fast. I trot along behind Harry. He's told me to keep my distance in case he stumbles into a bog or marshland. He doesn't want both of us to be in trouble. Harry is swearing under his breath. Sarah has gone off at random. There's no path she's following, and she's continuing. The farther she goes, the more angry Harry gets. Sarah is heading down a bit of an incline and she disappears from view. I enjoy a good run in the park, but this is far from my idea of fun. She's being stupid, and Harry isn't the only one who's annoyed. Once we catch up with her, there's going to be fireworks. Then, a few moments later, there's an ear-splitting scream. Chapter 59. Harry speeds up and I follow him. We find Sarah sunk in a bog up to her knees. Harry stops some distance away and he prevents me going closer. If I didn't know a bog was there, I'd have no idea. There are no signs of water or changes in the terrain. Sarah must have run straight into it. She's petrified. "Keep still," Harry orders. "The more you move, the deeper you'll go." Sarah isn't listening and she struggles to escape. The bog is silent and treacherous. It sucks her farther in. "Stop moving," Harry shouts, "or you'll sink deeper." She's already in over her knees. My heart is beating fast. "Sarah, listen to Harry. Do as he says." "Help me." Harry strips off his jacket and he hands the end of one sleeve to me. "Wrap it firmly around your hand. If I get stuck, get down on your stomach and hold on. You're my lifeline. I'm going closer. Follow slowly behind. Whatever you do, don't leave solid ground." Harry's got a grip of the end of the other sleeve. With each step, he tests the ground before he puts down his weight. Like that, he creeps forward. Visually, it's impossible to see where firm ground ends and the bog begins. Sarah is sobbing. "Stay calm," Harry says. "I'm coming." The tone of his voice reminds me of my father. We've rarely had accidents on the farm, but when we have, Dad has kept deadly cool. Once the tractor overturned and one of our workers was pinned underneath. Another time we had a storm and a cow was stuck in barbed wire and Dad managed to cut her free before she ripped herself to pieces. My father knows how to instill confidence when others are losing their heads. He and Harry have that in common. Harry's progress is painfully slow. Sarah is about 10 metres away, and it's not until he's almost reached her that his foot sinks and he's in up to his calf. My stomach knots. "I'm safe if I stay here. Let go of the jacket, Amy." Safe is not the word I'd use. I don't want to let go, but I trust Harry knows what he's doing. Keeping a tight hold of his end, Harry flings the opposite sleeve towards Sarah. It lands short. "Damn," he says under his breath. "Okay, I'm inching closer." I'm so scared he's going to end up the same as Sarah. Even though Sarah has stopped moving, the bog won't let her go. Her own weight is pulling her down. Will they both get sucked under? And then what will I do? How deep is it? What if it's bottomless? They'll asphyxiate. "Be careful." I know it's a stupid thing to say. It's the best I can manage. I know from the farm the only thing to do in tight situations is not to panic. Harry lifts out one foot and I hear a marshy suck as he drags it free. I hold my breath as he puts his foot down again. This time he's in over his knee. "I can't risk going deeper," Harry says. "If I do, I won't be able to get out. See if you can reach the jacket." He flings it again. The suction must be strong, because it's hard for Sarah to lean in his direction. "I can't. My legs are stuck." The bog isn't thin and watery. It's thick and viscous. Sarah can hardly pull against it. "Yes, you can, Sarah," I say. "Try to bend your top lower. Use your body weight." "I'm trying." "Try harder," Harry says. "You can do it. Come on," I say. She's not moving much, just her trunk, but the marsh is reacting. She's going deeper faster than when she was still. I bite my lip as her fingers grasp the sleeve. "That's it, you've got it," Harry says. "Now, grab a hold and wrap it tight around your hand." "Okay." "Good, Sarah, very good. When I pull, you've got to get one of your legs free. You're going to have to lift it completely out and take as big a step as you can towards me." Sarah has stopped whimpering. She makes a huge effort to drag out her leg. Nothing happens. She's not sporty and she's not particularly strong, but from my experience, what makes the difference isn't strength, it's willpower. "That's it!" I yell. "You can do it!" It doesn't look like she'll make it, but she gives it all she's got, and with a massive heave, her leg comes free. She's so surprised, she almost tumbles headfirst into the gunk. Holding on to the jacket's sleeve, she manages to stabilise herself and takes a stride towards Harry. "That's it," Harry says. "Good. Now lift out your other leg." Each stride is a massive effort against the suck of the bog. It's only 3 strides, but it takes an age for her to get closer to Harry. Then he hauls her out. She's exhausted. "If you'd have gone in any deeper, you wouldn't have been strong enough to escape, and I wouldn't have been strong enough to pull you free, not even with Amy's help. Once you're up to your waist, only 3 or 4 people or mechanical help can save you." Harry is angry, and he's not hiding it. "What you did was stupid. You're from around here. You know the risks." Sarah is in a heap at my feet. "It was the drink. It went straight to my head." Harry wipes bog off his trousers. There's not much point. His shoes and clothes are ruined. "That's not an excuse," he says. "I'm sorry. Please don't be cross." Harry turns his back and starts trudging back to the car. "You scared me," I say, "and Harry as well. That's why he's angry." "I know. I was frightened too." "Of course you were. You're safe now. Don't worry, he'll come round." We need to get her somewhere warm. She's shaking really badly, and I'm worried she's going into shock. I help Sarah, and we set off back the way we came. I guess what Harry means by mechanical help is a vehicle with a winch. How long would it take to get one of those on site? What if Sarah had gone in up to her chest? It doesn't bear thinking about. Once we're at the car, I wrap her in the picnic blankets and tuck her in on the back seat. Harry has already taken one blanket, and he's wearing it sarong style. He's wiping the worst of the bog from his shoes. "How far is it to your cottage?" I whisper. "A few minutes. It's actually pretty close by road." "We need to get Sarah warm as soon as possible." "We can't go there if my parents are around," he says. "They don't know she doesn't know about us. They'll mess it up." "I know, but if they're not..." "There might be some signal on this side of the moors. Let me check." Harry sends a text, and to his surprise he gets an answer. "That's lucky. We must be on the edge of the antenna's reach. Seems like they've taken off to view a property. They're gone for the rest of the day." "Okay, let's take her then." We get in the car. "Seems like you're going to get your wish after all," Harry says. "I'll drive." Sarah cries most of the way, and I feel sorry for her. When we get to the cottage and take her upstairs, she stumbles on the spiral staircase, scraping her shins on the stone steps. Harry searches out some of his mum's clothes, while I dab at Sarah's bleeding legs. She's a mess, physically and emotionally. Harry's still annoyed with her, and I wish he'd let it go. I finally get her into the shower. Harry and I dig the remains of the dinner party dessert from the fridge, and by the time Sarah comes downstairs, we're sipping tea and Harry is eating a bowl of pudding. "Would you like some?" Harry asks. He dishes her out a portion. "Look, I'm sorry. I know I was irresponsible," Sarah says in a little girl's voice. "Forget it," Harry says. "We all make mistakes." Sarah sags with relief. "I couldn't stand you being angry." Harry grunts a reply. "This is nice. It must have been a super evening. Who was here?" "I dunno," Harry says, stuffing a spoonful into his mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sarah counts the wine glasses on the draining board. "Your parents and 2 guests. It wasn't the 2 of you, was it?" My heart jumps into my throat, and I almost gag on my tea. "What?" Harry says. "Of course not. Just some old friends of my parents." "Don't be so serious. I was joking." "Very funny," Harry says. I don't know how he managed to pull that off. I feel so guilty I can hardly swallow. One inquiring eyebrow raised from Sarah, and I'd have been ready to blurt out the truth. And you know what? For a moment there, I was sure she had guessed about me and Harry. But what she says next makes me feel even worse. Thanks for rescuing me. She puts one arm around me and the other around Harry. I've never had such good friends in my life before. You really are the best. Chapter 60. Early the following week, I receive another letter from home. The bad news is the side effects haven't gone away. The good news is they've diminished, so Mum will be able to continue with the chemo. I've decided I'm going to spring a surprise visit once this treatment cycle is over. I'm going to arrange it with Dad so he can pick me up at the station. Harry, Sarah, Keith and Edith all agree it's a good decision. 2 more weeks to go and then I'll be breathing farm air again. Who would have thought I'd be looking forward to a trip home so much? Today, Edith cleared out one side of Mary Beth's wardrobe. I wish she'd take the plunge and remove all of Mary Beth's things. It sounds horrible, but I can't stand the sight of them. The little hairbrush and hand mirror on the dresser, the small items of clothing, they make my skin crawl. Edith isn't ready for the big clear-out. Obviously I can't push for it. That would be heartless of me. The wardrobe smells musty, so I hang my clothes and leave the door open. I'll buy lavender essence to make it nice, and with any luck, the insurance will send around their assessor sometime soon. I trot downstairs. Edith is on her own in the kitchen, preparing supper. Thanks for the extra space, I say. She smiles. I'm glad you're happy. That's the important thing. I'm trying a new recipe. It's spicy fried chicken. Sounds good. Sitting at the table, I watch as she dips the chicken pieces in egg and then in her flour mix. They say double dipping is the way to go. It's supposed to make them super crispy, she says. The bit I'm not so sure about is the deep frying. I haven't done any for a long time. I follow her glance to the stove. To my horror, a huge open pan of oil is heating on the hob. I see. So Edith doesn't have any modern equipment. Would you mind helping? It's got to be really hot for the chicken to come out right. I don't think Edith should be messing around with so much hot oil. I'll mention it to Harry so he can invest in a deep-fat fryer. Shall I test a piece? I ask. Yes, please, dear. Make sure you don't get splashed when you put it in. There's a splash guard you can put over the top while it's cooking. She has an old-fashioned metal basket, which you put your food in and then lower it into the oil. The splash guard is a flat circle made of the same mesh. They both look as if they've seen better days. Do you have a cooking thermometer I can test the oil with? I didn't even know those existed. The only way I know is to try with the chicken. If it fizzles, it's good. I plonk a piece of chicken in the basket and tentatively lower it into the oil. I'm expecting some sort of explosion. I mean, the reason they invented enclosed fryers was because this is dangerous. It's fizzling, I say. Edith comes beside me. Only a little, which means it's not hot enough. Let's leave it for a few more minutes. It certainly should not be left without being closely monitored. Can't hot oil ignite? I do a quick search on my phone. It says when oil starts to give off fumes, it's close to ignition point. When it ignites, it goes with a whoosh. The flames are instant and can jump to 0.5 meter high. If that happens, one thing you must absolutely not do is throw water on it, because this causes globs of boiling oil to spurt out of the pan, potentially onto you. We mustn't let this get to the smoking point, I say. It could catch fire. I check around the kitchen for an extinguisher, even though I'm pretty sure there isn't one. Don't worry. When you put in the cool food, it brings the temperature down. This is the way I always used to make chips before I got used to the ones you put in the oven. Seriously, that sounds very dangerous to me. She finishes preparing her chicken, and I hover by the stove, keeping a close eye on the pan. I think we should put it in now, I say. It looks plenty hot enough, and it's starting to smell, which my phone told me is another sign it's nearing ignition point. The slightest whiff of smoke, and that gas is getting turned off. I don't trust Edith with this. It's lucky I'm here. All right, dear. Edith brings over her bowl of chicken and tips the pieces into the basket. There's a sweet spot just before it starts smoking. That's when it's at its hottest. Just a teeny moment more. Her relaxed attitude is making me nervous. Shall I do it? I ask. I hold out my hand for the basket, hoping she'll pass it over. She doesn't. I've got this. Her arm is steady as she holds out the basket, and she's about to lower it into the oil when it slips and lands with a splash. Blobs of boiling oil land on my arm. I scream. It's so agonizing I can't see properly or think. I need to get to the tap. Mary Beth! Edith screams. She clutches at me and falls to the floor, and I have to push her off to get to the sink. As I run cold water over my arm, it doesn't make any difference to the agony. The oil is burning its way through my skin. Let the water run. Just wait. It's my voice, but it's my father's calm tone in my head. It helps me. I take deep breaths, and my mind clears a little. I can at least believe the cold water is going to help, even if I can't feel any relief. I don't know what to do about Edith. She's crawled to me and has grabbed hold of my ankle. Please forgive me. I have to speak through teeth clenched against the pain. It was an accident. Please forgive Mummy. For God's sake, not that again. I'm not Mary Beth. I'm your lodger. For the first time, I inspect my arm. There are 3 bright red marks. One of them looks like it's blistering. Do I need to go to the hospital? Keith rushes in. I feel sorry for him finding his mother on the floor, begging for forgiveness. The pain has made me tear up. I've burned my arm. It's bad. Thank goodness Keith's here. He phones the emergency services. They know his number because he's on their database for vulnerable people. He can't talk, but they'll send help straight away. Keith checks the temperature of the water. He clears the sink of dirty dishes and pats me on the shoulder. I give him a nod of gratitude. You need to turn off the gas. He does that, then points in the direction of the front door. I understand. He's going to unlock it for when they arrive. A few moments later, Keith is kneeling beside his mother, who is now moaning. It's a disturbing sound. Keith checks her for scalds, and amazingly, she has escaped with none. We're like that when the ambulance crew walk in. By then, the stream of water has taken the edge off my pain. They tell me I've got minor burns. They instruct me to keep the area cool for the rest of the evening with cold compresses and to take painkillers as necessary. Although Edith was not injured, she's unable to stand, and they stay with her, monitoring her blood sugar and her heart. They tell us she's suffering from shock. She stopped calling me Mary Beth, and she hasn't asked me to forgive Mummy again. Now that I think about it, I don't think she did it when Keith was here, which means, yet again, nobody else witnessed it. The paramedics instruct Keith to contact Grace and Peter. A short while later, Harry and his parents arrive. Grace is able to calm her sister down and get her to bed. Once the paramedics leave, Keith, who has handled this really well, starts going downhill. He has to go to his room. Apparently he suffers from stress migraines. It's only Harry and me left in the kitchen. The place stinks of oil, even though the pan has been taken into the garden. What happened? Harry asks. The ambulance crew asked me that question, and I gave them the same reply I give to Harry. It was an accident with hot oil. The pan with the chicken and the mess by the stove said it all. Harry shakes his head. Why do I get the impression you're not telling me the whole story? You've got to buy her a proper deep fat fryer. Agreed. And? And nothing. Come on, Amy, what are you not saying? I squeeze the compress on my arm. It doesn't really help with the pain, but it's comforting. It could have been more serious. A pan of boiling oil could have gone all over me. Or on Auntie. It was a horrible accident. Was it? Grace has been acting oddly since they arrived. I noticed it as soon as Grace came into the kitchen. Sure, she was preoccupied with her sister, but still it struck me as strange how silent she was. If that had been me, I'd have been full of questions. And here's the thing. My brain won't stop replaying the incident. I keep seeing Edith dropping the basket in. Is it my imagination, or did she jump back before it slipped, as if she let it fall deliberately, as if it wasn't an accident at all? I've been replaying it in my mind, and I'm certain Edith moved back a moment before it fell. It meant she was out of reach of the splashing oil, but I wasn't. It's just too crazy. I must have got it wrong, because if I were right, it would mean she meant for me to get hurt. Except it didn't splash her, I say. Edith didn't get a single scald. Luckily. No, I can't tell Harry I suspect his aunt might have done it on purpose, especially when I'm not certain. I must be wrong. Yes, luckily, I say. She was pretty shaken up, though. She called me Mary Beth again. You didn't mention that to Mum. Grace didn't believe me last time I told her. Why would she today? I dunno. What did Auntie say to you? When I was hurt, she started screaming her daughter's name. It must have been the shock. Must have thrown her right off kilter. It might have taken her back to, the car accident. I'd thought about that, and maybe it does explain Edith's behaviour. Some kind of traumatic reliving of her daughter's accident. She was screaming at me as if I were her daughter. Listen, Amy, I don't know what to think. She must have got confused. That's not all. She asked me to forgive Mummy. Harry lets that one sink in. I don't understand. Why would she say that? I patted my compress. It was like she felt responsible. But she wasn't. It just, happened. It was an accident. But what if it wasn't? Before the car accident, were there any other incidents with Mary Beth, or with Keith? I mean, other accidents or injuries when they were children? I looked up in the library about parents who harm their children. There have been plenty of documented cases. Harry's eyes are bulging. Of course not. What are you saying? Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking straight. It was horrible, and horrible for Keith. I hope he's okay. Keith gets migraines when he feels under stress. He'll be fine. Let's go to the lounge. You need to relax and unwind, and I want to look after you. I follow him, bringing my painkillers with me. I don't know what to think about today. I must be muddled. I like Edith, and above all, I want to believe she's a good person and would never harm anybody. Not me, and not her own children either. Chapter 61. A while later, Peter comes to see me and Harry in the lounge. Peter asks me to show him my arm, and when I do, he winces. I'm waiting for Grace to finish with her sister before I tell them. How are you? Peter asks. I'm okay, it'll get better. She's being brave because it hurts like hell, Harry says. Peter's face is lined with worry. I am sorry. All that hot oil sloshing around. Edith mustn't take risks like that. Mum's still with her then, Harry says. Yes. She's asked me to check on Keith. I'd better go and see him. When Peter comes back, he gives us an update. Keith has got one hell of a migraine. Poor him, Harry says. Peter sinks into an armchair. There's nothing much to do. Keith needs quiet and darkness, and I bet when he comes out of it, he's going to be churning out a lot of canvases. What do you mean? I ask. Keith used to love painting when he was a kid, Peter says. Thing is, he goes back to it every time he comes out of a migraine. It's bizarre. I can't help feeling it's not good for him. You're wrong, Dad. Keith's doctor said it was therapeutic. He said it was part of Keith's recovery process. After that, he can bounce back to normal. From what I've learned at uni, Keith's doctor is right. Art can be very therapeutic. It helps people to heal. Peter pulls a scornful face. That doctor is an idiot, if you ask me. Why did Keith give up painting? I ask. Harry shrugs. I dunno. It's a shame because he's got talent. He grew out of it, Peter says. We watch a film together. I'm not concentrating, but it's nice to have it on in the background. Harry helps me refresh the cold packs every now and again, and I lean against him on the sofa. Peter helps himself to drink from Edith's cabinet, and he makes a hot chocolate for me and Harry. It's gone midnight by the time Grace appears. Edith's sleeping. She'll be fine. And how are you doing, Amy? Grace says. I've been thinking, not only about tonight, but about the whole Mary Beth issue. When Grace looks straight at me, I can't help but think she's been crying. I clear my throat. I want to move out. It's like I've dropped a bomb in the room. Peter is horrified, and Grace clutches at her husband. I knew it wouldn't go down well, which is why I've been screwing up my courage. Oh no, please don't say that, Grace says. Edith loves having you here. Come on, don't let them turn the emotional screws. I was hoping you might help me find new lodgings. Peter rubs his hands against his legs. Don't be hasty. We understand you're upset. It's not a good moment to be making big decisions. I've thought it through, and I can't stay here. As we talked about before, it would be difficult to find rooms at this kind of price, Peter says. There must be something. I don't mind what. I don't mind sharing. Peter makes a very negative-sounding noise, and he looks at his wife. I can feel them ganging up on me. Something isn't right. I don't feel safe here. And I'm not good for Edith. Dear Amy, of course you're good for Edith. And what about Keith? He would be so upset. He adores you, Grace says. I like Keith too, but I can't stay. Please, will you help me find another room? With my mother ill, I can't ask my parents. You don't know what it's like sleeping in a dead girl's bedroom. Grace looks stricken. Of course. How insensitive of us. Why didn't we realise? Peter remains silent. It doesn't make sense they didn't know I'd hate it. Nobody likes following in the steps of a dead person. Which makes them... what? Liars. Peter, what do you think of Amy moving back to her old room? Surely the top floor doesn't have to stay unoccupied all this time. If Amy really wants to move out, then why shouldn't she? Harry says. If you don't want to help her, then I will. You've got plenty of accommodation on your books. I don't mind doing the work. I'm sure I can find something. He squeezes my good hand. And another thing, Mum. Auntie called Amy Mary Beth again. When? Grace asks. At least this time Grace doesn't ask me if I'm sure. In fact, she doesn't even sound surprised. After Amy got scolded. Of course it makes Amy feel uncomfortable. What do you think, Peter? Can Amy go back upstairs? Grace asks. My arm is throbbing like crazy, and I'm starting to feel lightheaded. Edith doesn't want me to, I've already asked. Of course you can, Amy, Peter says. I'd assumed you already had. Edith told me the insurance company wanted it to stay empty, I say. Peter shakes his head. Not as far as I know. Grace, do you think you can persuade your sister? I'll clear it with her tomorrow. One more night, that's all. Then you can have your proper room again, and everything can go back to normal. Back to normal? She must be mad. I don't want to stay, even if Edith agrees, which I don't believe she will. I want to be out of Mary Beth's room and out of Mary Beth's sad shadow. I need to escape from this house. If Auntie says no, then I'm helping Amy, Harry says, whether you want me to or not. I know I've disappointed and upset them. Harry's support makes all the difference. Thank goodness I have him by my side. Chapter 62. For the first time, Harry stays overnight in my room. It's more than odd being together in Mary Beth's bed. We don't get up to much, though, mainly because my arm is too agonising. Harry was very matter-of-fact about sleeping in what is basically a ghost girl's bedroom. However, I think he was only pretending, because the next morning, when Peter and Grace call around, and Grace tells us Edith has agreed to me having my old room back, Harry is as relieved as I am. Harry makes breakfast for us and his parents, and he's humming as he fries bacon and eggs. There's a huge plate of toast, and I lay plates at the table. "Is Edith coming?" I ask. Grace shakes her head. "I don't think so. And please don't talk to her about moving out. Not yet. Let her recover first. I'm the one with the injured arm and in need of recovery, not Edith, but I don't have the heart to say it." "Okay." At breakfast, Peter and Harry keep up the chatter. Grace is preoccupied, and I'm quiet too. To be honest, my arm isn't much better, but I'm determined to go to class. It will be nice to see Sarah. After we've eaten, Harry carries my things to the top floor. "Are you looking forward to sleeping in your old room?" he asks. "It'll be a relief. But will you still help me find somewhere else? I can't stay in this house." "If that's what you want, then of course I will." "Your parents aren't going to like it." "They'll give in. Though like Mum said, let's leave it a couple of days before we face the protests." Grace didn't actually say that. Still, I don't want to cause waves for Harry, and I don't want to hurt people either. "Okay. And I forgot to say, thanks for sticking up for me last night." Harry kisses me. "Don't be silly. Why wouldn't I?" I kiss him back. "I'd better tell Keith about my plans. I don't want him to hear from somebody else." "He won't hear it from me." "I know. I just want to be sure I'm the one who breaks the news." For sure, Keith will be hurt once I move out, but I'll still keep in contact with him. "That's what I like about you," Harry says. "You care about people." Some of the weight I've been carrying since yesterday lifts away. "Right, another day of renovations at the cottage. What joy. I'd better get going." Harry gives me a smoochy hug. Being with him makes everything so much better. It takes a few minutes to sort out my things for the day. I'm on my way down to see Keith when I hear Peter's raised voice coming from Keith's floor. From the sound of it, Peter isn't happy. I stop on the stairway. What's going on? Poor Keith, he doesn't deserve to be yelled at. "If I see another bloody paintbrush in your hand, I swear it's going in the bin." I scrunch down out of sight. The next thing I hear is a door slamming. "I've told you before," Peter yells, and his voice is nasty. Then he runs downstairs. I'd never have imagined he could be so unpleasant, especially not to his own nephew. I creep down the stairs and knock on Keith's door. "It's me, Amy." The door inches open, and Keith peers through the gap, a shy smile on his face. I slip inside. "I'm glad you're feeling better," I say. There's a canvas sitting on an easel. It's angled away from me. As Keith grabs his laptop, his fingers are speckled with fresh paint. "What about you? How's the arm?" I shrug. "It's getting better slowly. I wanted to see how you're doing. Harry told me your migraines can last for days." "They used to, but not this time. I haven't had one for ages. The last one I had was when they told me I had to start going to the day centre. That was 10 years ago. The stress of it did me in." "So it was the stress of yesterday which brought it on?" "Must have been." I toy with the hem of my sweatshirt. "Listen, there's something I need to tell you." Keith examines my face. "What?" "Let's sit on the bed." "Let's not. Just tell me." "You were great yesterday. I don't know what I'd have done without you. I feel like the two of us get on really well." Bad news is like ripping off a plaster. Sometimes it's better to just get it over with. "I'm going to start looking for a room closer to the university." As I suspected, Keith is mortified. "Why?" "So I can walk to uni rather than taking a bus." "You want somewhere closer? I hope you don't mean closer to Sarah." No, just closer to uni.
I don't like Sarah.
I know the two of you didn't get on. Sarah is emotional. She didn't mean to offend you.
She's not a nice person.
Me moving has nothing to do with her. Please don't take it badly. You and I will still be friends.
Will we?
I promise. He stares out the window and then at his canvas. For a moment I wonder if he might cry, which makes me feel dreadful. I'm sorry. We'll still see each other.
Have you told Mum?
Not yet. It'll take a while to find somewhere, and I'd prefer to wait before I let her know. But I didn't want you to find out from Harry or your aunt and uncle. I'll be going through their agency.
It's like I've knocked the spirit out of him, like I've spoiled his entire day. No, worse, as if I've spoiled his entire life. I'm going to have to make this up to him. You promise we'll still see each other?
Yes.
Feed the ducks? Go for walks?
Yes.
It won't be the same.
No, it will be better, you'll see. Trust me, Keith, I won't let you down.
He sniffs.
What are you painting?
Stuff.
Last night we were talking in the lounge and Peter told me you do artwork after a migraine.
Keith snorts. He always hates me painting.
I don't understand why he'd be like that. Art and music are both helpful for recovery.
Are they?
Yes, we studied it. You mustn't let him stop you.
After my sister died, I didn't leave my room. I couldn't. It lasted ages. That's when I started painting. Uncle said I shouldn't be cooped up for so long, that it was unhealthy, but painting was the only thing I could do. Then one day, he took away my materials.
What?
He did it to make me go out. I suppose it worked because it made me angry. He said he'd give me my paints back if I went into the garden, so I did. But he didn't give them back for 2 weeks. He forgot to tell me that part.
Who would do that to a 5-year-old child who had lost their sister? It's heartless, cruel even. Keith indicates for me to have a look at his recent canvas. I'm happy he asked. And I couldn't have been more surprised by what I see. I stare in pure admiration. Most of the painting is a dark, ominous sky. It hangs over a swathe of moorland, and in the foreground, a small, crooked tree stands alone. Keith has captured the mood perfectly. It's both breathtakingly beautiful and desolate. Wow, Harry said you were talented and he was right. Keith shrugs. I love it.
Thanks.
I think I'm embarrassing him. I'm sure Keith has no idea how good it is. Is that the tree at Harry's cottage?
Maybe. It was what came to me yesterday when I had the headache. I knew I wouldn't feel better until I'd painted it. That's how it's always been. I can't feel better until I've painted what's in my head.
I heard Peter shouting.
He wanted to throw it out like he threw out my paintings when I was younger. I'm bigger now. I didn't let him.
He threw out your paintings? I can't believe he'd do that. Didn't your mum stop him?
He gets so worked up about it. Mum and Aunt left him to it.
You're a fantastic artist, and he should be encouraging you. Are you seriously telling me he threw all your lovely paintings away?
Not all of them. There's one he missed because I hid it. Would you like to see?
Absolutely.
Only you mustn't tell Harry. Harry and Peter are close and Peter must never know. He'd go ballistic.
All right. Keith finds his trainers and we go downstairs carefully, but the others have already left. Even so, Keith is cautious as he unlocks the back door of the kitchen and heads for the shed at the bottom of the garden. He keeps looking around to check that nobody is watching from one of the house windows. Slipping the key from his pocket, he opens the shed door. The inside smells of grass and old wood. There's a long, slim window high along the back wall. A lawnmower sits in one corner and gardening tools are on a rack close by. There's an old table strewn with plant pots, seed packets, and a bird feeder, which it looks like Keith has been mending. There's plenty of junk, old bicycles, a couple of folding chairs, a wooden dresser, and some bits of furniture. The dresser is up to Keith's chest. He reaches behind it and lifts out something rectangular, covered in an old sheet. He places it gently on the floor and then slides off the cover. My breath catches in my throat. It's amazing. Amazing. Shocking. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's Mary Beth. She's screaming. She's terrified. Whatever Mary Beth is looking at is dreadful. The pure horror in her expression makes my heart beat faster. She's on the moorland, and the sky is dark and foreboding. The emotions in this are overpowering. Your sister is terrified. Maybe that's why Uncle threw them out. Because I always drew her like that. He said he hated it. You always painted your sister the same way. I couldn't help it. It was what was in my head. I never felt it was bad. It isn't bad. This is important to you. It means something. Uncle said he didn't want Mum to see them, that I shouldn't paint my sister that way. That's why he destroyed them. I can understand how Keith's family wouldn't want to see Mary Beth as Keith has depicted her. From the expression on her face, it's almost as if it's the moment of her accident. Who knows? Perhaps this is Keith's childhood memory of the tragedy. Thank you for sharing this. I know it's precious. You don't find it disturbing or twisted? I was always worried Peter was right. Absolutely not. It's powerful, not disturbing. He nods and silently wraps up his dear sister, hiding her safely behind the dresser. Chapter 63. Keith goes back to his room, telling me he doesn't care what Peter says. He's going to spend the rest of the day painting. Good for him. I'm about to leave when Sarah sends a message. I haven't told her about the cooking oil accident, so she doesn't know about the drama. She sent me a photo of a luxury watch. I bought it for Harry. What do you think? I go cold. What is Sarah doing, buying Harry an expensive gift? I think it's extravagant. Is it his birthday? It's to say sorry for that stupid thing I did on the moors. Okay, Harry was the one who pulled Sarah out. It's just Sarah's way of being nice. She's not angling to get his attention. Do you think he'll like it? She's thrown so much money at it. What's not to like? I've no idea about his tastes. Me neither. There's only one way to find out. When are you going to give it? I haven't decided. See you later. Should I warn Harry, or should I let Sarah spring the surprise? I'd like to be there when she does, so I should ask her to let me in on it. Not that I'm being insecure. It's just I know how money can influence people. But not Harry. He and I are too involved with each other. I decide to wear my patchwork jacket. It's the one I used to love at home, but I've avoided it here because it's a bit dated. It's got looser sleeves, so it's easier to pull over my injured arm. I'm slipping it on when Edith comes into the hallway. I wondered if we might have a word, she says. I've not had a chance to talk to you in private since yesterday. My heart sinks. I guess she wants to apologise. It's not necessary, and I'd much prefer to leave. I'm in a bit of a rush. I thought you didn't have lectures until later in the morning. Have they changed your planning? How did she remember my timetable? It was ages ago when I told her, when I first arrived. I want to catch up on some studying. What I need to say won't take long. Okay? She turns towards the kitchen. How about a cup of tea and a biscuit? My stomach clenches at the word biscuit, and I have a horrible premonition that this is a bad idea. I don't think I can stand another strange episode with Edith. What if she offers me the one she bought for Mary Beth? No tea or biscuits, thanks. I need to get going. All right, dear. We stand awkwardly, and my arm throbs in protest. Whatever she wants to say, let's get this over with. If it's about the accident, I say, you really don't need to. I was going to say apologise. Edith cuts me off. Yes, it is about your arm. Why on earth did you tell my sister I called you Mary Beth? Because you did. I don't understand why you'd make up such a terrible lie. I could hardly sleep, it upset me so much. Edith, you did call me Mary Beth, right after the accident. She clutches at her chest as if she's about to have a heart attack. I did no such thing. OK, so she was stressed and she doesn't remember. Just like she didn't remember when it happened before. I could hardly believe it, not from you, she says. There was a time before when people made up evil lies about me. Is she talking about her daughter's accident and what Sarah told me about the gossip which went around? It almost destroyed me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. You made Grace worry too, and that's not fair. She's done so much for me. It doesn't change the fact Edith has called me Mary Beth a number of times. She's also acted as if I am her daughter. And I hope you haven't been telling Keith untruths too. He's easily influenced, especially when he likes somebody. Of course not. I would never. What were the two of you doing in the shed? Her voice is accusing. It's upsetting me because I thought I had Edith's trust. He wanted to show me, Show you what? I don't know exactly. Show me he was better by going outside after his migraine, I think. He told me Peter always stops him painting and forces him to go in the garden. She sighs. I suppose it might sound strange to you. Peter does it for the best. I make a non-committal noise. Of course, you don't understand. Keith always loved art, but his painting changed after his sister died. He used to paint flowers and trees and birds, happy things you'd expect a small child to draw. When we lost Mary Beth, his paintings became dark. Art can be healing. No, it wasn't. We wanted Keith to have good memories of his sister. Peter said that if Keith kept painting disturbing pictures of her, that would be the way he'd always remember her. Look, Edith, I'm sorry, but all of this is getting too complicated. I'm not sure this is the right place for me. OK, so I've gone against Grace and Harry's advice. I can't help it. What do you mean? Edith says. You can't leave us. Her expression darkens in a way I've never seen before. The front door isn't far away. I've got to get out. I take a step away and make a run for it. Chapter 64. Fiona. Since I discovered Harry slept with my sister, I avoid being alone with him. I don't come downstairs in the mornings when he calls by to pick up Keith. Keith continues making supper so he can give his mother as much rest as possible. Harry calls by to eat with his cousin in the evenings, but it's easy to avoid being on my own with Harry then too. He hasn't had the nerve to come to my room. In fact, he hasn't had the guts to speak to me about Amy in front of the others. If he's guilty, of course he wouldn't want to. Since I told him I'm Amy's sister, he's changed. For a start, he's drinking far more than before. When he comes for supper, from the state of him, he's already had a couple of glasses. Whiskey is his thing, and he's stashed a bottle at Mrs. Meacham's. He's not bright and chatty at the table like he used to be. He's preoccupied, and the alcohol gives him a brooding presence. Or is that just me imagining the worst? It's not until a few days later that Harry manages to get me on my own in the hallway. "Why are you avoiding me?" he says. His eyes are bloodshot. I suppose it's from the whiskey. I'm not. Come on, I'm not an idiot. So work it out then. I was in love with your sister. It doesn't mean you and I can't be together. This is so messed up. You were with Amy and then Sarah. Sarah wants to marry you. It's in her head. We're not an item. I love you. I've my back to the wall, and Harry paces in front of me. Why did you lie to the police? Is that what this is about? He says. It's the part I really don't get. Why did you deny it when they asked? I told you. It was because of Sarah. She kept having shitty experiences with guys. Nobody knew Amy and I were together. He runs his hand through his hair. You've seen what Sarah's like. Amy wanted to protect her. I'm not buying it. Call me paranoid, but I'm 90% sure he's not telling the truth. He lied to the police, and there's got to be a reason for that. I shake my head. I need space. You behaving like this is driving me crazy. I can't stand us not talking, not being together. He reaches to touch me and I push him away. Leave me alone. As I dash for the kitchen, he makes a desperate sound. It's like he's going to crack, or like he's a man unhinged. Does Harry know what happened to Amy? Did he kill my sister? Chapter 65. Fiona. Sarah manages to look good, even though she's recovering from her emergency admission. Her home is still immaculate. She's tucked up on her sofa, in her pyjamas, clutching a white blanket. What's on your mind? She asks. I wanted to see how you're doing. That's sweet. I'm much better. They've given me a month off work. How do you get better after an overdose? I guess it's going to take time. I got overwhelmed. They've set up counselling for me. I need to learn to take better care of myself. I pat her leg. That's the essential bit, taking care of ourselves. It's easy to say and not so easy to do. And how are you doing? Being back in Amy's town can't be easy. I don't know, I'm okay. She tugs at the blanket. Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't take on too much. How can being here be good for you? It's a challenge, but I hope I can handle it. I hope so too. It was nice of you to bring cake. I'm not in the mood for it, but feel free to help yourself. I bought a chocolate one, and it looks so tempting I can't resist. Thanks. I rummage in the kitchen, searching for a plate. How is it going with Harry? I ask. There's a long pause, and I wonder if it's too private a question. I busy myself cutting the cake. Dear Harry, him seeing someone else is something I can never forgive. He's broken my heart. If guilt could kill, I'd be dead on the spot. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Except it is. Right, I say, as I come back to the sofa with my loaded plate. Whoever she is, I hope she's worth it, Sarah says. I swallow. Harry might be right about her fantasizing about their relationship, but I've broken a bond Sarah believed she had with Harry, and I'll never forgive myself. I've been wondering about Harry. Do you think he had anything to do with what happened to Amy? Sarah looks affronted. Where on earth did that come from? It's been on my mind for a while. I understand. The suspicions are the worst, and never being able to put them to rest. I'm sorry to ask, and you don't need to answer. I know you have feelings for him. She dismisses it with a wave of her hand. Harry would never. He's always been sensitive. We were questioned endlessly. There was a search of Harry's cottage and they didn't find a thing. He didn't have a cast-iron alibi, but none of us did. Do you think he might have been in a relationship with Amy? Sarah sits bolt upright. Why do you ask? Did Amy tell you something? No, you know we weren't speaking. It's just, Harry is a common link between the two missing people. Don't you think that's odd? Everything was odd, and nothing made sense. Harry was torn up. I don't see how he can have been involved. I let the subject drop and move on to talking about her rehabilitation. The chocolate cake is divine, and I managed to tempt her with a small portion. Of course she wants to think the best of Harry. She wanted to have his baby. Except Sarah doesn't know he was with Amy, so she doesn't know the whole picture about Harry by far. Chapter 66. Fiona. Mrs. Meacham insisted on going back to the bookstore today. Neither Keith nor Harry think it's a good idea, and I definitely think it's too soon. When I get back, Keith is waiting in the hallway and he darts towards me, waving an arm in the air. In the other, he's clasping his laptop. I've never seen Keith this agitated. Something has happened. I brace myself and I've a moment of light-headedness. The strain is getting to me. Being in this city, walking in Amy's footsteps, in the midst of those most likely responsible. Keith thrusts the screen so close to my face, he almost bashes me with it. Mum saw Mary Beth. Your mother was confused again. No, I believe her. What the hell is he talking about? I don't believe in ghosts, and I'm pretty sure neither does Keith. You know that's not possible. Your sister passed away. Mum saw her. You've got to believe me. Your mother saw someone she thought was Mary Beth. It can't have been her. Keith is panting. This has really got him worked up. Okay, tell me exactly what she said. The bookstore is next to a school. Mum said a few weeks ago she spotted Mary Beth in the playground. That's why she was desperate to go back. It was probably a child who looked a little like your sister. Your mother isn't well. I want to see for myself. Please come with me. I can't go on my own. Keith grabs my arm and marches towards the door. This is ludicrous. Mrs. Meacham didn't see her daughter, but given Keith is 1,000,000 times stronger than me, I've no chance of resisting. He's simply going to drag me all the way to the charity shop. All right, let's go. If we hurry, we can catch them before going home time. We arrive as the bell sounds for the end of the day. It's a primary school, and children spill from the classrooms and fill the playground. Parents are waiting outside the gate for their little ones to exit. Keith forces his way through the crowd, pushing people aside to get to the front. I follow in his wake, apologising profusely to disgruntled mums and dads. Out come the kids, and I scan them. Little boys, blonde little girls, girls with brown hair. As they stream towards their parents, the playground empties. I feel sorry for Keith getting so worked up, because he's only going to be disappointed. He's hopping from foot to foot, pressed to the railing, and teachers and parents are eyeing him. Soon there won't be any children left to be picked up, so we should be able to finish this charade and get home. I'm wondering what I'm going to say to Keith to leave when he makes a guttural, heart-wrenching sound. He points. My breath is sucked out of me. Clustered close to a teacher, there's a group of 3 kids. The middle one is her. Mary Beth or a little Amy. She could be either. I see her, Keith. I see her. And that's when I also see the person who's come to pick them up. From the look of the man, he is a traveller. The 3 kids troop towards him, and as their little group moves away from the school, Keith and I go after them. She looks so much like Amy that my heart has taken over from my head. We follow a few steps behind. They lead us to a van parked in a side street, and once the children get in, the man suddenly turns on us. What the hell are you doing following me? Fuck off. Keith is massive, but this man looks like he knows how to look after himself. I don't think Keith would be a match if his adversary had a knife. Your little girl looks like my sister, I say. He sneers. So what? My sister went missing. What the hell do I care? You and Goliath can piss off. He jerks a thumb in Keith's direction. If you prefer, I can call the police, I say. For what? Picking up my own kids? He's right, of course. Just because she resembles my sister doesn't mean a thing. He spits and it narrowly misses my leg. Besides, I'll be out of here and I'll disappear. He snaps his fingers. Like that. Who are you? I ask. None of your business. And if you don't fuck off, I could kill you, or your friend. My stomach contracts. He leans so close, his breath brushes my cheek. I expect it to be rank, but instead it smells of peppermint. Or your father. My heart beats faster. My father? Why would he say that? Is it a random threat, or does this man know of my father? Could it be a direct link to the past? Dad spoke to the travellers. They threatened to break his legs or worse. Father was no coward, but he told us they were dangerous people if provoked. But both my parents are dead, so nobody can touch them. There's only me and Keith to worry about. Go home, Keith, I say. I'll deal with this. I'll find out who he is and who this girl is. I promise. Keith adamantly shakes his head. I put my hand on Keith's shoulder. You've got to trust me. The man toys with the keys to the van. Yeah, get lost. I whisper in Keith's ear. Go home and protect your mother. Keith hesitates. She needs you there. I know he's torn, but he reluctantly walks away, though he stops every few steps to look back at me. It's okay, I'll be fine, I call after him, which is, of course, a lie. Is that what you did to Amy? I ask the man. What? Did you kill her? You've got some balls, haven't you? But you've got it wrong. I don't think I have. Then think again. I didn't kill anyone. Then where is she? He glances at the children in the van and smiles. I can't decide if it's creepy or genuine. I said, where is she? You really want to know? He looks me up and down. The woman you call Amy is my wife. Chapter 67. Fiona. His wife? No. He shows me a ring on his finger. It's the gospel truth. Then you abducted her. You're keeping my sister prisoner. He sneers. You've got it wrong, Ginger. You better see for yourself. He opens the door of the van and invites me to get in. This is stupidity. I could be abducted too and never be seen again, or he could actually kill me. But he's got the kids with him. Surely he wouldn't do anything violent with them around. I stare at the little girl. She's a mini version of Amy, or, as Mrs. Meacham said, Mary Beth. Dark hair, my sister's gaze, and those green eyes are piercing. Is this why Mrs. Meacham has been confused? Because she spotted this child next door to the bookstore, and it triggered her memories? The man puts a hand on the girl. This one is mine. The other two are my brothers. Are you coming or not? Holding my breath, I slide into the passenger seat. I'm not going to eat you. The woman you call Amy no longer exists. I want to see her. Why? Because she's my sister. He gives me a long and unfriendly look. You're going to be disappointed. She won't know who you are. She never remembered a thing. The travellers have set up on the edge of town, taking over a park with their vehicles and their trailers. I count 30 caravans, which is a bit less than the number who were here when Amy went missing. As the man parks the van, I finger the phone in my pocket. Would it be wisest to call the police now while I've got the chance? No police. Not until you've heard the whole story, he says. He's not as threatening as earlier, but he's not nice either. I nod, though I'm not making any promises. Still, he doesn't have to know that, does he? What do I call you? I ask. Call me whatever you want. Great. He pulls on the parking brake. The two other children, a boy and a girl, run off across the grass. I'm slightly heartened to see the remaining child takes her father's hand. At least he's not a complete bastard. I brace myself for what might come next. He leads me along a line of caravans. I'm going hot and cold. My heart races, and it's like I've got tunnel vision from the stress. People eye me as we pass. I can feel them sussing me out. Sweat trickles down my back. On the other side of the field, we go around the side of a white caravan. A woman is bending over a pail of water. I scan around for my sister. I don't see her anywhere. Is this a trick? Has he lied so he can get me here, and then I'm going to end up dumped in a ditch? Part of me wants to run. Another part of me is locked into this, desperate to keep going to the end. The woman wears a long skirt. Her hair is wrapped in a colourful scarf. And then the little girl runs to her, and the woman stands and laughs, sweeping the girl up into her arms. A wave of shock courses through me. I'm about to rush forward, calling her name, when the man puts his hand over my mouth and holds me back. He speaks close to my ear. Shut up. She doesn't remember. I didn't recognise her, but it's Amy. She's alive and well, just like I always dreamed. Breathing, her green eyes bright and dancing. She's hugging her daughter. Oh my God, she has a daughter. No questions. Just stay quiet, the man says, or you'll never see her again. The threat is like a knife at my throat, and my words dry up before I can get them out. As Amy turns towards us, the man lets his hand drop. She smiles at him, but when her gaze turns to me, her face goes blank. She's looking right at me, but there's no recognition. There's no burst of joy. It's like she's never seen me before in her life. I'm a complete and utter stranger to her. A part of me dies. My lips say her name, though nothing comes out. I've brought a guest. We're going to talk business, the man says. That's nice, Amy says. Shall I make a cup of something? The woman has Amy's voice, but her skin is weathered and she's thinner and tauter. She moves like a woman, not like the youthful Amy I know. Through the caravan door I watch as she puts the kettle on and brings mugs outside. And there's something odd about the way she places the mugs and the water. It's slow and deliberate, as if she's been damaged or if she's not sure about her balance and her coordination. My heart threatens to break. Yet she was happy to see the man, and when he looks at Amy, he's softer, not like how he is with me or with Keith. Amy loves her daughter, that's obvious too, and she's comfortable in this space, with the caravan she shares with her small family, and the space they share with the other travellers. Was I wrong to think she's a prisoner? Is it possible she's actually married this man of her own free will? We sit around a plastic table outside, and Amy lifts the little girl onto her lap. They both give me a somewhat curious look. Amy has made herbal tea, brewing it in a teapot. As she pours it out, my mind and my emotions are reeling. I want to ask so many questions, to tell her who I am, to rush to her and hug her. The man sits close to me. He's keeping his eye on me and he's vigilant. When the tea is finished, Amy tells him she has an errand to run. I'll leave you two to discuss your affairs, she says. It's Amy's voice and Amy's manner, but it isn't completely her, or not like she used to be. I don't want her to leave. Is that all I am to her? A stranger who's come to discuss business with her husband? I have to stop myself from clutching her arm. Do you have to go? I stammer it out. She shrugs. I have errands to run. Right. Well, nice to meet you. Goodbye. What did you say your name was? Amy says. There's a huge lump in my throat. Fiona. That's odd, Amy says, and she frowns. Why's that? I ask, not daring to hope. Oh, no reason. It's just a nice name. Amy tugs the edge of her headscarf. At her hairline there's an ugly scar, which is only partially hidden by the scarf. Then she nods, and she and her daughter, my niece, are leaving. The man pours himself more tea. You see, she doesn't remember a thing. When I found her, her head was half caved in. I thought she was dead. I don't have him down as the sharing kind, but for whatever reason he carries on the story. He tells me he found Amy dumped in a bog. She wasn't conscious, so he guesses it was only because she wasn't moving that she hadn't yet been sucked down. Though he says that would still have happened eventually, just more slowly than if she'd been struggling. When he dragged her out, he was astonished she was still breathing. Though her head was so badly injured, he thought she had no chance of survival. He took her to his aunt. Why didn't you take her to hospital? Because the police would have pinned it on me. They were always on my back. No way would they have believed I found her like that. I suppose that means he's somebody who smuggles drugs across the moors, like the rumours say, which is why he was in the fog in the middle of nowhere. My aunt comes from a long line of healers. I don't believe in healers. He wafts his hand in the direction Amy went. Maybe it's time to rethink that. We stayed in hiding at my aunt's. Your sister was unconscious for weeks. After she regained consciousness, she didn't speak for months. She had to be spoon-fed, and she couldn't walk. She gradually and painfully recovered, but she never remembered what happened to her that day, or why she had been left to die. You should have let her come home. Home? She didn't know anything of her former life. I knew from the news who she was, and I swore to myself that if she ever recalled events, I'd take her into a town and leave her there to be found. But she never got her memory back. So she stayed with you, as your prisoner. Not my prisoner. He gives me a long look. My aunt said your sister was way beyond her healing powers. She said it was love which saved my wife. That love accomplished the impossible. What the hell are you talking about? Don't look so angry. Is it so hard to believe? I fell in love with your sister. He stirs his tea. And she loves me. Amy fell in love with him. How can that be true? And yet, I could see it right in front of my eyes. The way she looks at him, the way they are together. After, we travelled, and a time later we married and started a new life. She has a new name, Rena. My aunt chose it. Did you force her to marry you? So suspicious. Does it look like I did? Amy seems happy, but she's changed, and she doesn't know me. She tried to remember. For a long time she tried, but it made her ill, and it gave her nightmares and terrible headaches. It was better for her to move on. I don't want to cry in front of him, but it's hard to stop myself. Finish your tea, he says, and don't be here when I get back. And if you ever make trouble for us, you'll regret it. He walks away. Wait! Who dumped her on the moors? He raises his hands to the sky. I've no idea. That's another reason I keep her close, for her own safety. But whoever it was, they're the most cold-blooded killer I know. And that's saying something. Chapter 68. Fiona. When I get back to the house, Keith runs out of the lounge. Keith, you'll never believe it. My sister is alive. Keith gawps. Yes, Amy's alive and well. I saw her. Are you being serious? But she doesn't know me. She has a new life. The little girl you saw is Amy's daughter. Tell me everything. Keith is the only person I trust with this, and I don't want his mother overhearing. I close the lounge door and tell Keith everything, and he makes me repeat it again to make sure he hasn't missed anything. He's as gobsmacked as I am. This is great news. He's right. Yes, because what I had hoped for so long is true. She is alive, and she's happy, and she has a daughter. And no, it isn't fantastic, because she looked right through me. Now she's seen you, her memory can come back. Is that even possible after 5 years? There wasn't a flicker of recognition. What the husband described was a serious head injury. Is there any coming back from that kind of trauma? You'll see. It will be okay. I hope so, but I'm not sure. She was very badly hurt. What are you going to do? I'm going to find out who left her for dead. You mustn't tell anyone Amy's alive. We don't know who the killer is. We can't risk them finding out. You're right. Keith nods solemnly, and that's when I hear a creak outside in the hallway. Is somebody eavesdropping? It could only be Mrs. Meacham. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. When Harry arrives later that evening, I'm lying in wait. I spring out to confront him before he's even had time to take off his jacket. You are such a liar, I shout. I'm right up in his face, fingers stabbing at his chest. Not that again. Come on, Fiona, I explained everything. You lied to the police. You lied to me about Sarah. What else are you lying about? He raises his eyes to heaven. Nothing. I know there's something you're not telling me. I'm sick of this. What the hell is the matter with you? What about Amy? What about her? You can't seriously believe I had anything to do with her disappearance. Now you really are being ridiculous. Did you deliberately make me fall for you? Of course not. How I feel about you is real. I love you. Then tell me what happened the day Amy went missing. There's a furtiveness in his eyes. Yet again, he's searching for a means of escape. It makes me so mad, my head is about to explode. No! I slam my hand into his chest. If you really love me, tell me the truth. Chapter 69. Amy. I run all the way to the bus stop. I've never seen Edith so angry. My landlady didn't want to let me leave, but she couldn't stop me. I'll move out today. Maybe Harry will have an idea of where I can stay temporarily, or Sarah. I don't care whose couch I surf on. There's a chilly breeze, and I'm glad I brought my blue woolly hat. I pull it down over my ears. When I pass through the university gates, my anxiety fades. I'm at home here, and there are always accommodation notices posted in the Students' Union, so maybe I'll be lucky. I'm on my way across campus to consult the notices when somebody runs up beside me. Just what I don't need. Hey, wait up, he says. It's Darren, the one who kept Sarah incarcerated overnight. I keep going. It's Amy, isn't it? Get away from me. Calm down, I only want to talk. Well, I don't, you sick weirdo. You've got it wrong. Darren's voice breaks, and the sound of it makes me stop and take notice. I'm not who you think I am, he says. I didn't do anything wrong. You've got to stop your friend's vendetta. What vendetta? She's telling lies about me and people believe her. I've no friends anymore. People don't want to be around me. They won't speak to me. He's a mess, with matted hair and a dirty t-shirt. Darren was stylish, and now it's like he hasn't washed or cared about his appearance for ages. There's a haunted look in his eyes. Sarah wouldn't do that. He waves his phone in my face. She's posting every day. She never lets up. Let me see. I scroll the posts. They're vicious, and I can see why it's breaking him. Whoever is doing this calls themselves She-Dog. She-Dog has taken photos of Darren and has changed them and added captions to make him look like a predator. The posts are convincing. Maybe he deserves punishment for what he did, but not like this. This is vicious and targeted and designed to make him an outcast. And it's succeeding. "Or is it you?" he says. "No way. I promise I've got nothing to do with this. You've got to get her to stop. If it's her, it could be anyone. I can't believe it's Sarah, but who else could it be? When I accosted Darren in the cafeteria, I drew a crowd. What about the girl with blue hair who shouted out, asking if Darren was a rapist? Could I have triggered a campaign against him?" Darren wipes spit from his mouth. He has no pride left, and he looks like he's about to cry. "I'll do what I can," I say. "Thanks." He shuffles off, and I can't help but feel sorry for him. If She-Dog's campaign doesn't stop, it's going to destroy him. I hunt for the girl with blue hair. In the Students' Union, I ask around, but nobody can give me a name. After half an hour of searching, I give up. Sarah is waiting for me outside the cafeteria. "Hi," she says. "What have you done to your arm?" "It's really painful. I got scalded." I tell her what happened. "You think Edith did it on purpose?" Sarah asks. "That's the thing. I could be wrong. But yeah, I think she did. It's the final straw. I want to move out." "I don't blame you. All this Mary Beth stuff is freaky. You can stay at mine if you want until you fix something up." "Thanks so much. You've saved me." "Don't be stupid. You don't need to thank me. Do you want me to come with you to get your stuff?" "I should be okay for that." I take out my phone. "Have you seen these posts about Darren?" Sarah screws up her nose and turns away, but I push the screen towards her. "Take a look. Somebody has a campaign against him." I watch her expression as I scroll the feed. "Ooh, nasty, but no less than he deserves," she says. "Is it you? I mean, I hate the guy, but that's not my style. Come on, we'll be late for class." Her answer seems genuine, so I let it drop. My arm is throbbing like mad. "I'm giving it a miss. I need to get more painkillers. I'm going to pass by the medical centre." "Poor you. Okay, see you later." There's a queue to see the nurse, and as I wait I send Harry a text telling him I've told Edith I'm leaving and I'll be staying with Sarah. Harry tells me he'll go to the agency this morning. His parents are already there, and he's going to stand by what he said and help me. It's a relief to know I've got his support. When it's my turn and the nurse unwraps the bandage on my arm, she makes tutting noises. "You've got to keep this scrupulously clean." "I know. I want to see you every morning and make sure you don't get it wet." As she swabs my arm and puts on a fresh dressing, I look around the room. There's a photograph on her desk of her with her partner, with what I'm sure are their 2 children. It was taken on a sunny day. There's blue sky and heather and gorse, and the 4 of them are smiling as if this was the best day ever. "That's a nice photo. Was it taken on the moors?" "Yes. My husband and I like hiking, and the kids are getting into it too." The happiness of her children is such a contrast to Mary Beth's expression in Keith's painting. No wonder his uncle didn't like it. It was definitely intense, but I'm convinced Keith's inspiration for his paintings comes from his unconscious. We've been learning about it in class and how trapped memories can resurface in unexpected ways. I'm willing to bet the trauma of his sister's accident is engraved on Keith forever. That's why he's captured his sister's expression at the time of the accident. Though it's odd he painted her on the moors when she died on the street outside their home. The more I think about it, the more the misfit doesn't make sense. And what about the crooked tree Keith is painting today? He told me he felt compelled to paint it, just like he felt compelled to paint Mary Beth as terrified. Why? What is Keith's unconscious trying to tell him? Have the moors and the tree got something to do with Mary Beth's accident? However illogical it sounds, my psychological instincts tell me yes. I don't want to sit in a stuffy room and listen to a lecture. No, I want to work out what's going on with Keith and his paintings. I'm going to the moors, and to Harry's cottage. I send Sarah a message saying I'm going for a run. I let her imagine it's to the park, because if I told her I was going to the moors, she'd only worry, just like Harry would if I told him, especially because it's foggy up there today. It's no surprise with this weather that I'm the only one on the bus, and I get dropped at a short hike from Harry's cottage. I'm glad I've got my hat and padded jacket. As I get closer, there's smoke coming from Harry's chimney, but when I knock on the door, nobody answers. I guess they left the fire on while they went into town. The tree is by a stone wall at the bottom of the garden. I follow the wall until the stunted V shape of the tree comes into view. Up close, the tree doesn't look the same as how Keith painted it, and it takes me a while to work out why. In Keith's painting, it was at the height of the wall, and now it's almost double that. It's as if Keith captured the tree how it was many years ago, how it was at the time of Mary Beth's death. Fog damps my hair and tendrils stick to my forehead. Pulling down my hat, I circle the trunk. There are no carvings in the bark and no signs of anything unusual. Around the trunk, there's not much growing. Should I dig? Rummaging in one of the outbuildings, I find a shovel. The peaty earth is awkward with my one good arm, but it's soft and easy to move. This is stupid. Stop before you hurt yourself. But I keep going. I sling aside hunks of peat, working my way around in a circle. But there's nothing here, no buried treasure chest, no box of secrets. I'm about to run out of strength when, with a thunk, the shovel stops dead. I've hit something. On my knees, I scrabble to get it out. It's long, and it takes a while to work along its length and loosen it. I drag it out and stare at something I don't want to see. To be 100% certain, I clean a small area with my sleeve, hoping I'm going to be wrong. But I'm not. It's the front bumper of a car. Worse than that, it's silver. Almost certainly, it's from the car which hit Mary Beth. I put my hand on it, as if her spirit might still be here. How did you know? The voice comes from behind me. I swing around, but it's too late. Chapter 70. Amy. I swing around, but I'm too slow to get to my feet. Harry's father is right behind me. No, don't get up, he says. I've been following you nosing around my garden. I hadn't even realised he was home. He must have crept up on me in the fog. Tell me how you knew, he says. Peter's voice is detached and clinical. I shiver, and it's not from the mist. It's from the edge of danger in his voice. I'm in serious trouble. Knew what? Don't play games. How did you know it was buried here? From Keith's paintings. It's the wrong thing to say. Peter screams with rage. I knew that was trouble. My phone is in my pocket, but there's no way I can get it out without him noticing. Have you told anyone? He asks. Yes. I turn around and he shoves me hard on the shoulder. Face away from me. I know you're lying. We can work this out, I say. He sneers. Sure we can. It was an accident, right? Of course it was a fucking accident. A stupid fucking accident. I was going to their house. I was on my mobile, and I lost control. I didn't mean to. She wasn't supposed to be there. And he drove away. You didn't mean to, I understand. It was a terrible accident. Don't you dare judge me. You don't know the torture I've been through all these years. What the hell is he talking about? He isn't the one who's dead, or who lost their beloved child or sister. Peter killed his own niece, and he drove off like a coward. What did Keith tell you? Does he know? Peter demands. Keith knows nothing. He came here while his mother was in hospital, didn't he? He was only small. He stayed with you. He must have seen this being buried."
"He didn't see."
"He must have. Otherwise he wouldn't have felt compelled to paint his sister and the moors and the tree. But he doesn't know why he painted them. He has no idea."
"But you had to be clever, didn't you, and work it out?"
"Will Peter believe me if I promise I won't tell? Would that make him let me go? It's my best chance." "We can sort this out between us. No one has to know," I say.
He groans and thrashes his arms. "What a fucking mess."
"I won't tell anyone."
"Like hell I won't. You've ruined everything, you stupid bitch."
He's pacing behind me. If I didn't have a bad arm, I'd be tempted to make a run for it. "Peter, we can bury this again and get on with our lives. It's so long ago. We can move on," I say, as I get my legs under me.
"Shut up!"
He's screaming like he's crazy, fists clenched, head craning forward. He lunges, and before I can get away, he gets both hands around my throat and squeezes. I claw at Peter's arm with my good hand, but he has me in a stranglehold. It doesn't take long before there's a singing in my head. I see stars. Moments later, I pitch forward, face down in the dirt. It's odd, but Peter has fallen on top of me. His hands have relaxed. It takes a few seconds for me to come to my senses and scramble from under him. Grace is standing there with the shovel in her hands. Her face is contorted with anger. It looks as if she whacked her own husband.
"I heard every word," she screams. "You bastard!"
Someone steps out from behind Grace. It's Harry. The fog has moved in, distorting distances and sounds.
"I heard it too," Harry says. "Dad, how could you?"
Grace and Harry have just learned who killed Mary Beth, and they witness Peter trying to murder me. For a long moment, nobody speaks.
"Are you all right, Amy?"
Grace asks. I nod, clasping my hands to my neck, where moments before Peter was trying to squeeze the life out of me. Grace stands over Peter with the shovel raised.
"Find something to tie him up,"
she orders Harry. "Quick!" Harry stumbles off, and I massage my neck and cough.
"I'm so sorry."
Grace lifts her chin.
"You've got nothing to apologise for, whereas this scumbag—"
She gives her husband a vicious kick.
"He's going to answer for what he's done."
Harry comes back with a length of rope.
"I loved you," Grace says, "and all that time you knew you killed her."
For all her bravado, Grace's voice has crescendoed. She's losing control. The three of us stand there, getting our breath and fighting to get a grip on ourselves. Meanwhile, Peter hasn't moved.
"Get up, you bastard," Grace shouts. "Get up and face me."
Her husband stays where he is, back to the sky.
"Do you hear me? I said, get up."
She whacks him on the butt with the shovel, but Peter doesn't move. Grace whacks Peter again, and then again. I'm shaking with cold and fear and horror.
"Mum, stop,"
Harry says. Harry kneels and shakes his father. Then he checks the pulse in Peter's neck. When he turns to face us, Harry's eyes are wide.
"What is it?" Grace asks. "We won't be needing the rope, Mum. He's dead."
I feel like I might keel over. Grace clutches at her chest.
Mum, it's okay,"
Harry mumbles. Grace screams. Harry rushes to put his arms around her. Part of me wonders if she might completely lose her mind. The fog is even thicker, making them ghostly shapes, even though they're right by me. It damps down the noise and makes Peter seem like he might just be asleep. Except he's not. Finally, Grace stops screaming and instead collapses, sobbing.
"Edie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
She repeats it over and over. I put my hand on Harry's shoulder, trying to give him strength.
What are we going to do?
I say. Harry shakes his head. I don't know. It takes a while, but it's Grace who comes to her senses first. She takes a long, jagged breath. She stands up, pulls her clothing straighter. I know what we have to do. We stare at her. With him dead, my sister and Keith need never know the truth. Nobody need know what happened here today, except the three of us. I nod slowly. Mum, are you serious? He's caused enough pain, Grace says. Enough suffering. Edith would never survive more. Harry runs his hands through his hair. We need to work something out, Grace says. Grace and Harry come up with a plan. We all know it's impossible for this to be viewed as an accident. To keep Grace out of trouble, they agree to get rid of Peter's body. You know where, don't you, Mum? Harry says. You told me about it. Where the murdering bastard will sink without a trace. Yes, I know the place. I'll take the car. Harry fetches a wheelbarrow and the three of us heave Peter into it. You don't need to be part of this, Grace says to me. Wait for us in the cottage. Harry nods. She's right. Go inside. But Mum, I'm coming with you. Please don't get lost, I say. We won't, Grace says. I know this place too well. Take the bumper with you. It should disappear too, I say. Before they leave, Harry and I embrace. I am so sorry about your father. What he did to Mary Beth is unforgivable. And he was going to kill you. If Mum hadn't knocked him out, you'd be dead. He deserves what he got. Harry kisses me. Thank God I didn't lose you. I feel sick from emotion. Go and rest in the warm, Grace says. I'll see you soon, Harry calls out. I love you. I love you too. I don't want to know where they're taking the body or which direction they're going in. I wait until their car drives away, and then I turn around and start scraping dirt back into the hole. Chapter 71. Amy. It doesn't take long for me to give up, because my arm won't take it. I throw down the shovel, and that's when I see her. She's a hazy shape, but I instinctively know who it is. I almost fall over my own feet. Hello, Amy, Sarah says. She comes towards me and then stands with her arms crossed. How long has she been listening, hidden by the fog? What has she heard? What's the matter? Can't you think of anything to say? She says with a smirk. What are you doing here? I ask. There's something in her hand and she waves it at me. I brought Harry's watch. Surprise! He just left. You missed him. Did I? But I didn't miss your, oh, Harry, I love you. She imitates my voice. Her mouth is twisted. She's not just angry, she's enraged. I've had my suspicions for a while, she says, but I convinced myself I was wrong. Listen, Sarah. She cuts me off. How long have you been together? Not long, I promise you. I wanted to tell you, but instead you went behind my back to steal Harry for yourself. Big mistake. Harry belongs to me. I'm sorry I wasn't straight with you. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Why would he be interested in you? Haven't you seen the way Harry looks at me? He wants me, not some slut from the farmyard. It stings. I take a step back. Now I see you for what you are. Her voice is shrill. A scheming, lying bitch. Harry wants me. He loves me. Has Sarah lost her senses? There's no way I can recover this and explain. More importantly, was she here when Grace hit Peter? Did she see Harry and Grace leaving with Peter in the truck? I have to try to contain the situation. Calm down, I say. We can talk about this. She staggers and clutches at her forehead. "Do you need help?" I ask.
"I'm not feeling good. I need to eat something."
"Okay, let's go to the cottage." Cautiously, I step closer. With a shriek of rage, she grabs my injured arm and gives it a vicious twist. I almost pass out. The pain makes me roil and retch, and I'm on my knees. I'm panting as I wipe away saliva and try to get to my feet. That's when everything suddenly goes black. Chapter 72. Fiona. My phone rings. It's Sarah.
"I don't know what to do."
The panic in her voice cuts through my drowsiness. After Harry told me his story, I must have fallen asleep on the sofa. He's gone to collect his mother at the airport. Grace finished her trekking holiday, and when she learned about Edith, she booked on the first flight home. When Grace lands, she wants to come straight to see her sister, and I was waiting for Harry and Grace to arrive. Keeping my mobile pressed to my ear, I spring upright and try to clear my head. "Sarah, what's wrong?" Her breathing is ragged, as if she's been running.
"I discovered something terrible."
"You're not making sense."
"I couldn't stop thinking about what you were saying about Harry. I'm at his cottage. You've got to come."
"What's going on?"
"I'm scared. I found something which turns everything we thought on its head. Please, you've got to come."
A few hours ago, Harry confessed. He told me how Amy discovered the truth about Mary Beth. His mother was so enraged, she killed Peter with one swing of a shovel. It was an accident, but once it was done, they had no choice but to dispose of Peter's body. Harry said they left Amy at the cottage, but when they came back, she had disappeared. How can I be sure? Getting rid of Amy might have been part of their plan too. After all, then they could keep the secret of Peter and Mary Beth's deaths hidden forever. Amy's husband told me about my sister's head injury. Maybe Grace hit my sister over the head with the shovel too. Do I believe Harry when he says Amy was alive and well when they left her? Or did Harry and Grace dump my sister at the bog and leave her to die? "What have you found?" I ask.
"I'm on my own," Sarah says. "I'm frightened. Please come."
Sarah is fragile. But then, what is she doing at Harry's cottage in the middle of the night? Something here doesn't add up. "I'm on my way," I say. I sit and think it through. Anything is possible, and I've got to be prepared. Before I leave, I do my research online, make my supplies in the kitchen, and then call a taxi. It's a crazy time to be going to the moors, and when I check the forecast, it says they're expecting overnight fog. Sarah's car is outside Harry's cottage, and everything is in darkness. Adrenaline is pumping around my system. I'm so desperate to find the truth, it's like I've got tunnel vision. I thump on the front door. There's no answer, but it's not locked, so I tread carefully into the kitchen and flip the light switch. It doesn't work. "Sarah, where are you?" I hiss.
"I'm in here."
She's crying. Using my phone torch, I step through the kitchen and towards the lounge. "What the hell happened to the lights?" I say it out loud to steady myself. I'm surrounded by pitch-black moorland, stretching for miles. It's my nightmare scenario. She's on the floor by the fireplace, crouched over like she's in pain. "What's going on? What are you doing here?" I kneel by her side. "Speak to me, Sarah, for God's sake. You're freaking me out."
"I found this,"
she says, pushing a wad of something damp into my hands. It feels like it's made of wool. Shining the light down, I try to work out what it is. Then my blood goes cold. It's a blue knitted hat. "Where did you find it?" I whisper.
"Under the floorboards."
Do I look that stupid? Nobody would be dumb enough to keep a garment worn by a missing person hidden under the floor. But I need to see this through to the end. Sarah has to believe I've fallen into her trap, not the other way around. Sarah cuddles up to me.
I'm scared. What does it mean?
We'd better phone for help, I say. I'll call from the landline. She clutches my midriff and I feel a sudden sting. Looking down, I see Sarah holding her insulin pen.
What the hell?
She's injected me with it. Sarah is on her feet and any signs of crying have vanished.
Hidden under the floorboards for 5 years? You really are a fool if you think that's possible. The police searched every inch of this place.
I stand too. I've got about 15 minutes before the overdose hits me. I sprint for the kitchen.
You won't get far, Sarah says. There's no signal up here, remember? You'll get lost, and there's fog coming.
I stop.
Why are you doing this? Because you're going to die just like your sister.
My torch lights up the triumphant look on her face.
You're going to run, and then you're going to collapse, and I'm going to follow you at my leisure and dispose of you.
Have you lost your mind?
She tried to steal him from me.
Hatred distorts Sarah's face.
Who? Harry. He belongs to me, always and forever. It's me he loves, not you and not your stupid sister. Oh yes, I know you've been sleeping with him. I've never trusted you or your stinking family. I followed Harry. I saw the two of you together.
Spit flies from her mouth. But her injecting me with her medication was one strategy I anticipated she might use. Although the effects are more rapid than the internet said they'd be. My arms and legs are trembling, and I've broken into a full-body sweat. How much did she pump in? An insulin overdose can be fatal.
What did you do to Amy? She wasn't getting Harry, and neither are you.
Her mouth is twisted.
Harry doesn't mean anything to me, I say. Liar. It was a game. I wanted to get close, to find out what he knew. You tried to steal him from me. You've got it wrong. The same way she did.
My God, she's unhinged. I clutch at the wall. Dizziness is one of the effects, and so is a rapid heartbeat. I've already got both.
What did you do to her? The same as I'm going to do to you. She fought me, and I had to bash her over the head. I took her in my car. Then I pushed her into a bog. I'm going to have Harry's baby, and nobody can stop me.
It's difficult to get my hand in my pocket. I researched what to do before I left, not just because I wanted to believe what Harry told me, but also because I've always known any one of them could have done harm to Amy, even fragile, harmless-looking Sarah. I need a huge sugar hit, and fast. I bend over at the waist and get the straw into my mouth, downing the drink I've prepared as fast as I can. Sarah laughs.
You're going to join your sister in her grave. When you're too weak to defend yourself, you'll get a second shot, and that will be the last of you.
I make as if my legs are collapsing under me, but I already feel the effects of the glucose, counteracting the insulin. I stumble to the spiral staircase. She's gloating. So much that she takes her time coming after me, and I make sure it looks as if I'm about to drop. The bottom steps I'm climbing upright, but the top steps I take on my knees. If I go to prison, I'll never see Amy again. That's the only reason I don't kill Sarah on the spot. After what she's done, I'm capable of it, believe me. I twist suddenly, and she's caught off guard as I let fly an almighty kick. It's a bullseye hit. Sarah's body whips backwards. I've got to say, it's satisfying watching her crash down the stone steps. When she lands at the bottom, she can't move, so I guess she's broken something. Although she's not totally unconscious. With all that stress and trauma to her body, Sarah needs sugar. Over the next hour or so, she keeps asking for some. I sit on the stairs and watch it all happen, and I think about Amy, and I hope she wasn't scared. Sarah's plaintive cries get weaker and weaker until they finally stop, and she passes into a diabetic coma. It's just before dawn when there's no pulse, and that's when I call the police. Epilogue. The detective finally lets me go. They must have believed my story, or at least they didn't find any evidence to point the finger at me. I told them Sarah called me because she was feeling low. After her hospital episode, I was worried. She was at the cottage waiting for Harry, but he wasn't there, and it had made her despairing, so I went to see her. I managed to comfort her, but then the fog came, so we decided to stay overnight rather than drive. I said I found her in the morning and that I hadn't heard a thing. She must have got up in the night and fallen. The police questioned whether she did it deliberately. I told them I was sure it was a terrible, terrible accident. That's what everyone believes. The detective even offers to drive me home. I've no regrets. In her blind rage and hatred, Sarah inflicted a catastrophic head injury on my sister, and then she cold-bloodedly dumped her and left her for dead. I'm glad to be the one who delivered justice. Sarah got exactly what she deserved. Mrs. Meacham was astonished when I told her I'm Amy's sister. Thanks to the doctors, she realises she's having problems with her mind and that there are moments she gets confused. Up until now, she hasn't been ready to admit it. Grace plans to stay with her sister to look after her. The doctors said Mrs. Meacham's condition won't be getting better, though that doesn't mean it will get worse. Although she denied it 5 years ago, Grace said she realises now that there were early signs of her sister's illness when Amy was here. Apparently Mrs. Meacham sometimes called my sister Mary Beth, and she confessed to Grace she did things to deliberately have Amy in Mary Beth's room, which included shutting Amy in there and flooding Amy's bedroom, so she was forced to move downstairs. I guess waiting in the rain for Mary Beth and telling her daughter I'm her new playmate were both examples of bad moments when Mrs. Meacham's sense of reality slipped away from normal. Mrs. Meacham also told me Amy's arm was injured. She still blames herself for it because she lost her concentration and it meant Amy got hurt. I told her to forgive herself. After all, Mrs. Meacham lost Amy too, the same we all did, and just like she had already lost her own beloved daughter. I'm glad she's going to get the care she deserves. I also know that without Mrs. Meacham and her occasional confusion about the little girl at the school, I would never have found my sister. As for Keith, I know we'll be friends forever. I admire his loyalty to Amy and his bravery. When he explained that he put Amy's silver duck with Mary Beth's jewellery because he thought his sister would have liked it, it made me cry. He wants to move into his own apartment, and I've told him I'll come over any time to make him some chili pasta. We laughed a lot about that. I told Keith everything. He's the only one who knows the full story of what his uncle did and what Sarah did. He never asked me what really happened at the cottage with Sarah, though I'm sure he guessed the truth. One day he wants to see Amy, and I'll do everything I can to make that possible. As for me, I'm going to stay in the city, but I'll find my own place. I don't know if Harry and I have a future together. Maybe we'll give it a go, but I haven't told him about Amy. Not yet. Keith is the only one who knows I found her. Some of the travellers are moving on, but the rest are staying for the coming winter so their children can go to school. When I visit Amy's caravan again, Amy's husband finally tells me his name. It's Raymond. I'm so grateful Raymond found her. He didn't have to help. He could have walked past and left her for dead. Except he didn't. And then they fell in love. I never said thank you for saving her. You don't need to. But I have to keep seeing her. I realise that, but she's one of us. She's Rena. You have to accept it. I know. That's when I decide to tell him what really happened with Sarah. I know Raymond will keep my secret. Once he hears me out, I feel his guard drop a little. You're full of surprises, aren't you, Ginger? We settle outside their caravan, and Amy makes tea. She's wearing a colourful skirt, and she sits with us while her daughter plays nearby. "I'd like to stay with your guest for a while. Do you mind?" she asks. Raymond shrugs. "If you want." The more I spend time with them, the more I see my sister in this woman. Amy laughs as she plays with her daughter, and for the first time so do I, rather than crying inside. We talk a bit about the school. As I sip my tea, Amy's gaze settles on my wrist. "What a pretty bracelet," she says. It was very similar to the one I gave to her. I made it at the same time, but I never had the heart to wear it until now. The 2 silver charms on mine are a duck and a horseshoe. I move towards her so she can see it better, and her hand reaches out. Amy lightly touches the duck. I hold my breath. "It's lovely." "The duck reminds me of the pond in my village," I say. She says, and she frowns as her hand strays to the scar at her hairline. Raymond gives me a strange look. When Amy goes inside to top up the teapot, he and I stare at each other. "She was wearing one like that when I found her," he says. Amy's gaze was pensive. I'm sure Raymond realises that too. And the way her fingertip lingered on the duck was as if it was somehow precious. It kindles a spark of hope in me. Did it spark a shadow of a memory? I make my tea last as long as possible. Then Amy says it's time for her to prepare supper. She goes inside their caravan again. "Goodbye," I say. Amy gives a friendly wave, and she calls to her little girl. "Come and help me." The child is sitting in the grass. She's making a daisy chain. "I'm not finished yet, Mummy." And what Amy says next knocks the breath right out of me. "I said now, Fiona." Fiona. My heart skips, and I'm lighter and happier than I've been for years. When I'm ready, I get on a train and travel home to our village. It's quiet in the churchyard, and I kneel by my parents' graves. I found Amy at last. She's alive and well. I wish you could see her. I've brought roses, and I take them from their wrapping and arrange them in a vase. She was saved by a traveller. She has a life with him, and they have a daughter. Her name is Fiona. Birds sing overhead. She doesn't remember her previous life. She doesn't even recognise me. But it doesn't matter, Mum, because she's happy. She called her child after me, and that means everything. There must be memories dormant inside. I believe one day she will remember me and us. There's hope, Dad. Tell Mum there's hope.